Picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Once I never could hope to win. You're starting down the road, leaving me again. The threats you made were made to cut me down. If your love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time. I'm picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time. I'm picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, somehow Zach managed to get his books pulled from publication. So I'm sure we're going to talk about that. I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank Big Pharma for allowing me the opportunity to fog my mind, all week and all weekend. Really helps. Oxycontin, Xanax bars, Percocets and Lord, tabs, Valiums, morphine patches, ecstasy, and this all up for grabs. What you want, what you need, hit me up, I got you, man. I'm just waiting on the other boys to file in. They probably didn't know I was starting this early. I don't know why they would, but it's not typical of me. But I don't know. I just anxious to get started. So we got a lot to get to. We're going to talk to Mike Kleine in a little while. We got to find out what this flame war was that the enemy started with Zach. I'm sure that they started it, It's funny how dissenters of these small publisher cliques, anytime they express their opinion on something, they've all got to chime in. Like multiple Hydra heads. You cut one down, and then three more appear in their place. It's like they can't just let people, be dissenters. They only care about these people like Zach and Strange and myself when they want to take issue with us. Otherwise we don't exist. So when it doesn't matter all the good things that we can do or say, they only care about us when they feel like they need, when their inferiority complex, shows, and they have to try to belittle us. I don't know why Zach got his books pulled, but I'm sure he's going to fill me in on it. But anyway, Mike Kleine is joining us around 8-ish. He's written a lot of things like 17 Pilot Fish, Mastodon Farm, Kanley Stubrick, which I'm almost finished with, and I'll express my opinion on that book once Mike settles in and gets a little more comfortable later in the show. Because I don't want to be, the first one to, just pile on. So I'll wait and let Mike get comfortable before, and then after that, Zach and Ben's publisher, sometimes publisher, S.C. Burke of Nihilism Revised. Going to be interesting to talk with him. He was all too willing to agree to come on. Let's see. We had somebody coming on next weekend who was pitched to me as like an elder statesman. Now, I've never read anything by him, but I have heard this name thrown around quite a bit. Thomas Monteleone apparently will be on here next weekend. So don't know a lot about him, but there it is. It does make it a lot easier to get guests when it's more than just me searching them out. But geez, where the hell are these guys? Surely they know I'm live by now, right? I don't know, the dreaded private message. Please tell me. By the way, if anyone, and I mean anyone, wants to come on during the duration of this show, and have it out with, I don't know, Zach or Ben or I guess myself too, I'm putting the link in the chat. There it is. But most of these people won't do it. I highly doubt Nathan Carson will, because he doesn't have a female vocalist telling him what to do. So he's not in rhythm with anything else. I don't know why these people have to be such busybodies and have their hands in everybody's business. I guess part of it is they feel threatened. But the good of the group in community terms is not something worth preserving, if you ask me. Because all it does is lead to these false alarms and imaginary enemies like Jarrett cooked up for himself so he could play out his little Batman LARPing fantasies. That's all it is. These people create phantoms for themselves to take down, so that they don't have to actually engage in real battles. So they create these phantoms for themselves that they can extinguish. Like evil sexual predator Vincenzo Byloff and evil God Emperor of Tyranny Kevin Strange, so they create these phantoms, whole cloth out of straw mans about us. a knitting circle. It's an insult to a knitting circle to compare these people to knitting circles. You know, it's ugh. Thank God I got away from all that. To tell you the truth, I expected this to be a pretty chill show, and then I found out that Zach got in a flame war of some sort with a couple of Muppets. So I don't know. Whatever. Been a long time since I did this solo. Usually have to fight for to get a word in edgewise, but I think I like it better that way. Also, John Padgett was one of the guys that Zach was beefing with. That's a shame. John Padgett's a really exceptional author, but if he's engaging in these little shaming, busybodying, knitting circle tactics, shame on you, John Padgett. Leave the puppeteering to your fictional characters. Don't become one yourself. Don't become a puppet yourself. What a shame. The link is in the chat. You pussies won't use it, though. And you know what? That's fine with me. I don't care if you do, and I don't care if you don't. Something else that I've been meaning to get out on this show for a while now is that in the event that I have to mute someone, I'm not censoring them. I am simply delaying. I am not censoring their free speech. I'm simply delaying their free speech so that I can get a word in edgewise. That's all that is. So. But yeah, oh God, man. As soon as you start identifying as a member of a community, be it like anything from a small publishing writers community to the Pez community to anything really. Everybody that has a hobby, they usually find their way into some kind of community. As soon as that happens, I mean, it really gays shit up for real. Hey, it's about time, man. I've been dying up here on this stage.
I thought we weren't starting until.
Yeah, I know. That was no, I know that was totally my fault. I was just stalling for time though, because I was anxious to get started, so it's totally my fault. So I'm just glad you saved me from babbling on. So that's good.
What were you talking about?
Oh, shit! Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I forgot to turn off the disabling audio processing. Let's see if it butchered those first few minutes or not. Oh. Fuck, why can't I remember it? I didn't have Zach.
I did hear it.
I didn't have Zach here to say, y'all hear that echoing? Or is it just me?
Well, I did hear an echo. I did hear an echo at first, but
hang on, let me
critical of me, but I don't know. I just
okay, that's good.
And all weekend, people.
Okay, it's good. Okay, yeah.
Apparently, we're going to be playing Power Electronics for the beginning of the show.
Yeah, he said you fucks are echoing intensely. Well, the thing is that I just played it back and there's no echo, like at the part where I was worried there would be. So I think I caught it in time. So.
Well, you two have been talking about the past 15 minutes.
Well, he's been talking. I just got here.
Yeah, but I don't hear any echo. So thankfully, I think it saved that. Not that anything too important was. Okay. Should we wait for Gregor, or should we go ahead and get into this with Zach's, drama of the week?
Man, what drama don't I have? It's been the most dramatic week ever.
I feel like we should wait for Gregor. What do you think?
I'm good with it.
He'll be along shortly. Yeah.
Yeah, Gregor's like the voice of reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this were a state, Gregor, I think, would beat the sizzle. You know.
Well, he's the one that keeps it from going too off the fucking rails. Because apparently I drank too much for that to happen. Not drinking tonight, though. I don't want the hangover tomorrow.
Speak of the devil, and he appears.
Yep, I am the sizzle.
The sizzle. Yeah, you should change your name to that.
Yeah. How's it going, gentlemen?
Well, we're about to get into Zach's drama fest for the week, and I can't wait.
I thought he already talked to somebody about that.
If he did, I didn't hear it. I didn't.
God.
He wasn't on Strange's show last night. I
was on Strange's show the night before last night.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear it, but
I don't think he's put it on YouTube yet.
Well, so I don't have the scoop. That's okay with me. I still want to hear what happened.
There's a lot that happened.
By the way, Strange. Well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get this in. Strange emailed me today. First of all, worried because my phone apparently was disconnected, and I didn't know that till Zach told me. Zach was more aware of my phone being disconnected than I was. But Strange had apparently emailed me and said, I'm sorry for having been on my show for 4 hours last night. I don't want you to think that I'm, moving in on your territory. I'm like, dude, I don't have a patent on 4-hour shows, and Ben's a grown man. He can go wherever he wants. And you can have whoever you want on. But that was very thoughtful of Strange. Very out of character for him to be that thoughtful. But it was a good show from what I heard of it. I think it may still be going, but that was good. It surprised me for you to turn up, because the last time you two were in a room here together, I almost felt like it was about to get awkward because you guys were arguing for and against empires in general and expansion. And it was weird to hear you in a Strange, video, but whatever. It was cool.
I mean, he invited me on and wanted me to read some of my stuff, so, why not?
Yeah. So, Zach, you were on the night before, but it hasn't premiered?
No, I mean, it's on Facebook, and you can find the video there, but I don't think he's uploaded it to YouTube. I think he waits a couple days usually.
Okay. All right. Now, go ahead. Without further ado, I want a story with the beginning, middle, and end. I want to know the whole cast, the menagerie of characters here. I want it all.
Okay, you will get it all. There are 2 stories I have to tell. The first one involves me. What is that?
By the way,
Mm-hmm.
the link's in the chat if anybody actually wants to come on and,
Put that in the private chat.
Oh.
But he put it in the public one, too. I can see it.
There.
Okay.
Well, there it is again. I'll just delete the previous one so I don't look as desperate.
Yeah, I put it out there.
Please
for
love
anyone
us.
Who saw it and wants to actually continue the dialogue that they ended prematurely because they're a bunch of wusses.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it started off innocently enough, and I wasn't looking to stir up drama. Like, literally, I had no intention that any drama would result from this, because Justin Burnett, who I had, talked to multiple occasions and written a ton of articles for his website, not recently because I've gotten out of reviewing, but just, 2019, 2019, I put a ton of stuff up there. But anyway, he published he wrote an article for the site that was a review of Thomas Ligotti's Teatro Grotesque, I think that's how you say it.
Yeah.
One of his fiction collections. And I commented on there truthfully, because that's what I do, saying, I love Thomas Ligotti's fiction, but the real dude is a sad little goblin, in reference to his, stupid anti-natalist philosophy.
Anti-natalism is inherently it's like water-brained. First of all, I know that everybody channels this one text as the keystone of anti-natalism. Better never to have been born at all. Something like that by Eugene O'Neill or something. Fucking gay. I mean, I've seen a guy shit on a dick and it was less gay than that.
Wow.
Okay, go ahead, Zach.
I don't know. That last one's pretty gay, but no, I said okay. I said that. Well, John, I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I'm just going to say Paget. John Paget.
I think it's
replied-
Paget. I think it's
Are you
John
sure
Paget.
it's not? Are you sure it's not faggot?
Oh no,
It may be Paget.
it's well, yeah, it might be Paget. I don't know, but I will say that I read that ventriloquism book, and I thought it was pretty darn good. It was
He is
excellent book.
talented.
Okay, so I'll call him Dummy Boy then.
He is talented, though. I will say that I did enjoy that book. There's no.
Yeah, that was a very good book. So
That
regardless
book
of
is
what
really
anything else that you may say about him, Zach, I do have to give him props because that was a darn good book. So
I'm
I agree.
disappointed.
I almost bought it one time. It looks awesome.
Mhm.
Anyway, he commented on there and it was all annoying, saying he has known Ligotti for years, and the real man is a kind, generous, humorous, good-hearted, blah blah blah. And I said he may be, but he may be, but his philosophy on life, makes me believe otherwise. And then I justified with his philosophy why I'm allowed to objectively call him a sad little goblin. Okay, so after that, I get blocked. And I'm like, okay. But I decide to, make a post about it saying that I got blocked basically for telling John Paget that Ligotti needed some love. And the thing is, I did say that. Because one of John Paget's replies to me was that his philosophy stems from his mental illness or something like that. And I said, if anyone is mentally ill and believes in that type of philosophy, like wholeheartedly, they need some love. They need support because they've gone down just pretty much the darkest road you can go down if you really believe that. And they need help. And after that point, that's when I was dropped or blocked. Well, okay, so I make.
So hold on before you go on, right? So it started out you were just making a snide, offhanded comment on
Yes.
an acquaintance's post about John Ligotti. I mean Thomas Ligotti's work or something, right? So it was a snide little remark, saying he was a sad little goblin, and for some reason, I understand why a guy would want to defend his friend, but at the same time, right? Why would you want to why feel a need to defend him when, first of all, it's just a snide remark? Who cares? Second of all, Thomas Ligotti's not even on the internet, right? He'll never know that some random dude said he was a sad little troll, right? Who cares, Or a sad little goblin rather, right?
Maybe he just wanted to say, put it out there. I know my hero. I've known him too.
Well, yeah, maybe so. And I guess
Yeah.
that's fine or whatever. But it seems so unnecessary, right? And is it unnecessary that you called him a sad little goblin? Yeah, but come on, who cares, right? It's, I understand why you called him that. But here's my question to you: you call him a sad little goblin. How come not a sad little man? Like, why goblin? Is the phrase goblin? Is the word goblin or the term goblin means something that I don't quite understand what it means, or you just said goblin?
Well, I come to it from this now.
Okay.
Honestly, the main answer is that it's just a snide remark, so goblin sounds funny. But on the other hand, after reading his philosophy book, Conspiracy Against the Human Race, someone with those thoughts can only be termed a goblin. Because it's at that point they're kind of like turning over their humanity card and literally becoming an enemy against the human race. And I would say that goblin is a good umbrella term for that.
I've got a question. Why
okay.
do you take it so personally? That's what I don't understand.
Why does Paget take it so personally?
No. Why does Zach take Ligotti's work so personally?
That's a good question.
What am I missing about it?
I don't really take it personally. That remark is, as I said, was a snide remark.
Okay.
I've only been getting into these arguments recently because in reaction to all the freaking cosmic horror Illuminati people, all the freaking gray-haired people that go to Lovecraft conventions have been annoying the heck out of me. Now
They hate him, but they still celebrate his creations.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, to make the story proceed further, I make that post in which I say I got blocked by John Pagay for saying Lovecraft needed some love, and not love, Ligotti needed some love, and that people who defend that type of philosophy of Ligotti's are, I think I said, satanic and stupid, something like that. I can't remember exactly. I can go back and look at it. And one of the dudes has screenshots, so he knows exactly what I said. Maybe he can come back up here and tell us. Anyway, I said that, and nothing happens. Hours go by. At 11 at night, when I'm reading and I'm about to go to bed, my phone starts going off. And I look at the freaking, I see that I have a ton of Facebook notifications. And Nathan Carson, who, he's the dude who wrote Star Creek for.
Oh, I know who he is. Yeah, and he also can only play in bands with female vocalists, I guess, because I don't know why. Yeah, I know who he is. He tried to involve himself in all my business at one time too. Yeah, he's a gangly little. I don't. Oh God, he makes me so angry. I don't even have words. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so he commented on there, as well as a dude named. His first name was Scott. I keep blanking on his last name because it's so unremarkable.
It's like Dwyer or something like that.
Dwyer, yeah, something like
that.
It wasn't Unfried, was it? Unfried? Please tell me it wasn't. Okay.
No. And the Scott dude, he had actually been there in the original spat on Justin's post with Paget. I hate saying it like that. Paget. Let's just say John. On John, the original spat between me and John, he had commented something on there like an artist's work doesn't define who they are or something. I said, yeah, but Ligotti's writing a nonfiction book about his philosophy on life, so you can honestly read that and tell a lot about the author because they're literally giving you their outlook on life. But that's another point. Okay, so Nathan Carson and the Scott dude are like tag teaming me at the same time. So I get on there and I start responding to them and stuff. And they start commenting like in between the posts. They'll go back to Justin's original post and comment. They'll go on my original post or my post and comment. And so I'm arguing both of these guys, and in my defense, or their defense, no, not really, but I'm getting a little meaner than I should have. I'm probably getting very mean just because I'm annoyed. And then they start taking that like, you're not being a really good Christian. You're real mean for a Christian.
It is not their place to determine what is a good Christian because all they see in it is guy in the sky, space father or whatever. That's all. Their generalizations are all they know about Christianity. It is not your place. Go ahead.
Yeah. But anyway, they do other really stupid things. Like the Scott dude is telling me, man, you're wanting to tank your wannabe writing career so fast. And I'm like, yeah, like this dude who I don't even know who he is going to tell me I'm never going to work in this town again.
They are terrified of breaking ranks and having their own opinions. Listen to how they group up like that. Totally without any independent thought. This is everything Strange and myself and Zach and others have been saying forever. They continue to practice it and don't get it. This is why you fucks are losing every election. Yeah. Proceed, Zach.
Then they do another thing, and I know you hate these terms. I do too. But it's like a dang textbook example of freaking gaslighting. And I didn't even really know what that meant until yesterday, just because I don't care about all that freaking nonsense debate jargon.
All this college slang.
Yeah, but what they did is exactly like that. Like they're telling me I'm lying about stuff, and they're nitpicking little things in my comments. Like, for instance, the best example, and this is why I brought up that I had said on my my post on my wall that I was blocked for saying Thomas Ligotti needed some love. The dude is Nathan Carson is trying to say that I didn't say that, and they're trying to tell me that like I'm lying, and I'm like, dude, all of these posts are public. I'm not lying. You're just nitpicking on things and trying to come up with some kind of false argument out of that. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
And
they were trying to say
persisting.
that you're not admitting to the, your crew that you called him a sad little goblin is what they're trying to get
No,
at, right?
it wasn't that. That they knew
Oh.
that. It's that they were trying to say that the whole point is I called John Paget an idiot, and that's why.
Oh, okay.
No, the truth was in that post, I said people who subscribe to that view are morons, and I told them that because they're trying to trying to tell me like they think me calling him an idiot is like winning the argument because it shows my character is flawed. And I'm like, I said anyone who subscribes to that philosophical outlook is a moron. And in John, whatever his name's case, if the shoe fits, then it fits. So I'm not backing down from calling him that. And they keep trying to say that I'm lying. And I have to keep pointing out everything is public. There's no way I can lie because first off, I don't lie. Second off, there's no way I can because everyone can go back and look at the comments, ironically, except me because I'm blocked from all of them. And so that goes on for a while. And then we just keep going back and forth about various things. They start bashing Christianity. The funniest part is when Scott said something like, oh, I bet the reason Nathan's attacking you is because demons are controlling him. I told him he's acting like a fedora wearer, like making a comment like that. And then just take a guess what Nathan Carson replies to that.
I couldn't guess what.
He says, is that code for Jew? And I'm like, what? No, it's code for neckbeard. Like, what the heck?
Has he not heard that before? Who hasn't heard the fucking fedora jokes? They're old hat at this point.
Hang on.
Oh.
Hang on. I've got a nice picture of Nathan Carson here. If you'll just hang on 1 second. Here we go. There he is. That's good old Nathan for you.
I didn't think about that. That's right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, okay, at that point, Justin Burnett, because it's all, keep in mind, part of this is happening on my post. Another part is happening on Justin Burnett's original post, which was annoying as heck because half the time I didn't know whose post I was commenting on.
Basically, Facebook is fucking stained with rancid drama cum.
Yeah. Okay, so Justin gets on there and writes a kind of novel-length post.
Oh, they always do. They've got the. Oh man, they care so much. They care so much about the stupidest shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he does that, and I'm assuming that he's kind of cutting ties with me in it. I can't remember because I couldn't read the whole post before I was freaking blocked. So I get blocked from the whole thing. And I do say, I'm not necessarily apologizing per se. I don't like that I started drama on Justin Burnett's post, even though it wasn't my fault. If everything could be done over, I would want drama specifically just on my post, not his, because he didn't really have anything to do with it. But regardless, okay, so I'm blocked from the whole thing. I know they're probably going on about it, afterwards, but I can't reply or anything. So I put up a new post saying, I'm still here. This is the new place where we can finish this. And then later today, I told them that, or put on Facebook, that they can easily come to this thing, get in, and we'll keep talking about it.
They won't. They won't.
Yeah, I know they won't. They're a bunch of wusses.
I'll tell you what, though. If they do, I will mute and stay out of it completely and let you guys duke it out.
I would like that.
But I just don't think they have it in them.
No, I don't either. The other funny thing is freaking the Scott dude kept going on. Man, I've got screenshots to prove that you're a liar. I've got screenshots to prove you're a horrible person, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, this is all public. Why are you taking screenshots? It's not like you're
Didn't he call
digging
you a
up dirt.
coronavirus denier or something?
Huh?
He called you a coronavirus denier, I think.
I don't remember. Oh, yeah. They started. I think at one point, Kevin Strange jumped in there, and then they looked back at his Facebook post and like, oh, man, this is the type of person Zach hangs out with, science deniers, et cetera,
Yeah.
et cetera.
What's the matter, boys? Are you afraid of getting the sniffles? Because that's all this is about. Is just a major case of the sniffles, you fucking pussies.
Yeah, I mean, in the post that they showed wasn't even saying that anybody denied that it was going on, right? It was just questioning the mainstream narrative, like that's like a big deal, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay. So Gregor
Yeah.
has seen all of this. Is anything I'm saying wrong? Am I lying? Am I freaking gaslighting? Am I doing anything?
No, you're not. No, I mean it's all very silly, right? I mean everything you're saying is factual. I mean, as far as can be being pulled from memory and not showing the actual screenshots or whatever. But I mean, yeah, I mean it's basically yes, you know. So I mean,
Yes. Yeah, so did
I mean
you
it's
get
all
that
it's all
vibe
silly.
when
I
they
mean,
started?
I just you know, it just
No, it
the whole
is
thing
silly.
is dumb. I mean,
But
it's just
did you
dumb.
get that vibe when they were like trying to tell me I was lying? Like you were just wondering, what the heck are they talking about? Because there's nothing I'm lying about, and everything is public. Like if you're gonna lie about something, you're gonna make something like a post or something for friends only, or something like that that can't be verified. Everything in question was public, and like I said, ironically, the only person who can't see everything is me because I'm blocked.
Yeah, I mean the entire thing is like, who cares, right? I mean, in my opinion, it's just like such a dumb drama over something so little, right? I mean, it's
It
just
is.
so petty, right? I mean, who cares?
Yeah.
You know,
But in my
Thomas
defense,
Thomas
though,
Ligotti can take it, right? I mean, he could take it that some unknown dude on the internet is calling him a goblin. I mean, he could take it, you know?
Potbelly goblin.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Literal vampire potbelly goblins are hobbling round coming at
Maybe
you.
that's where it comes from.
My
Maybe I
spirit
was
gets
subconsciously
low.
freaking thinking of that song.
that is a great song, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first of the drama. Are you ready for the second part of the drama?
Oh, am I?
Yeah, I'm ready. Hopefully this happened on Twitter.
No, I'm off Twitter.
Okay.
No, basically, two of the three books that I've had published, for the past year or so, are just gone, poof, out of existence from Amazon because Kensington Gore, they're a UK-based publisher, and they're a little bigger over there than they are here. Like I know all of my sales from them were actually UK-based. I barely sold anything here. People in the UK were actually buying my books, which was cool, but no one here was. Anyway.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you did. So they published over 100 books. I mean, they publish a lot. And they're just a kind of micro, not really on anyone's radar horror press. Like they put out good stuff, but they're just not in I guess the horror circle that people associate, the main ones like Deadeye and all the new ones you see popping up like Crystal Lake Publishing and Death's Head Press and whatever those other ones are. I know there's a ton of them that actually get a whole lot of traffic. Kensington Gore wasn't like that. It was basically just a passion project that, all these mostly UK-based horror writers are putting out very normal, not extreme, just middle-of-the-road horror novels. And one of their books from 3 years ago got flagged, reported, something like that. And I don't know which book, but Amazon basically decided over that one book to delete Kensington Gore's Kindle Direct Publishing account, which is how they, A, got their books on Kindle, and B, in paperback. They'd just been using Amazon this whole time like everyone else. And since they did that over that one book, over 100 books are just freaking gone from the world.
Now, that was them that did this? So they did this?
Amazon did this, yes.
but at the same time as all this is going on,
Huh?
you don't see the connection, or
No, I don't really think there is a connect. I mean, there may be. Maybe
you don't think that they got in touch with some publishing buddy and went and looked for some kind of reason to sack someone who published you?
it's very possible. This all could be the work of the freaking gray-haired cosmic horror Illuminati.
That's what they really mean when they say, "Man, what did they say? Your career is going up in smoke or something." Is that what they said?
They told me that I'm sabotaging or tanking my wannabe writing career.
Really, it sounds like they are.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a correlation. I'm not saying there's not.
You know what you know what I do? You know what I would do when they would do that to me? They would flag me down or get me banned for 30 days and all this other shit. You know what I would do? I would just go twice as hard, 3 times as hard on it. And I would always have backup accounts, so they really weren't touching my shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, in this case, I can't really do anything because, I mean, my books are published through them, and all they had was, they were just...
Your books are out of print now, but you can take them somewhere else, right?
I could. At this point, to be honest, I'm not going to with those 2 books. Even though I'm proud of them, I just don't see myself as a horror writer, and everything that I've got, like the novel I'm working up now, isn't a horror novel. The novel coming out from Nihilism Revised isn't a horror novel, and Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast isn't a horror novel. So I'm just kind of letting that be in the past. They've said that the books may come back in print because they're working at getting Amazon to like go back and actually put everything back up. That might happen, and they say that there are cases where it does happen.
I'm trying to understand why. What was it that Amazon took exception with Kensington? What?
It was one book, one random book published like 3 years ago.
You don't know what it was?
No, they won't tell us what it was, and they won't tell us why. And that's basically all we know. One book had something troubling in it, so therefore 100 books have to go away.
I mean, it had to be something like a copyright thing or something, you know?
I don't know. It might have been content. I remember Death's Head Press had major problems with that one erotic horror anthology that they put out.
What was the issue? You have any idea?
It was the content, which is weird because
what content was a question? What content was questionable?
It was erotic horror, so I guess that was it. The too much sex and violence, which is weird because there's tons of books on Amazon that are probably way worse.
Right.
Well, I've got Kensington Gore's diary on my Kindle. I didn't even know that I had one of his books.
Oh, so they didn't take all the Kindle books off? Like they didn't just disappear?
No, yours is still there. His is still there. I mean, yeah, they don't do that once it's in your, whole deal. I mean,
I thought they could.
They can, but I don't know that they would.
Well, and even when things go out of print, you still own your copy. So,
yeah, I think the only time they've yanked them is for licensing reasons.
Right.
Yeah. So hopefully, I mean, it kind of sucks. I mean, I'm not really like upset about it or anything, but it's like, I'm a writer who's constantly building up a bibliography, and it's like all of a sudden, prematurely, and not of my own accord, 2 of them are just like gone. I mean, I put a lot of hours into those books. And
every writer goes through some variation of this, though, right? At some point or another. I mean, things change about this operation or that one or this publishing arm, or they don't republish this book because they didn't like it, how it came out, or
Well, it's a little different because I think what you're thinking of, these books that go out of print become rarities because there were actual print runs at the beginning, so there are copies out there. This is a case of just modern day digital print on demand paperbacks plus the standard Kindle. So there's not really, they're pretty much yanked from existence at this point.
No, I'm telling you, I'm looking at it right here.
I mean, you are on your Kindle, but I'm saying as far as other people being able to access them. It's like,
I did go on bookshop.org, and it does look like they're still on there.
that's good. But yeah, at this point, I'm not really going to take them. I'm not going to put them back in print just because that's not the type of stuff I really want to be writing. But if Kensington Gore can get this fixed, I'm going to let them, put my books back in print because I have an obligation to them. Because I mean, they put time and money into editing, covering, and all that, so they deserve that at least. But in a very odd kind of way, it's kind of relaxing, sort of, because I'd really grown apart from those books, to be honest. And it's kind of cool seeing them not be there anymore. It's kind of like a whole new start thing, because now I've got Swamp Beast out, which is my favorite of those three that were published. And then, the new one coming out, and then the one I'm writing now, which will be done soon, I'll probably self-publish it or give it to Kensington Gore if they can figure out a way to publish it.
So did you write those horror books back in the day when you were just a sad little goblin?
Yes, I did. It was pre-baptism, so those books were definitely freaking gory and degenerate. And Jeremy knows; he's read both of them.
Well, yeah, but what's the problem? I mean, I don't understand. What's the problem with that? I mean,
I'm not really going to say there's a problem with it. It just
literature of that
I don't feel like writing that now. It's not a reflection of what
literature of that sort is supposed to be degenerate.
Yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean that I want to promote degeneracy. But I'm not like going on a crusade against it. I'm just saying that as a person, like as a creative, those are the art objects that I've created. I look at and I kind of, shriek and go, those were from the before times. But that's basically the gist of it.
Yeah, those are goblin books.
Yeah, those were Zach Goblin books. That's exactly what they were.
So is there more to the story, or is that it?
That's it for now. Because, I understand that Kensington Gore is going pretty heavily into trying to get this figured out. And maybe
now, Zach,
down legal avenues even. But
Zach, Jeremy said he wanted stories with beginning, middles, and ends, right, Jeremy? So
yes,
that's a failure. That second story is pretty much a failure.
Now, this is the end of the beginning.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I don't follow.
You're not supposed to follow.
Okay.
There is no narrative.
Yeah. I was apparently so zonked out the other night that I spent $44 on a fetish video, and I don't remember. but I did enjoy it. I don't know if it was worth $44, but I didn't.
Did you rent it or did you purchase it?
That wasn't you buying it. It was the goblin inside.
Oh, at least you bought it. At least you didn't spend $44 to rent it.
Oh, I don't masturbate much. You spent 44.
We got you, Jeremy.
No. It's okay that
Listen,
Jeremy, it is okay that you're a degenerate coomer. It's okay.
You don't understand, though. I really had not in about 3 or 4 months, and this weekend I broke it. I broke that commitment. So.
How many months?
So
3 or 4. 3 or 4.
I thought you said 34. Okay.
3 or
I was
4.
under the impression this had been going on for years.
3 or 4 without even missing it. Well, every now and then you've got to make sure the mechanisms still work and everything, right? So it's just maintenance is all,
Yeah, tell yourself that.
Snort was like, that goes along with this video. It's like, that should be the soundtrack.
So was it like a maintenance fetish video?
No.
It's face sitting.
Yeah, it was. I don't know what it is. It's just the. It's both like the psychological component of being forced to confront something big and gross, and it's blocking you in. I don't know. It's just something about it.
You just like butts.
That too, yeah.
Well,
So how long is this video?
2 hours.
2 hours.
I thought you said 44 minutes.
No,
No.
He said he spent $44 on it.
Keep your voices down.
But it was 2 hours long, man. That's. Was there a story involved or no story? Just clips.
Clips.
Okay.
It turns out it was the first 2 seasons of My Little Pony.
No.
Was there any furry action in it?
No.
Well, good. If it was, we'd have to kick you out because we can put up with anything except furries.
No fur.
Hey, Gregor, on actual cool news, next weekend, next Sunday, Thomas Monteleone has agreed to come on, so we get to ask him all the freaking Mothman questions.
Now, what did he write, though? I don't.
Oh, he's written a ton of stuff. He's kind of at this point like an elder statesman. Like, I mean, he was featured in Paperbacks from Hell. I mean, he's written a ton of stuff. And
Okay, well, tell me something.
what's that one I read? Phantasma. It's an old Tor paperback. I'm blanking on title.
I know that this guy taught a workshop class that you went to, right?
Yeah, the Borderlands Press workshop, and he also runs Borderlands Press, which like puts out these like limited edition chat books that are like mainly collections for like bigger horror writers. Like I know I got one. The only one I have is a little aqua book of Monster Tales by David J. Scow, but they put out little chat books from everyone.
See, he won
Ed
the Bram
Gorman,
Stoker.
Dennis Etchison.
He won the Bram Stoker Award for The Blood of the Lamb.
He wrote Night Things and Night Train. I think are 2 that are relatively well known. I think
Lyrica, Ozymandias, The Secret Sea, The Time Swept City. Okay, I've not heard of any of these. But
Yeah, basically he was just one of the paperback horror boom guys that had a ton of books out in the 80s.
Hey, Jeremy's got one called The Face Sitters. You might want to take a look at that one.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I
cool.
actually did start a new story that's showing some promise, though.
Just don't talk about it.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
don't
the thing,
talk
though.
about
I mean, I want to talk. If I'm writing it, I want to talk about it. That's the problem.
But you're putting energy into talking about it instead of writing it. You need to let the story live where it lives, basically.
Well, yeah, but
You need like Kevin Strange or something to just come over to your house, put a gun to your fucking head, and say, "Right, bitch."
I don't know that I would be able to satisfactorily write a novel under Strange's purview. It's just this whole just right thing. It's not getting into the core of my hang-ups. Every time I hear it, it makes it a little more distant from me feeling confident to do it. When they just right, get it all out. No, it does not. It's not working for me. It does not work that way.
You've
And I
got
know
to
that
make
everybody-
yourself do it.
No.
Yes.
There are different. Everybody has a different way, though. That's the thing.
Everybody does have a different way, but you need to like go about that way by actually doing it. It's like everyone might have a different way, but they're still doing it. It's like you're missing the doing it part.
Yeah, but I mean, if I don't have anybody to talk to about it, then I mean, it's like I don't even know why I'm.
So when you
Your
do talk to
Microsoft
about it, right? Does
Word
it
account
make it
is-
to where that you don't feel like you need to actually do the work afterwards, right? Because I mean, I'm like Zach. I don't want to talk about a story in progress, but if it doesn't impact your ability to actually get it done, I don't care if you talk about it.
It makes it feel more real to me. Yeah.
I mean, you can tell us about it. I mean, have you finished that story about the alien running around on his boobs?
You're
You're about to say I talked about it.
I add to it every week or two, and I'm happy with what I add, but to rush it, I don't feel like would do any justice to it. I mean, I have a picture of where I want to go, where it's and I'm moving things along slowly at a snail pace, I admit, but
I think you need to try.
So what's this new story
outlining
about? What's
seriously. Like other than telling us about it, how about you outline it or just talk, like write down what you like about it in like a conversational way, like what you would be telling us about it. And then you have that to look back at, and then you can write it.
And what? How do I mean? Well, if I talk about it on here, how do I know somebody else won't run with the idea?
Yeah, that's another thing too.
Well, we'll just find them and cut off their arms and legs if they copy you.
I really like.
How about you talk to us in private? That would kind of fix both things. I know you messaged me about it. I thought it sounded pretty cool.
Mm. Well,
With that type of high concept thing, you probably shouldn't talk about it.
Well, whatever.
It sounds like you're deflated now.
Yeah. It's like I finally had some good news, and it's now it's.
There is no more good news. Good news is a thing of the past. Everything sucks.
Ben, what do you think? Do you think I'm right, or do you think I'm like being too harsh?
About what?
Telling him that he just under no circumstances should talk about it on air.
It's worth trying if talking about it stymies him so much.
Yeah, but shouldn't he talk about it off air so people don't steal it?
Yeah. Well, I don't even. Do we even get enough listeners to who think well enough of us to want to steal our rating ideas?
That's true. You could only help, right? By actually making something interesting.
Yeah, most of the people who probably hate listening to this are just like, it's stupid.
Yeah.
You think we actually get hate listeners?
Oh yeah,
I'm sure we do.
It seems
you
like
guys,
most of
Zach.
our listeners listen after the fact. Like a lot of them don't tune in while we're live; they listen to it later. It seems like, because I see like all kinds of they have all kinds of views, but I don't. I mean, I never see them here live, so I don't know.
I think. I mean, it's like Frank said, he had to listen to
In
like
pieces.
6. Yeah, he has to listen in pieces because we go on for too long.
And Strange was worried I was going to take offense because he did a 4-hour show, like, and he thought I was going to feel like, oh man, I've got the market cornered on 4-hour shows.
What's up?
What was that?
It's something Gregor sent me on Facebook. I thought I had the sound off, but I didn't.
Is it important?
It looks like it's a fat woman running naked through Costco. So yes, it's of the utmost importance.
Is it the motherfucker girl?
No, it's just like some obese goblin woman running through Costco screaming at people.
You see the goblins, they're popping up
naked.
everywhere. They
She's
really are
naked though,
coming after
fully naked.
Well,
Yes.
hey, you have
Birthday suit.
you guys. I don't know if you remember this, but Nathan revealed, like I didn't even know this, but Nathan, when he was on here, revealed that apparently guests can use the share screen too. So you guys could use the share screen if you wanted down there. You can see it, right?
We can't share that on Facebook, otherwise this is going to get pulled down.
I mean, you can't. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to show it on YouTube. I don't think.
I could edit it out later.
I don't. No. I don't think they can.
I just
pull
don't
down
know
the
it's worth
screen.
the trouble, but I mean, you're able to see something that exists on Facebook, right?
Well, yeah.
I can just put it in the private chat here, and you can take a look
Okay.
at it on your own.
What is-
Yeah, we can just play. See if we can just play the audio.
What is the deal with this?
Here, take a look at it.
Crazy cunt.
Is she
Crazy
hot?
fat bitch.
Is she hot?
Yeah,
No.
she's you might think so.
Yes.
I mean,
I mean, yes.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That booty dough.
BBW. BBW.
That booty dough.
BBW.
We found the perfect wife for Jeremy.
Look at all that cottage cheese. Num num. All that cottage cheese.
That cellulite dough.
saggy titties.
The fact that this is real is just crazy. Oh, it's Home Depot. It's not Costco.
It looked like Costco to me. Whatever. Big box
No.
store.
Yeah, there she is in all her gory glory. And there come this content is no longer available. So it just got zapped.
Oh, just now?
Yep.
Wow.
I'm watching it.
Okay.
Oh, heck, she's coming back.
I think there's a way to save this.
I mean, that's free. You don't even have to pay $44 on that one.
Man, it's like one of those freaking naked nightmares that you have where you'll be in freaking public, but in her case, it's real.
It doesn't sound like it's a fucking nightmare to her.
Yeah, what's going on? She's actually like yelling at people for yelling at her.
I suspect she's schizophrenic or something.
Yeah, but it's pretty amazing that she's like, like defending herself, like, fuck you guys.
Got it.
Yeah, you can masturbate to that later.
Just for maintenance.
Yeah, just for cleaning the pipes.
Yeah. You guys think I'm bullshitting, but I'm serious.
No, I actually don't think you are. I think you are serious.
Home Depot BBW.
Exposed.
Okay. I wonder what her name is.
I'm sure.
Where was it posted? Where was it posted?
A person sent it to me via email.
I mean,
it was like on some kind of page, so it wasn't like it didn't tell you where it was from.
I want to interview her.
I don't think she knows how to use technology.
You need to find the dang mother. How'd she say it? Motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, you need to find her.
I'm trying to help you. You need Jesus, motherfucker.
She would probably watch this and it's like, how did the little people get into that tiny screen?
Okay, well, I think I just saw a brown recluse and now I've lost it. So.
Well.
Oh, you better watch out, man.
I turned around for a second to get something to kill it with, and now it's gone.
It's on your back.
Well, the COVID-19 isn't going to get him, but the brown recluse is.
That'd be terrible. You'd get that flesh-eating disease if a brown recluse.
I know. I've seen the pictures. Oh.
I fucking hate spiders in general.
Yeah, I do too.
I had a teacher in high school that told us the story of how she got bit by a brown recluse, and like all she did was go to the doctor and they gave her a shot and it was better.
Maybe it was a baby.
Huh?
I'm sure
Maybe she's lying.
It's probably preventable if you get it, treated early. It's when you just sit there and let it fester and you walk around with open wounds. It's just like, what are you looking at? Stop looking at me.
Yeah, I guess most people probably don't know what a brown recluse looks like, or they don't even see that that's what bit them, and that's when you run into a problem.
Are they big or tiny?
They're pretty big, and they're kind of hairy too, aren't they?
Yeah, pull up a picture.
Since nobody wanted to come and defend their really weak position against Zach, I guess we're going to raise his hand and they can eat defeat on this one.
Heck yeah. Now I feel bad because your dang energy level went from like normal to zero after I told
you should have let me spoil my own story. Yeah.
I should have. I feel bad.
I think you still can.
Yeah, you still can. We're not. I won't say.
You can do whatever you want.
It's kind of like a not really bleak, but like I don't know, like industrialized future. How do I say it? Not dystopian, but
a happy future is a thing of the past.
Okay, it's a future where people have seen that entertainers are prone to substance abuse and are generally train wrecks and will eventually either overdose or get arrested. And so they start leaning on, advanced robotics in order to make entertainers, right?
Well, we've already known that entertainers suck. I mean, it's been pretty established that most creative types are terrible, terrible fucking people, present company included.
Yeah, but now they got a solution, though. They got robots, is what he's saying, right?
Yeah. So Judd Kane, the main character, he's a huge fan of this female singer named Esper. Someone has just tried to kill her at the concert.
Oh, you're talking about your story. I'm stupid.
Another fan has just tried to kill her, with a gun on stage, and he saved her. But he can't get out of his head the things that the crazy fan was saying about her. She's not even human. From there, things spiral until him and his, favorite, female singer of a metal band are on the run, basically. And
I do like that idea.
That's a pretty cool idea.
So he does. I mean, it's not common knowledge that these celebrities have been replaced by androids. Is that what you're saying?
Working on that. I'm still working on that. I think they're aware of the technology, but that it's in, it's not revealed. There's only rumors of who is and who isn't, and people think they can spot it, but they're all just theories.
Okay, all right.
Maybe they release it to the media in such a way that we won't have this technology available for like another 10 years, but we're working on it. When really they've already put it into effect. See?
Yeah.
So,
for some reason, that kind of reminds me of a video I sent Gregor and Ben.
A video of Gregor and Ben?
Oh, it's a video I sent.
You promised to
as
keep
robots.
that private.
Huh?
As robots.
I said you promised to keep that private.
Where the heck is it? Now I can't.
What I immediately thought of was that fantastic hey video.
Are you
I don't
guys
know what that is.
Do you guys interact on Facebook Live or something? What is this? I don't know.
No,
On Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Yeah, Messenger.
I'm telling you.
While he's pulling that up, you should type in "fantastic hey" on YouTube. See if you can find that.
You guys really need to jettison Facebook, man. It's miserable. No, I've seen this. Did you say I feel fantastic? Is that it?
Yeah.
Holy shit! I was just looking at this a few days ago. Yeah, it's spooky, and I can't find an explanation for it.
Evening, Frank.
Wow.
Holy shit! Okay, you get the idea.
Yeah, I get the idea. So somebody missing? What's going on here? Jeremy has disappeared.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
All right. Wait a minute. Who was that just came in here for a second? I was going to let them on. Syvanne the Nihilist, it looked like.
Sven the Nihilist? I didn't see that, but
Sven the Nihilist is S.C. Burke.
Sweet.
Oh, well, hey,
Hey, he's no wait.
Frank.
SC, I guess if you come back in, we can let you on, but I did say 9:30, I think. But,
Yeah, we're going to have Mike on in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
Yeah, I let him know that I'd be sending him the link at 7 our time.
Mm-hmm. Hang on one second. You can talk amongst yourselves while I just iron this out.
Well,
Can you, while you're doing that, Zach, can you do a share screen to pull up that video that you put in?
Yeah.
Is it a video of Is it actually a video of Justin Bieber turning into a lizard man?
Oh yeah.
No, it's that one that I sent. You saw it, Greg.
Yeah, turd-colored scales.
That's the funny part. It's just
Yeah, I believe it though. I believe that Justin Bieber turned into a
says it
lizard
works
man.
best with 2 monitors. I guess that doesn't really matter.
2 monitors.
Okay, can you see it?
No, not yet.
It's not letting me.
Okay, just tell me.
Actually, yeah, the link's in the private chat, so you can just put that in on your end, Jeremy.
All right. And what is this again?
A very entertaining video about Justin Bieber.
Yeah, we all know that how much you love Justin Bieber.
Hmm.
You know how much you want his boy pussy.
Why is that a phrase? Boy, why did that?
Justin Bieber shapeshifted into a reptilian while greeting fans who had waited for him to arrive at Perth Airport, Australia,
Oh shit!
according to hundreds of witnesses who took to social media and were interviewed by local press after the incident. One witness, interviewed by news outlet Perth Now, said that all hell broke loose in the airport after Justin Bieber shapeshifted in front of his fans. There were girls hiding in toilets, crying. Guys were running for the exits, jumping in taxis to get out of there. Perth Now briefly published an article about the incident on Sunday featuring multiple interviews with witnesses. However, within an hour of publication the article was taken down and scrubbed from the internet, but not before alert readers captured screenshots of the article and proof that it appeared on Google. Perth Now has not responded to questions about why they deleted the article from their website, or if they were acting under outside orders. It would not be the first time a news outlet or social media platform was forced to censor content relating to celebrity reptilian shape-shifting, with Twitter notorious for deleting tweets and user accounts whenever a famous figure is seen in reptilian form by members of the public. The Perth Now article quoted witnesses that saw Bieber with eyes with a black stripe down the middle and big scaly claws that were lashing out angrily. One traumatized fan with tickets for Bieber's upcoming concerts claimed she won't be going to any now. No way. Despite the removal of the article from the internet, the reptilian sightings continued the next morning, after Bieber left his $25,000 a night Chairman's Villa hotel room at Crown Towers and was spotted in camouflage shorts and white t-shirt at nearby Leaderville Skate Park. He was hanging around with this big guy, his bodyguard I guess, and we were just staring because he kept turning into a huge reptile, said a local skater. His bodyguard was pointing at us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. There were multiple accounts of seeing Bieber with greenish-brown claws, and one account claiming they saw him covered in turd-colored scales. The others claim to have seen a smart hitmaker in full female reptilian form. Really big, like way over 6 foot, slitty little reptile eyes, curves, and covered in scales. Experts claim Bieber belongs to the Babylonian Brotherhood, a group of shape-shifting reptilian humanoids determined to control the world and usher in the New World Order. According to historians, there have been sightings of reptilians around the world at regular intervals throughout history. However, it is widely believed that we are now in a golden age of reptilian sightings. There is a belief that the world is gaining consciousness, waking up, and that the veil is slowly lifting. It is said that Justin Bieber, a member of the dominant reptilian Illuminati bloodline, is becoming one of the most commonly sighted shape-shifting reptilians in the world. Two people watching the same scene will not necessarily both be able to discern the shape-shifting reptilian. However, experts are saying that more people than ever before have developed the ability to witness reptilians manifest in their true form.
My God, David Icke's one of them too?
It looks like it in that picture.
Yeah.
I did look it up. Perth Now is a real news site.
I'm gonna send Mike the link.
Yeah, I believe that this is all probably true.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
there is a moment in an old Bush senior interview where there is an anomaly with his eyes that is clearly obvious, and it's not a freeze frame. I mean, it's genuinely something fucked up with his
Is
eyes.
it Bush Senior or is it Bush or is it W?
I said senior, yeah.
Okay, I can't. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I thought it was W. But you're saying it was Senior, huh?
It was Bush Senior, yeah, and it wasn't a trick of the light. I mean, something was going on. I'm not saying he was a reptilian, but he could have been. It could have been a demon for all I know. I mean, that's more likely than reptile to me. But
I think it can be both.
I'd say they're one and the same, in my opinion.
If reptilians were real, wouldn't there be some that were good?
No, because they're demons.
Yeah, I mean, if they're a reptilian race, you'd think there would be some that were good, right? But if they're demons, then no.
It's kind of funny because apparently a bunch of people were saying, "Oh, when David Icke is talking about the reptilians, that's a code word for Jews," and he had to come out and say, "No, I literally mean reptile people."
Yep. I've not heard of this Babylonian Brotherhood before. I like that.
Don't they call them the mystery schools?
Well, mystery schools are
dating back to like BC.
It's a very broad term now. That
Eleusinian mysteries.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a Christian mystery tradition as well, right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be demonic or nefarious by any stretch.
Is that what mystery school means? Secret society, or is it something even more like secret and dark than that?
Well, it's a religious tradition where basically they're basically saying that you're not going to be able to like there's certain mystical knowledge that can only be experienced. You can't just tell somebody the secret, right? They have to learn it on their own. And then the mystery religions or the mystery schools will create an environment by which the initiate can actually learn the secrets of that particular tradition through experience rather than just being simply told a secret.
I would say that by definition, that's completely occultic, though. Like, it's not. It's definitely doesn't have anything really to do with Christian mysticism, which, if I understand correctly, is more not necessarily mysticism in the way that you think of it as in like the school of mysticism way. It's more in like super holy people getting in like, I guess you would say, touch with the Holy Spirit or spirit and being more, I guess, on an enlightened plane, but not necessarily in like a secret society type of fashion. Like they're pretty
apparently.
Well, it's my understanding that there were Christian, that the early Christians were like a mystery, like a mystery schools because they were like underground, right? And they had to have secret codes and stuff to meet to be able to talk about what they needed to talk about, right?
Yeah, I think that's more of just coming from the fact that there have been underground churches out of necessity because like everyone in the country is going to try to kill them. Like for instance, now the Chinese Christians have to seriously go underground and get persecuted heavily.
Yeah.
Right.
I think something that would be close would be something like Kabbalah, which my understanding isn't necessarily a secret per se, but you have to like be a very it's only older Jewish men can learn it or something like that.
Welcome, Mike Kleine, author of Mastodon Farm, 17 Pilotfish, Arafat Mountain, and Kanley Stubrick, I think is his latest. What happened to your face, Mike?
Are you able to hear me right now?
Yes.
Yep,
Okay, good, excellent. No, that's my Twitter avatar, so I just thought I would use it. So that's what happened to my face.
Okay. So, you also do music. I did not know this before.
Sometimes, yeah.
How long have you been writing?
I've been writing since 2007, middle of 2007, but I didn't release until 2012, and that would have been Mastodon Farm with Atlatl Press, which Ben is very familiar with, as I understand it.
Yep, my newest one, Elaine, was published through there.
Yeah.
So have you read Mastodon Farm, Ben?
Yeah, that was the first thing I read from him. Actually helped him organize a reading of that here in town.
Yeah,
What's the premise?
We've met twice, I think, right?
Yeah, Yeah, first time was for the Macedon Farm reading, which I helped you organize, and the second time was for your reading of Kanley Stubrick at Beaverdale Books.
Yeah.
So what's Macedon Farm about?
Macedon Farm. Are you asking me or Ben? Maybe
I'll
Ben.
ask anybody who wants to tell me.
Ben, what's it about, Ben?
It's about a sad rich guy.
Or woman. It could be a woman.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's written in the second person.
Wow. But yeah, it's about celebrity culture. It's the idea that we know more about, I don't know, what Brad Pitt had for lunch than we do about our own friends or family members. And yeah, it was written in the second person because it was my first book. It was something I've always wanted to do. So I spent a long time on it. And I told myself that I wanted to write the book exactly as I wanted. And one of the rules was that it had to be in the second person. It had to have sex. It had to have to do with money because, like it or not, money is a big thing in society these days, capitalist culture. So I wanted to sort of tackle that. But my big thing with my books is that when I write about them, I don't necessarily want to tell you how I feel about the topic. I want to create situations and events that make you ask yourself, how do I feel about this? And it's not necessarily if they're shocking or horrific. It's more that they are just sort of dreamlike in a way where it's like, I wonder if this could actually happen in real life. And if it did, how would I react? And then generally when I go to talkings, when people ask me specific questions about portions of my books, I tend to, push the question back on them because I want to know what they got from it, because I know what I was feeling or what I was thinking when I wrote that part of the book. But all of my books are really about having a conversation because I really don't care what my stance is. I don't really have an agenda. I just want to get a conversation going. So in a nutshell, Macedon Farm is about, as Ben said, a sad, rich person who doesn't really know what they want to do in life, which I guess could relate to a lot of people. And it just kind of it just goes through, a daily account of what they do on a regular basis until the very end.
So what's the title have to do with the story?
So the title, it's actually from a song by the band Cake called Mr. Macedon Farm. And that song, as I understand it, is about taking anything in life and trying to put meaning into it. And the big thing is when people would see titles for films or songs that they don't understand, and they would try to imbue some meaning into it. The song is about the fact that not everything actually has a hidden meaning. Sometimes things are just nonsensical and vice versa. So I, one, really like that song and the band, and two, feel that the entire message behind the words Macedon Farm and what the band meant when they made that song kind of relates to the book. Now, of course, I would expect that 99.9% of the people reading the book will have no idea that there even is a song titled that, but that's part of the mystique and the charm, I guess.
Okay, so it's a sort of a thematic title, but there's nothing concrete within the book that is a Macedon Farm.
The only thing in the book that happens that is a Macedon Farm is at one point the character watches a film called Macedon Farm.
Okay.
And then other than that, it's never mentioned again.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I ended up reading it in one afternoon. The way I kind of described it to people was it felt like a halfway point between alt-lit and bizarro.
Yeah, that term alt-lit and bizarro.
Yeah. Neither of them which have very positive connotations now.
No, not at all.
Yeah. But what was it that got you to put it out on Addle Press? Because if I remember right, you were one of the earlier releases on that press.
Yeah, it's run by Anderson. I think it's pronounced Is it Prunty? Do you know?
I think it's Prunty.
Okay.
I say Prunty, but
Prunty.
I have no idea for real.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I read it all the time, but I never say it out loud. So Anderson Prunty. I've always really liked his writing out of all the Bizarro writers, because Bizarro was something that I wouldn't say I got into it, but I've read a fair amount. I've maybe read 20 Bizarro books. And he was the one that stood out to me, because the thing with Bizarro literature is as you probably all four of you already know, and everyone else listening, if there is anyone listening, is it's all high concept. If you were to walk in a room and you wanted to pitch a Bizarro book, you're supposed to take something that's pop culture and then blend it with some weird stuff and say it's like Godzilla meets blah blah blah. And I was never really into all that. And that's how, that was part of it. I don't know what it's really grown into at this point because I have not followed it in the last 4, maybe 5 years. But early on, that's kind of what I got from it. You could take any book and you could just say it's kind of like this popular film or book with this weird concept. Mm-hmm. But then with Anderson, he was doing his own thing where he wasn't really following any of those tropes. And he was legit writing just scary horror books or just really good literature. And the one that really got me into it was it was released through Atlatl, I believe, The Beard, and I'd asked to get a copy of that from him, and he had sent it to me, and I read it, I think, within a day or two, and I loved it so much that I had decided this is where I want to release the book because I wasn't really familiar with any other presses. I knew that what I was writing was not going to be considered Bizarro because I wasn't really taking any concepts and trying to do something with them. But at the same time, I really admired what he was doing. It was early on. It was a new press. I liked what was going on with it. I also submitted to, I think it was called Copeland Valley Press, which is no longer around. They also accepted it. I had submitted both at the same time, and I got an answer from both of them around the same time. Oddly enough, Copeland Valley Press was not very nice about the response. It was more, it was kind of he or she, I don't know who ran it, but the person running it said, "You should have told me that you were submitting to another press. This is unacceptable." And I said, "I'm sorry."
I think now I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was always alluded to that Jordan Krall ran Copeland Valley. Do you know anything about that, Ben?
I don't think he did. I recall someone saying that the guy who actually ran it just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, because Jordan Krall, I think, submitted a couple stories or something, and then he ended up leaving the whole Bizarro scene and doing his own thing, I think, for a while. He had, I think, 3 imprints that he was running, and literally they were releasing a book a week or a book like every 3 days. I think there was a point where it was up to like 300 books within a 1 or 2 year period, and I couldn't keep up. He was also another writer that I actually enjoyed his stuff. But then he just started releasing so much that I couldn't follow with any of it. But yeah, so I told Copeland Valley Press, hey, by the way, I am, just give me a week or 2 to decide because I actually submitted to another press. I heard back from them. I just need time to think about it. I told Andy the same thing. He was nice about it. Copeland was not. So that part of my decision was part of the way I was responded to by Copeland Valley Press. In hindsight, I think I made the right decision. But yeah,
if you don't even know who runs the press, right? That would be one of the things that I wouldn't even submit to them if I had no idea who actually ran it, right? If they have no staff listing and don't give information as to who actually is the publisher or the owner, I wouldn't submit to that.
Yeah.
Was Copeland Valley, because I'm remembering like the logo and stuff.
Yeah. What
did they put out? Or were they a Bizarro press, or were they kind of like an alt-lit thing? I'm having trouble.
Definitely not alt-lit. Not Bizarro completely, but it had Bizarro. It had Bizarro writers involved. So they published Valley of the Apocalypse Donkeys by Jordan Krall. That one has a cover with a woman wearing a donkey mask and she's touching one of her nipples. I remember that fondly. Well, not fondly. I remember it's a striking image. Let's put it that way. And then there was don't get me wrong here. But then there was another, the one that I don't know if it put them on the map, but this is the one that got the most reviews. It was just they called it the Copeland Valley Sampler, and I think it had 6.
I actually have a copy of that.
Yeah, I have a copy of that too, and it had like 6 or 10 authors. I think Jordan was one of them, but the other ones I don't think I'd heard of. The aesthetic was what was interesting. It was kind of like a VHS, forgotten old CRT technology, green screen, DOS, everything, kind of like, the people wearing round spectacles with, pocket protectors and slick back hair type of aesthetic. And they would take a bunch of images from the internet that were obviously just Google searched. And then it would be like these collages of like, this is what our office looks like, and it's just a bunch of office workers in white shirts from the 60s sitting around a table looking at a manuscript, which is obviously photoshopped in there. And I think part of the appeal was that it was kind of secretive in the sense that you don't really know who's running it and how many people are involved, but they are releasing. And again, this was back, I would say it was in the early days of print on demand, where it was starting to become a thing. Before that, 5 or 10 years before that, to publish something, you kind of had to go with someone. You couldn't really do it on your own. And they were sort of making themselves available to people who had never been published before. And I think that was part of the appeal. But also they had sort of a presence on social media, Facebook and Twitter, and they were very prominent on there. And Atlatl actually was not. But as I mentioned previously, based on the response that I got from them, that's kind of what geared me toward Atlatl.
Yeah, Atlatl, I do know that they completely abandoned Facebook recently and now are just on Twitter.
Who can blame them?
Right.
Right. They got out of Zuckerberg's matrix. But,
To be honest, I like Facebook more because it's more like freaking local people, whereas Twitter's a bunch of freaking anons who are just super political and miserable.
Yeah, just a bunch of blue check marks fucking condescending to you.
Yeah, it's either blue check marks, frogs, or just random like people who don't let their name get out. Like, I just don't
Would you say that Twitter is turning into Tumblr, how Tumblr was 3 or 4 years ago?
But yeah, because they got rid of the fucking porn on Tumblr and everybody abandoned it.
Yeah, they needed somewhere else to go. Yeah, I think it's turning into Tumblr. I never had an issue with Tumblr. I liked Tumblr because you could curate it to see what you wanted to see. I never involved myself with any of the commentary or the interactions. I just like to say, this one person likes to post these types of things, so I want to see those images every time I load up Tumblr. But then once it started getting into the weird stuff, I was like, yeah, I've had enough of this. So with Twitter, you can block whoever you want. I don't have time to block people. If someone's going to say what they want to say, they can say it. I'm just going to scroll past it. I just like it for the aspect that, to me, it seems like the easiest platform to get the word out for anything that you create, because Facebook is just, it's cursed. So there's nothing to do about that. Tumblr we've just talked about that. Instagram, you have to post an image, which I don't agree with. I don't think that's necessary for everything. And you also have to upload using your phone, I believe. You can look at it on a browser, but you need a phone, and I don't like phones, so that was out. And with Twitter, you can kind of just do your own thing and be left alone. And if people try to at you, as they say, you don't have to respond. So I kind of just like that aspect. So far, that's the only platform that I've really kept up with.
I suppose if we really want to, we can use one of those like NeoCities websites.
Yeah, you could. That's also part of the quote unquote aesthetic. You could do that.
In reference to Grunty a while back, though, the beard is hilarious.
It is.
So that's a good one to start with. Yeah.
Have you
read that one?
Yeah. So the thing is, he's very diverse. He can write comedy. He can write scary stuff. He can write bizarro stuff. He's done bizarre. Early on, he did a lot of bizarro, and then he switched to horror, and then he did some comedy stuff, and then he kind of just does a little bit of everything. I think he releases maybe 1, 2, or 3 books a year, and he's big into the Audible stuff. So I think every single one of it. There was a point where he went back and recorded himself reading all of his books so that they were available as Audible.
Yeah, he gave that up recently, though, I guess, within the last year or so.
Yeah.
Now, here's the one that really surprised me, though, and I'll pull it up here for a second. I think Ben may have read this one, but this is one of my favorites, and it is not genre fiction. It's a tale of a normal guy and his brother.
Yeah, that's a really good book. Yeah, I've read that one.
Yeah,
I was surprised. It avoids all the trappings of genre, and it's just about a normal guy and his brother, getting caught up in some hijinks.
Yeah, I haven't read that one. I've only read 2 of his books. I've read Slag Attack and Neon Dies at Dawn.
Any of y'all on here read Zero Strata? That's the only one I've read.
I've not read that. I've read Slag Attack, but I've not read Neon Dies at Dawn.
Neon Dies was insane. Yeah,
That was a great one, yeah.
Which one was that?
Neon Dies at Dawn?
Oh, yeah. The one with the cover, the house that's covered in black, and there's like things all over it.
No, that was his.
No, it's got like a
this is
Tron
like the
looking cover or
Vaporwave
something.
cover.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I have not read this Neon Dies at Night then, no.
Yeah,
No one's read Zero Strata.
No.
No, I read Jack and Mr. Grin. I think that came out around the same time. Or the covers for Zero Strata, I think that's the same person who designed the cover for Jack and Mr. Grin. So I am familiar. Oh, I have not read Neon Dies at Dawn.
Now, Jack and Mr. Grin was good too, though. I thought it was going to be a little bit more whimsical. It was actually pretty dark.
Yeah, it was very dark. Yeah. The thing was, the only reason I read it was because of the cover. I loved the cover, but then when I started reading the book, I was like, wow, this is actually. I'm gonna start talking crap. Who did it come out through? Who's the press?
Eraserhead, wasn't
Eraserhead.
it?
Okay, yeah. So I had started reading Eraserhead,
Says
That's a
Battle
cool
here.
cover too. And I had read
Maybe
some.
released it.
Okay.
Yeah, I had read some. What was it? Carlton Melick, the Jesus Butt Plug book. I returned that to Amazon because I didn't. It wasn't the content. It wasn't well written, in my opinion. I think there were typos too. But anyway, I returned that, and I said, okay, I'm going to keep trying. So then I read Jordan Crowell's Squid Pulp Blues, which was amazing. And then I was like, okay, this is one writer that I actually enjoy. Let me read somebody else. So then I found Anderson. Loved all his stuff. And then there was. The washermouth guy, what's his name?
Kevin Donahue.
Kevin Donahue. He's amazing as well. He's on a different level when it comes to writing. I don't know how he does it, but yeah, anything by Andy on this page is amazing.
I think
Sorrow
this right
King
here,
is good.
This is my favorite Prunty right here. This and Squirm with Me are my favorites.
Yeah,
But
the Sorrow King's
Sorrow
pretty dark
King's
too.
good too. Yeah, I've read that one. Yep.
Yeah. So those three writers were the ones that I really got into.
What was the one? Does Donahue?
Donahue,
Washermouth.
Kevin L. Donahue. He has like 10 books as well. I read his first book. It was something garden.
Shall We Gather at the Garden?
Yeah.
That one's really good.
That one's really good. But anything that he's written is actually really good, just because the one that I really loved was The Greatest Fucking Moment in Sports, because it was so unique. I'd never seen anything or read anything like that. It's basically a Tour de France, but it's in the bizarro world and things just start happening. But I like what he's doing or what he does, because it doesn't seem that he's writing just to keep writing because he's like on contract. It's because he needs to write. And those are the writers that, kind of stick with me.
Space Walrus, I think, was probably his masterpiece in my mind. And I got a really specialized signature in my copy of Space Walrus, that I can't say without spoiling it, but basically, well, so-and-so did not win, and it kind of made me feel better about the ending. So.
Well, he's really into walruses. I think he mentions a walrus in every book or every other book. So yeah, I have not read this yet, but I mean, you can look at the score right there, but I've heard from several who have read it that it's his masterpiece.
He's from here. He's from around here, like right here in like this Kingsport area that I inhabit. He's from here. So when I got to the author page at the back of Greatest Fucking Moment in Sports, I had to do a double take. Like, he's from right here in town? You mean I could literally just drive to his house today? And
don't do that. It's creepy.
I talked him into coming to a writers group meeting when I was kind of helping to run one. And he was a good friend. Unfortunately, he moved out to Oregon finally, but he took me to Oregon. He took me with him to BizarreCon one year, and now I feel kind of bad about that because of our huge falling out. I feel like maybe I was like bad baggage to him by that point, but he never, he would always tell me he didn't think like that. But that's a funny one too. But
yeah, that's a pretty fun one.
What I've read of you so far, it's like it doesn't match up with what I see in the critical reviews, and I don't quite understand what I'm missing. What I noticed most about Mastodon Farm when I read it was like that for some reason there were like books and like there were lists and lists of titles. It was like there were a lot of lists. It was very list heavy. Yeah, almost like OCD. And I don't know if that was intentional but that's what I remember most about Mastodon Farm. I don't remember anything else about it. And I'm sorry to say that. But.
No, that's fine. A lot of reviews say they don't remember anything except for one thing, and it's always they gravitate towards one image that stuck with them. The thing with the lists is that you mentioned OCD. I would not consider myself an OCD person, maybe mildly, but I'm not the type where, I close the door handle, walk to my car, and then come back and check it 5 times. I don't do that. If I fold something and I put it in the corner and it's slightly at an angle, I might go and fix that, but I would consider that, slightly normal. But the thing with the lists is that going back to what I was saying about creating content that elicits conversation, I put it in there for 2 reasons. And specifically, you're talking about a chapter in Mastodon Farm where the character goes to Dean Cain's house, and literally the only thing that happens for 5 pages is the character is listing all the books that are on Dean Cain's shelf. Now, why is that in there? There's several reasons, but the primary reason I include content like that is I want the reader to ask themselves, why is that in there? And then when they come up with a solution or an idea, I want to have that conversation with them. But the second reason, and this is sort of within the text, it's the idea that there's these books that I know people have never heard of, and I want them to look into them because some of that ties into what happens before and after that specific event in the book. And with people that I've met in real life who talk to me about the books that I've written, I always tell them that their best friend is going to be Google, because there's a lot of things that I put in the books that I do not explain, specifically because I don't want to explain it my way. I just want you to, if you already know what it is when I mentioned that specific thing, then great. But if you don't know what it is, you don't have to look it up either. But if you do, there is subtext involved with what that specific thing is that relates to the story in a way. So there's always these outside stories happening within the story, and I kind of like to inject that. And that's why it takes me so long to write these things. On the surface, they look very simple because they're usually short. You know, Ben said he read Mastodon Farm within one afternoon, and that's normally how long it takes to read my books, because I write them for people who don't have, you know, weeks to dedicate to a 700-page book or longer. But also, I like to, I look at sentences over and over, and I take out the words that don't matter and just leave what, and I know everyone says this, but I really do take that to heart, where even that list, you know, you could say I wasted 5 pages with a list in there, but I promise you that every single book in that list is there specifically for a reason. And even the order of the books, it seems like it's random, and, you know, a lot of people probably do it that way, but I maybe needlessly spend a long time on those things because it matters to me. And usually in a setting where I'm sitting and there's several people involved, things like that always get a conversation going once we can actually look at the text and actually dissect what's happening. And then I can sort of have a back and forth. But there are several moments in all of my books that are like that. I think that up to this point, every single book has a list in it, except for, I think Kanley Stubrick does not have a list in it. And there was a reason for that as well. But that's interesting that you mentioned that. And there's nothing wrong with not remembering any of it, because that was kind of the point of Mastodon Farm.
I know James Franco's in it.
Yes. Yeah. James Franco is your roommate. Yep. Yeah. And that was before James Franco became, you know, this prolific, whatever he is now, useless thing. Yeah.
So the list that you're talking about, are there line breaks between each item in the list, or is it just a big wall of text with separated by commas or?
Big wall of text separated by commas.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I do a similar thing, but it sounds like it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Similar but different. I have lists in my books as well, but I don't think they're like necessarily lists of actual like book. They're not like a list of book titles like on a shelf necessarily, but I guess that would be something that I would do theoretically. So that's interesting.
Why do you include the list though? Like
generally it's a I don't know, like so an example of one would be if someone's flipping through a particular book in the narrative, I'll describe the images that are in the book. If they're, it's a picture book or a lot of illustrations in it, maybe something like that would be a reason for me to have a list, or a list of brand names for household products or something that I'd made up. Right, I might put that in a list, something to that effect. I mean, various different reasons I'll have a list, but there's 2 examples of what lists in books that I've had that that are real examples.
Yeah. I mean, like for me, the length of the list kind of, I want to take you out of the feeling of reading. I want you to remember you are reading, because it kind of, I mean, the thing is, personally for myself,
mine are like snapshots of images, so I'm not really trying to get them to break. Necessarily break the illusion of reading, right? It's more of like trying to kind of hypnotize with weirdness, right? Or just flashes of strange images and very potent images, right?
Right.
Or I'll try to with the, say with the like the product names, right? It's more of somewhat of a joke in a certain way, right? As far as coming up with a bunch of different product names that sound very close to real ones, but not necessarily based on any real ones, right? Just so it sounds like we have a different approach to lists, but we're both list people. Yeah. It's my understanding that I've heard a a theory that certain writers are list people because they're a member of the merchant class. Have you ever heard that theory?
I have not heard that theory, but I can understand why people would say that.
Yeah. I don't know who came up with it. Zach probably knows. He's well read.
The merchant, no, I have no clue. Like,
You've never heard
are you
that
talking
theory?
about people who just write fiction and then they'll just have a list in the fiction for some reason?
Yeah.
I don't really get how you can get a theory. So you're not talking that it's like some kind of alt way of writing. It's literally just regular writing.
Yeah, just regular writing generally, right? And that the author will have fairly large passages with lists of things in it. Yeah, and then the theory is that that's a peculiarity of writers who are members of the merchant class.
Meaning what, they work in retail or what? I don't.
Yeah, that they're basically
stupid.
What's that? What's that? That's a stupid
dumb
theory.
idea. Yes, it's horrible. No, they're. I thought you were going in some kind of Gordon Lish direction. I think it's Gordon Lish who had a novel out that was like basically the novel is a list.
Oh, yeah, I've not heard
you know
of
what
that.
I'm talking about, Ben? You're on the.
Yeah, I know Gordon Lish. He's most famous for being the
He
editor
was that-
for Raymond
yeah,
Carver.
Great. I thought that when you were talking about merchant class, you meant more like, your name is Schumann, your last name is Schumann, so your ancestors made shoes. That's what I thought you meant by that. But yeah, if you're talking like actively in your current profession,
No. It's what you're talking about, right? It's basically the middle class ultimately, right? You know what I mean? Is really what they're kind of getting at.
Okay.
Very obsessed with inventory.
Right, very obsessed with inventory, exactly. Yeah.
Mike, I'm reading Kanley Stubrick, and I guess I'm about 30 pages in or something, and I'm trying to understand. It looks like the way the sentences are structured, it almost reminds me of like a prose poem. Is that it? I mean, is that what you were going for there?
The thing is, so if you look at all of my books that I've written so far, they're all written very differently in the way they look on the page. And part of my challenge, personally for me, just to grow as a writer, is to try to do things differently. So yes, as far as the way it looks on the page, was it intentional for it to look like a prose poem? Yes. Now, as far as how it is, laid out and the actual sequence of things, I don't know anything about rhyming and the syntaxes and all these different things that actually come with poetry. I don't understand poetry. I don't know how anyone can, but I literally am at the bottom of the shelf when it comes to anyone who knows anything about poetry. So I was interested in just taking the normal reader out of the zone, because they see this and it's explained as a novel or a short novel, and then they open it up and it's like, whoa, this looks like poetry. What's going on here? So immediately that kind of just makes you change everything. And I kind of like to shock people in that way, not necessarily with the content, but with the way it looks on the page, and then how that kind of leads you to read things. Because also, if you look, with each sentence and each line, it cuts at a specific word, and it's not always necessarily just because of how it looks visually on the page, but also because of what it's actually saying within that paragraph or that sentence. So all of that was a new challenge for me, and it took a long time for me to get to a point where I was okay with what I was doing on there. It does come from the land of poetry, and part of the reason for that is because when I had come out with Arafat Mountain, I had a colleague who was actually teaching at the University of Iowa, who invited me for a reading there. And I think Vicky, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. It's Vicky Nao. Now I think she was reading there. I'd never heard of her, and she's really big into poetry. I really liked what she had done and read. I went up and read, and it was all the students were poetry students. And after the reading, they came over and they said, "Wow, your stuff is a lot like poetry." And I kept saying, "How? Please explain this to me." And each person had a different idea or different, story of why they thought my stuff was poetry. And then the professor that invited me had told me that I should really, read more poetry, because they get the feeling that a lot of what I do is more poetic than prose. So I read a little bit of poetry, but just this whole interaction with this group of poetry only people kind of stuck with me. And you could say that event is kind of what led me to write Kanley Stubrick, visually at least, how I did on that page.
Why do people associate your work with cosmic horror? I don't get that feeling. What am I missing?
I do kind of get that with Arafat Mountain. Like it to me, it had a sense of a world kind of falling apart due to cosmic forces.
Yeah. So Mastodon Farm. So this is just me speaking as myself. Obviously, Mastodon Farm. I feel the only cosmic horror you get from that is the uncertainty of you don't really know what's going to happen next. There's allusions to the moon and staring at the sky and wondering what's beyond. But after that, there really isn't much else. Personally, any sense of cosmic horror that's imbued in the text that comes from the reader, which I am completely fine with. Ben mentions Arafat Mountain, which was the second book. That is the one I think that started that whole idea of me, my text being about cosmic horror, because it's literally a group of unnamed characters. Actually, they are named, but it's a group of random characters that show up on an island in a helicopter. And from the very first page, they all jump out of the helicopter. A third of them die because they don't make it, and then the remaining 2/3 survive, and they all have to make it to some castle for some reason. Some of them get in cars, the cars crash and fall off the cliffs, and it was the idea that when death happens, and there's a lot of death in Arafat Mountain, there's no real weight attached to it. It just happens. It's kind of like drinking water. It's just part of life. So Arafat Mountain is just a lot of snippets of things that are happening around this. Is it a world? Is it a galaxy? I don't know. But just things happening in different places with different people at different times. And a lot of it either features or involves death or ends with death, but it's not necessarily seen as a bad thing. And then Kanley Stubrick, cosmic horror. I don't really know if there's much in there. There's, the sky is pink. Is that the world ending? Is that a meteorite coming? I'm not sure. It's not really explained on purpose. But also just, again, people look at the sky and wonder what's going on above there. So there's a lot of looking at the sky and not knowing what's going on in life. I guess if that's an aspect of cosmic horror, then yes, I guess I write cosmic horror. But another one that a lot of people don't read is The Mystery of the 17 Pilotfish, because it's a play. I mean, personally, I don't read plays unless I'm doing research, so I understand why a lot of people are not familiar with that text. But the way that one works is it's 3 people in a house, and it's actually, I guess the description is, it's the end of the world is ending. It's the last house left. A detective goes in the house to try to solve a mystery, and it's a man and a woman. The man claims he's the husband of the wife, but the woman says that she's not his wife. What happens next? And then what's going on with the play? I guess the one feature that I included that I thought was unique was that they're having this whole conversation back and forth of what's going on between the man and the wife, and the detective is trying to figure it out. There's a bunch of fish on the floor, and it's like, how is that the mystery? Is that the actual mystery? Because that's the title of the book. But then on the outside of the house, as the world is ending, there are all these different things happening that also get featured into the book. And then people always ask me, how would you actually put that in a play if that's not on the stage? And my whole idea was I wanted to write a play that you couldn't actually perform, but that was something you would want to read. Because it's very easy to write things that you don't want people to read or you don't want people to perform, because it's just going to be annoying or all over the place and not easy to follow. But I wanted something that you could follow, but also had a lot happening on the periphery. And I guess that, coupled with Arafat Mountain, has aspects of cosmic horror. But yeah, I would say overall that's not necessary. I don't ever start a new text and just write cosmic horror in size 25 font in bold and say I need to include these elements in all of my writing. I don't actually start out that way.
Yeah, I do recall a moment, I think it was from Kanley Stubrick, where it's going throughout the narration and it's suddenly like there's just a line kind of casually dropped in there where it says like the main character can feel Satan moving beneath the earth.
Yeah,
I thought that was very striking. Yeah.
So, Gregor, you had mentioned that you like when you use lists or you name things, you like to have striking images. That when I said I spend a lot of times with all of my sentences, if I look at it, if you take any sentence from any of my texts and just single that out, I want to be able to say that, well, yes, with that sentence, I created a whole story just because of the images in that sentence. So what Ben mentions with feeling the vibrations beneath the earth and feeling Satan and feeling the oil bubbling up, I do a lot of that stuff. And I guess that is more poetic in a sense because it doesn't necessarily tie to the narrative of the story, but it 100% creates the image inside the reader's head. And every single reader is going to have a different image, which is what I want. But it's also going to inform the story whether they like it or not. So I do that a lot too.
Right. Yeah, I'm liking this Mastodon Farm. I think I'm putting that. I'm going to be reading that one probably.
Let's see. And I believe Air Fat Mountain was your second book.
Yeah, Air Fat Mountain was the second book, also on Atlatl Press. So yeah, the trajectory was kind of interesting. Mastodon Farm in 2012 with Atlatl, Air Fat Mountain in 2014 with Atlatl, and I'm probably the worst person to work with when it comes to the final edits, because I'll send you something and I'll say I'm done. This is version 58. I promise I'm done, and then you go to bed and you wake up and you got 4 more emails from me, and each email is a subsequent follow-up to me saying I was done within a span of 5 hours, saying, oh, nope, I got one more. Oh, actually, I sent you the wrong one. Here's another one. And I know at one point, Andy got he was like, all right, Mastodon Farm, we literally went through 100 versions. I was okay with that because it was early on. But with Air Fat Mountain, you really, I have a day job. I can't be sitting here going back and forth with you. You send me the final thing this Friday, and that's what we're gonna print. It wasn't those words specifically, but I mean, I would have said the same thing at that point. But Air Fat Mountain took a while because I took more time with the edits. That was done, and then I wanted to release Kanley Stubrick with Atlatl. But at the time, Andy was actually taking a break from publishing anything. And he said, if you want to wait 2 years, we can certainly publish it then. But really, I have to focus on other things right now. I was like, I completely understand. Then there was a press. I think is it Dostoevsky Wannabe? Is that something any of you are familiar with?
Yeah.
I've heard of them.
Yeah. So I had found out about them through the author John Leon, I think is how you pronounce it. Do any of you know?
That's the name of a publisher, Dostoevsky Wannabe?
Yes. Yeah. Do you like that?
Well, I mean, it's you remember it, yeah.
That's true. So yeah, John Leon is I guess he's a poet. But anyway, he was releasing something through them, which was out of print now. And I had never heard of them, so I checked it out. The idea with them is they have this long manifesto saying that they make no money off of this, but they also really have no money to give you. So everything is going to cost like $5 or less when they sell it. And I think they're based in the UK. But anyway, for whatever reason at that time, I liked that, and I said, okay, let's try this out. So I submitted to them, Kanley Stubrick. They read it within a day, and they said, yep, yeah, this is amazing. Let's publish it. And then, oddly enough, that same week, I think it was the following night. Jarrett Kobeck, who I'm friends with, who wrote I Hate the Internet and like 1,000 other books, called me and he said, hey, here's what's going on in the world, blah, blah, blah. So we talked for an hour, and then he ended with, do you have anything that you're working on? I'd love to have something to publish. And I said, you know what? Actually, I kind of do. And he said, go ahead, send it tonight. So I sent him Kanley Stubrick. He emailed me the next morning and said, let's publish this. Let's get this done. And that was on the press We Heard You Like Books, which I'd never heard of, which was new, but that's what he had released. I heard I Hate the Internet on. So I unfortunately had to email Dostoevsky Wannabe, and I apologized and said, hey, I know that we accepted this, but things have happened. I need to change it. They were very nice. They said, no problem. Thanks for letting us know early on before we got started with any of the artwork and whatever else. And, good luck with everything. And so we ended it amicably. And then, Kanley Stubrick came out with We Heard You Like Books based in California. I did a bunch of readings for that. That was fun. And then Mystery of the 17 Pilotfish actually came out the same year as Kanley Stubrick. That was with Plays Inverse, which is run by Tyler Crumrine, I think. I don't know how to pronounce anyone's last names, but it's Crumrine. He's a very amazing guy. I met him as well when I went to do a reading for Kanley Stubrick in New York. He was in Philadelphia. He drove up to New York, and we spent a day talking about things. And then my latest book is actually called Lonely Men Club, which came out with Inside the Castle, which is run by John Treffry, who I also met last year. Was it last year? Yeah, it was last year. There was a 2-day festival thing going on. I think it was the 10-year or 5-year anniversary of Inside the Castle, and he invited me to go do a reading, so I did go there, and we read for 2 days. That book is, I think, 720 pages long, and that was written over the course of 5 days. It was supposed to be written with the help of a computer, so I didn't sleep. Well, I did sleep a little bit, but I didn't sleep for most of those 5 days. And the idea was that you had to basically write whatever you wanted. It was like a residency. You have to submit a prompt, and it has to get accepted. You can't just write whatever you want and send it in. So I got approval, and then it was, publicized, hey, I'm going to write this book in 5 days, blah, 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 watch for the subsequent announcements. So I spent 5 days writing the book, and it's basically about the Zodiac killer going through life. And this one is, I think, I forget who I dedicate this one to. It's one of my friends. But basically, on the if you look here on the description that you have pulled up on Goodreads, it says the actual synopsis just says "Je suis devenu un magicien noir," which was actually something. It was the title of one of Jarrett Kobek's essays, but at the same time, oddly enough, my computer at the time was called Magicien Noir, which means black magician. So I kind of, the computer wrote the book as much as I did. And I had a lot of problems with it because you couldn't edit it. Once it was done, you had to release it as it was because that was part of the idea. And I had met John prior to the readings that we did last year. Actually, he was doing something with architecture not too far away from me, so I drove to meet him, and we spent a day. And I basically wanted to pull the project and say I don't like this for these 4,000 reasons. And he said these 4,000 reasons are the reason the project exists. So in a way, this is my most unfinished text, but it's also the one that I've gotten more conversations from people about just because of the what's in it. And it's actually available for free right now because of the COVID-19 stuff that's happening. Not on Amazon. It's on actually Inside the Castle. So John actually made all the books that have come out up until I think it was March of this year available for free as PDFs until the virus is over. Maybe it's going to be indefinitely, but yeah, a lot of people have downloaded it since then, and they've reached out to me asking me questions about it, which is nice. Yeah, so this is my latest text, I guess, and it's going to be 2 years in 1 month.
Yeah, this is the only one of yours I still haven't read yet. I have the physical book. I've flipped through it, and it does seem like a book that makes more sense as a physical book than as a PDF.
Yeah.
But it is interesting you say that it's about the Zodiac Killer, because I do recall there was a section from Arafat Mountain which quoted from one of the Zodiac Killer's letters. He was talking about like killing is better than getting your rocks off with a girl or something like that. And that was quoted in Arafat Mountain. And now you have a whole book about him.
Yeah. So the Zodiac Killer actually. So in one of my essays, I think it's actually I have an essay at the beginning of Lonely Men Club explaining, how I write and why I write the way I write. And the idea is that all of my books are actually in the same universe. So the Zodiac Killer actually appears several times in Arafat Mountain as one of the characters, but also in other texts. And a bunch of the characters in Mastodon Farm also kind of appear in Lonely Men Club. So it's all kind of linked together where I say that, it's not one of those fantasy novels where I expect people to keep up with the lore, so to speak, because there is none other than these recurring themes and characters and motifs. But it's one of those things where if you are aware that that's going on, kind of like how you picked up on the Zodiac Killer recursions, Ben, it kind of makes it cool. But
I'm sorry. In the Desert of Mute Squares is also available free. Anyway,
yes, M. Kitchell. Yep. He's also a very interesting and nice guy. Just everything is combined and everything is linked together, and it's a universe that is similar to our own, but it's not the same. That's my endpoint for that. That segment.
Mastodon Farm. Cum rains from the sky, so it's not going to be exactly the same as our world.
Correct. Yeah.
But
there's a moment where that happens.
Okay. So, but besides writing, you've also done some video game designs, and it's interesting. You kind of started doing that before you did the computer generated text for Lonely Men Club. What got you into designing video games?
So when I was in high school, instead of getting a job in the summer, because you'd have 3 months off, what I would do is I would buy a bunch of games on eBay, either for whatever was out at the time, Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, and I'd play them for a week, and then I'd get bored of them, and then I'd resell them for twice what I paid for them. It would work some of the times, but sometimes it wouldn't. But that's how I would make my income during the summer as a kid. So I'd be playing these games that I didn't necessarily want to play, but I got a good deal on them. And I always thought, wow, I could do this, or I could do something similar to this, or I could, take this and turn this into a trope and make it sort of like a conversation piece. So then I just wanted to challenge myself, and I wanted to try different things. And I said, I enjoy writing, but sometimes when I take a break from writing, I want to try to find something else to, mess with. And that's when I got into the whole game design thing. And as you can probably imagine, it's not very easy, and it's not very fun if you're by yourself, because you just start, questioning everything you're doing, and there's a lot of not finishing things. So I still dabble with it, but a lot of it is things that I'm just never going to release. It was more just for how far can I go with this, and what am I going to learn from this, as opposed to I want to make games and make money off of this.
Yeah, I recall the first game because you actually sent me a beta version of it to test out. It was a sort of choose your own adventure kind of Twine game.
Yeah,
I can't remember what that was called.
Yeah, I think it's called XY or ZZYX or something. Yeah. Ended up. Yeah, so I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know if I was going to finish it. So then I actually reached out to Always Crashing, publisher, and I had I suggested, hey, would you all be interested in releasing this if I can finish this? And they said absolutely. So yeah, that's available to, I guess in quotes, play if you want to play. But yeah, it's a choose your own adventure, but with a twist. And I think that's, if you go into my bibliography on Goodreads, you can actually see that as well. But it's like an online only thing, obviously.
Yeah, I recall I played another one of your games. I'm not sure how many you have out right now. It was like a pixel mystery game, if I recall correctly.
Oh yeah. The was there like a robot following you around?
Yeah.
Yeah. That one is, I think it was Fatima and her robot of something. Yeah. So yeah, that was a mystery. Yeah, you're supposed to solve a mystery. And that one, the thing with my games is I always try to do it where every time you play it, it's completely different. So with the mystery one you're talking about is, I think I called it the Bruce High Quality Foundation mystery or something. Every time you play it, there's different dialogue that happens, but it all has to do with the story. And when you make decisions, they don't always end up being the same result when you play the game again. But then I realized that a lot of people don't actually play games more than once, especially when they're online. So I just realized I did a lot of work for not much result because nobody was really saying anything about the game or commenting about it. So I kind of stopped with that. I guess the latest game I did, which if you want to call it a game, was with Dan Hoy. He's a poet that I really like working with. It was We Are the World, and it was his idea. It was the whole We Are the World song from the 80s, and he wanted to say, what if it was, you were all talking about reptilians before I got on, but he was saying, what if this was like a thing that they all got to, but it was some occult happening where they kind of, broke open the earth and, summoned all these demons. How is that? And the song was the point of the song was to create. It was a key to open up these, this universe to hell. And then we just, we thought up how would that have gone down? What would have each of those individuals been thinking that night as they were recording the song that was supposed to unlock the depths of hell? So then it was an exercise in just coming up with different narratives for each singer. And that came out as a game, and there's graphics for all that. That took forever as well. And we submitted it to a festival, and it won an award for most weird game, I think. But I was exhausted at that point because I think it had been 2 or 3 weeks of just working on it nonstop, and I never wanted to do that again. It was fun while it lasted, and Dan loved it. But I was doing all the coding for it. So again, it was a learning experience, but it kind of taught me these are things I never want to do again because I tried it. So at least I can say I crossed it off my list, but it's not something I'm interested in anymore.
So were they like games were they basically all like the Twine type thing where it's like you're basically following like sentences, or was there some kind of like gameplay? I'm kind of confused.
So if I remember correctly, all of them, actually not all of them, most of them use the Twine ecosystem. But the thing is, it's kind of like if you're making a song and if all 5 of us had to make a song and, someone said, here's a drum loop, you're all going to use the drum loop. If we all just use the same drum loop but put instruments around it, we're all going to say, well, that all sounds similar because of that same drum loop that we started with. So I like to take the Twine ecosystem and do something that you can't do in Twine. So Twine is supposed to be just this thing that you use to do choose your own adventure. So it's all text-based. You open the door, you go left, right, or straight. That's usually what you're supposed to do, and that's what 99% of people do. But the one that like Ben was talking about, the detective one, that one was used. I used a program called what is that called? It's something that was created where it's online only. I think it's bit something. It's on there. But the other games like the We Are the World one is with Twine, but when you play it, you wouldn't know that it was made with Twine because there's graphics in there that are placed in a way that you normally can't do with Twine. So I had to do a lot of coding on the side to kind of override the system, which you're not supposed to do because it broke it a lot. But I just wanted to try to push it as far as it could go, and I think I got to the limit of how far it could go. And I'm also not. I don't do programming as for a living, so it's not something that I was trained in. It's all just something I picked up on my own from reading books and watching tutorials. So I'm sure that the way I did it was not the cleanest way to do it. But yeah, I would say most of them are Twine because it was the easiest system. But also, when I start with Twine, I always ask myself, how can I do something that you can't do in Twine, and how would I go about doing that? Which kind of ruins the whole experience of making a game, because I think you're just supposed to have fun with it. But I would force myself to try to do it so people couldn't guess that it was done in Twine. That's pretty much, that was the extent of it, and it was really just to challenge myself and also to find an activity other than making music when I'm not writing to pass the time. That's really what it was.
Yeah, We Are the World. I did play that one. That kind of reminded me of something you would see from like a Web 1.0, like it was more like a weird kind of web art installment to me than it was like a game per se.
Yeah. So yeah, you could say that they're all non-games, because I tell myself there's already a bunch of great games out there that are made to be games, and I'm not going to pretend that I can make a good game because I'm not a game maker. So I'm just going to use the platform of a game, but really it's not a game. So that's a great point that you bring up. And it looks like it's on a Mac, like the very first Mac that came out in the 70s or the 80s, whenever that was. And that was the whole point as well. And it is like an art installation in the sense that it's one of those things where every time you play it, so to speak, it's going to be different as well. It's generative in the sense that we know what's going to happen, but you don't necessarily know it, and there's so many different permutations. And we also made it in a way where it's not just nonsensical. It actually has like a purpose, in our eyes at least. So that was also part of the challenge.
And you say you really don't have any interest in making any more games?
No, because it really took a lot of time. I never have any regrets about things like this because I definitely learned from all of them. But I just think I could have actually written something that I could potentially publish later on, as opposed to spending all this. I also wanted to try to get a new audience, like, let's get these people that play games. But like you said, I didn't create a game that's made to be played as a game. So a lot of people that expected this, I think, were turned off by it, and they said, yeah, this is not really what we're into, so we're just going to stop. And my biggest thing, I just like to have the conversation with people about something that I made, because I want to learn from what they're going to say, and maybe it opens my eyes and makes me realize, wow, maybe I should, in my next thing, I'll take that and actually use that. None of that really happened with any of the games that I've released, and like you said, there are quite a few. I think it was a 2 or 3 year period. That's all I was doing on my free time. And I guess, from a research standpoint, now that I've let those happen and they've simmered and I've waited for the feedback, and there's been very little of it compared to books, that's why I'm moving on, because it's not fulfilled what I wanted from it. It's not giving me back what I thought I was going to get from it.
Yeah, that's definitely understandable. It did feel like a very niche within a niche. Like I said, that especially like We Are the World was like a throwback to a very specific niche within Web 1.0, which I don't know if there's a lot of young people. There's probably no nostalgia for it, and for older people who are familiar with that, they probably don't remember that kind of thing very well.
Yeah. So maybe it was a mistake on my part. Wrong platform.
I do think it was a good end product, even if they didn't find an audience.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, but I think you have been doing music is what you've been doing the longest, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. The music thing was, I think it was 2007. I started doing that, so that was like a year before I started doing the writing thing seriously. Well, semi-seriously. The music was just, I've always played guitar and always just, messed around on keyboards. But then once they started releasing software in the mid 2000s where you could actually do things on your own, and it wasn't, a pain in the ass to do, that's when I really got into it. So I could literally just plug my guitar into the computer and play whatever I wanted for however many hours I wanted, and then just have a backup computer drummer playing, and I could just literally record for hours. And I loved that. But then as I started going, I started, listening to newer stuff and realizing, wow, I kind of want to try that. Oh, I like this electronic music. What's this? And then you just sort of, YouTube started getting bigger. So you start discovering all these new artists that you never would have heard of. And then Spotify started happening. So then all this other stuff starts happening. Yeah, so as music, I released under the name Fancy Mike, a name that I came up with when I was very young. I had no idea, I just wanted to come up with something that didn't have numbers in it, and that was, I guess, quasi memorable. I mean, I don't consider myself a fancy person. I don't really know what it means to be a fancy person. But it stuck out. People were able to find my music through that, just the name. But the thing that happens, I would release music that was electronic under the Fancy Mike name. And then what would happen is it would get uploaded to these websites and people could download the music for free. And what's happened, there's these 2 tracks that I made in, I think, 2010. One of them is called Sunshine. The other one is called Death Proof. And it was one of those deals where it's like you just take this music and you do whatever you want with it. It's like those, if you do an image search for things that are copyright free, you can do whatever you want with them. You can remix them. I did that with those 2 tracks. And those tracks, those 2 are the ones that to this day, there's several universities that, they use that as like their music for their videos that they put for different sports events. There's skydiving videos with those songs. There's a bunch of skiing and snowboarding videos. There's car videos. There's actual programs in England that use it. I'm not getting any money from it, but that wasn't the point. But that was very early on. It makes me realize I should have maybe licensed those tracks, but it just made me see how far things can go when you don't really expect anything from them. So like at this point, as far as music goes, it's mostly just another thing that I do to pass the time, because it's gotten to the point where when I'm making it, I don't think. It's instinctive and it's fun for me. And I just do it mostly for myself. Every now and then there's something that I feel this is nice, this is interesting. I might just, upload this to SoundCloud or maybe upload it to iTunes or something, but it's always just free. I don't ask for any money for my music because that's not what I'm about. And it really is just another, I guess, release for me.
You did have a track on a recent project that I believe was, I'm kind of blanking on it. It was about oceanography or something like that. It was like a companion to a book about oceanography or something.
Yeah, there's a writer for the New York Times. His name is Ian. Again, I don't know how to say last names. Urbina, Urbina, and he reached out to me last year in June. And so he's been doing exclusive reports in the ocean about illegal things happening, like slavery and cutting the fins off of sharks and everything else bad that happens in the ocean. And he reached out. I didn't think it was real because I was like, this is spam. So I asked this a couple questions in response. He says, no, this is the real deal. He was saying that he's been a fan of my music for years, that he's always listened to my tracks, and he would love if I could contribute something to this project. And I said, what is this? And he basically released a book this year that's called The Outlaw Ocean, that has to do with oceanography and all the bad stuff happening out in the ocean. But then he also had the idea of releasing music with the book, and it wouldn't be a soundtrack to the book, so to speak. It would just be music that you could listen to that has to do with the project, and then each person that's involved in the project would explain what their thoughts are on the whole topic. So I was like, that sounds great, sign me up. And basically he said, do whatever you want. He had a huge list of clips that he had recorded when he was out in the ocean of seagulls or water, literally just audio files. And he said, use whatever you want. Don't use any of it. It's really up to you. So yeah, I think I made 16, maybe 13, I don't know, 15 tracks. The title of the album, I don't even know what the title is because it's actually the UPC code for his book. So that's what the title is. I was trying to be clever, I guess. But the problem is I never remember the title because of that. It's just a sequence of numbers. But yeah, so that's on Spotify and all that stuff. Again, I didn't get paid for any of that, but it's going to be synchronized, I think is what they call it, or licensed, where, if people want to use it, they can, and then I will get revenue from that, but I'm not really looking into any of that or, expecting anything to come from that. But he did update me the other day and said that apparently Leonardo DiCaprio's, he has this company that is all about, saving the environment, and they just licensed the book. So they're going to make a show or a series of shows or movies, or a movie maybe, based off of the book, and all that music is going to be tied into it too. So he just updated me. I didn't expect any of that, but yeah, that's the most recent, I guess, undertaking as far as the music side of stuff goes.
Do you have anything on Bandcamp?
I do, yeah. If you go to fancymike.bandcamp.com, literally, that's...
I was looking up for Mike Kleine.
No, I don't use my real name for the music stuff. It's all through Fancy Mike. Yeah, so those are the official releases that have happened since 2008 or 2010, whenever that was. If you want just my snippets of work and stuff, I do have a SoundCloud. Same thing. You just search for Fancy Mike on SoundCloud, and that's where you can like see my works in progress and my like 1 minute snippets. And lately, I've been posting a couple things on Twitter of like videos that I put together of songs that I like. Oh, this is interesting. And the videos are literally just loops that I find of, you know, I don't know, how do you pronounce this? GIFs or GIFs? I guess it depends what camp you're in.
It's GIF. Anyone who says GIF is the inferior race.
So GIFs, yeah, and it basically just loops for the whole extent of the video. And again, just like my books, I don't try to make tracks that are 20 minutes long. They're usually the new stuff that I do now is just a minute or two long, because I don't want people to be sitting there going, okay, well, this is boring. I'm gonna, because a lot of people just don't actually listen to full tracks. My earlier stuff is 3 to 4 minutes long. The new project that came out with the oceanography, there's one track that's 8 minutes long. I think there's another that's 7. But for my now, like today, as I am standing here, my tracks are like a minute or two long, because I think that that's where we have gotten to in e-society. That's the extent of what people are going to put up with, unless your name is Justin Bieber. If you release a 4-minute song or a 3-minute and 15-second song, then people will listen. But anybody else, you got to go 1 to 2 minutes.
Well, if you're a reptilian shapeshifter, you can do whatever you want.
Right, exactly. Turd-colored scales.
I mean, there's still weirdos like me who listen to like 30-minute drone music. Has vaporwave at all been a influence on you? Because when I do describe your work to people, I do kind of call it the literary equivalent of vaporwave, both partially because the cover art around it, the surreal, dreamlike atmosphere, the commentary on consumer culture. That's what it very much reminds me of.
Well, yeah. So yeah, vaporwave, plunderphonics, all that. Echo jams, Daniel Lopatin, One Note Tricks Point, whenever. All that does have an influence on me. I do love listening to music. I have records. I do listen to records still. I'll get up and put the record on the turntable and sit there and flip it when it's done. So I am very into that stuff. And I would say that vaporwave. So I do actually make music on the side as a vaporwave artist, but I will not name that name because I don't want that to be associated to me in any way, because that was the whole point. But I have been doing that since 2000. Whenever vaporwave started, I did that. And I've actually collaborated with other vaporwave artists, but I've never named myself in it because that's not the point. And I still do stuff under that vaporwave name. Yeah, I would say that in my writing, vaporwave probably has an influence just on the periphery. It's never, I never will name vaporwave in one of my works. And I think there was a book that you read, Ben, that I did not know about until I saw it on your Goodreads feed. I think it was Journey to Vaporwave Island or something like that.
Yeah, Journey to Vapor Island.
Yeah. And I liked that idea. I liked the aesthetic, and then I read about it, and I was like, okay, let me order this. And then I don't remember what the whole sequence of events was, but it was actually very complicated for me. I wasn't able to get it on Amazon because I think it said it wasn't available. So then I tried to get it on Barnes & Noble, couldn't get it there because it wasn't available. And then I had to go on Lulu.com. I don't have an account there, and I didn't trust it. And it was literally twice the price on Lulu. And I said, no, I'm not paying that for this. So then I never actually got the book to read it, but I was interested in that. But yeah, the whole idea.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but to me personally, you didn't miss anything. I thought it was horrible, to be honest. But no,
yeah, Jeremy actually had the dude who wrote that on.
And he was very monotone. Wow. Yeah, I was disappointed.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I personally found it very entertaining, but yes, unless you don't mind like pages upon pages of sex scenes with face sitting and face fucking, you probably won't enjoy it.
You see, I should have enjoyed it more because it had that stuff.
That fetish video.
He did it so much that it detracted from the overall story he was going for, I felt.
Who's the author now? Who are you?
Robert Stark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, see, even the guy who the other guy, where the devil don't go down, or what, the guy who wrote that and was
Paul Bingham.
Even he said that he felt that the guy that Rob added more sex to it, out of some compulsion than was necessary. He said so himself, right?
It does sound familiar, yeah.
But I actually dragged this down off the shelf. Finally, I was looking for it. In Heaven, Everything is Fine, the David Lynch anthology.
Yeah.
And your entry to it, I didn't know that you were in here. I've been working through this thing for years, and I'll forget about it and then pull it down again. But you wrote Night Films. What's that about?
So, Night Films. It's that was actually an early version of the opening to Kanley Stubrick. So Night Films was during a time where I've always known of David Lynch. Of course, everyone knows who David Lynch is, and that the whole anthology is about that. But I was like, I've never even seen Eraserhead. I love Blue Velvet. That's my favorite one. I've only watched clips of other ones. I'm not really as involved in David Lynch as I should be. Should I watch his whole filmography? So then I started watching the movies. But then after, I think the third day, just like anything that is thematically similar, you just kind of get, you just drone it out. I was like, I can't keep doing this. It's not doing what I want it to do. So I just said, screw this. I'm just going to take what I already know from David Lynch and what I like from Blue Velvet, and I'm going to make a story about that. And Night Films, the title itself comes from, I think I was watching the film, I think it's called Night Moves, at the same time with, what's his face? Who's the actor who played Zuckerberg in the Facebook movie?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Jesse Eisenberg?
Yes, Eisenberg.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's in this movie called Night Moves. And I forget the director's name, but I think she also did. She all her movies are amazing. The director for this film Night Moves, but it's about these eco-terrorists and what they want to do. And I think Dakota Fanning's in it, or maybe her sister. One of the Fannings is in it, which I thought was interesting. And what they want to do is they want to blow up this dam because they disagree with why it's there, and they're trying to make a statement. But just the way the movie is shot is very interesting, because even the ending is. Even if I told you what the ending was, it wouldn't ruin the whole movie. It's just one of those things where just things happen and you're like, wow, I did not expect that to happen, but it makes sense. And it's a very, very, very slow film, but it's one of those films where once you think back on why it moves so glacially, it makes sense because it was all part of the whole, not the trick or the ruse, but it's just the whole buildup is to, are they going to blow up this dam? Because I think the back even says they want to blow this thing up. They don't know how to build bombs. They're looking up how to build bombs. They're trying to source as much fertilizer and all this bullshit to blow up the dam. Can they do it? Will they do it? Will they get caught? So it's kind of like a mystery and, a thriller, because you're on the edge of your seat going, wow, they're going to get caught because they're asking for, 5 tons of fertilizer, but no one can sell that to them because they're not farmers or some weird thing like that. So you start seeing all these things that you never knew about unless you're into this, unless you're into blowing up dams, which I didn't know this is how you source things like, whatever elements you need to build these types of bombs. But to go back to the title of Night Films, the only reason I title that story in the anthology Night Films is because the title of that film, Night Moves, really stuck with me, because I happened to watch it when I took a break from David Lynch films that week, and it really stuck with me because I actually liked that movie more than anything else I watched that week, because I usually watch 1 or 2 movies or maybe 3 a week if I can.
Blue Velvet?
What's that?
Which movie was it that stuck with you, Night Moves or Blue Velvet?
Night Moves. Blue Velvet I'd seen when I was a kid, and I've watched it periodically over the years. That's it was. Oddly enough, it was my father who told me to watch it, because he said this is my favorite David Lynch film. And I said, why? He went into this long explanation of why he liked it. He told me, and he's like, maybe I'm thinking about the wrong movie. This is the one with the ear on the ground? I'm like, yeah, that is the one. And then he said that the scenes with is it Dennis Hopper taking the oxygen mask and all that? He's like, those scenes are amazing. Yeah, and he says when they go into that room where it's supposed to be a bar, all the characters, the way they're reacting, he's like, he knows that David Lynch is strange and does weird things, but just those characters are some of the strangest characters in the way they talk that he's ever seen in any David Lynch movie. Because Eraserhead is weird. It's weird just because of how it is. But with Blue Velvet, you could argue that it's a mainstream story. It's it makes sense. Something happens and they try to figure things out. But everything that happens in between that is just what makes it so interesting. And it stuck with me because, and that's my favorite David Lynch film, because that's the only one I've seen so many times, and also because my dad told me to watch it and he loved that movie.
Yeah, one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things I can't explain why I like it so much, and that's why I like it. Because if I can explain why I like something, if I think about why I like it after a while, I start not liking it, because I'm like, oh, there's other movies that do that better. But with David Lynch, there's so many things that happen that I can't describe. It's a feeling that it puts you in. You're in a trance, and you're like, wow, that feeling is really intense, and you try to dissect it, and you just can't get that.
Right.
So-
it's like reading Haruki Murakami. I mean, they're not the same as far as aesthetically, right?
The
But
trance.
you can't explain why Haruki Murakami, why you like it, right?
Yep,
Just
correct.
yeah.
Yep, yeah. So that's actually a great example. There's 3 things I love about Haruki Murakami. The music. He always has interesting music,
Right.
and it's very, very detailed. He gets into it for 17 pages. You're like, why? Food. The way he describes food, the ingredients, the way it's sourced, the way it's made, interesting as well.
Right.
And then also the side stories. It's like, I'm going to tell you the short story about the Wind Up Bird Chronicle, the section where they talk about the guy who skins the people in the desert, that lasts for 80 pages. Literally, that's all it is for 80 pages.
And you don't care, and typically I would care.
Right, exactly. But
Yeah.
it's so well done that it puts you in a trance. So like, with David Lynch, you're like, why the fuck am I watching this? This is weird. I don't get it. But you don't stop it because you're like, I wonder what's going to happen. And it just the whole is it in Blue Velvet that the guy gets shot in the head and he's just standing there at the end?
Yeah, like a photograph or something.
Yeah.
Like
he's holding that. Yeah, and he's wearing his mustard coat, right? Yeah, and I'm like, what the and literally that scene lasts like 4 minutes where the guy walks in and he just stares at them. It's like, what the hell happened? Because it's one of those things like in No Country for Old Men where something happened in that room, you don't even know what happened, but you're walking in this aftermath and he's just standing there, and somehow he got shot in the head in a very specific way where he's still alive, but he can't function and he's lobotomized. And you're like, why would you put that in a movie? And how are you going to explain that? But it doesn't matter because it sits with you, but it's not just weird for the sake of being weird. It's actually amazing.
There's this feeling in David Lynch films where it's almost like people can become unstuck in time, and it's like completely inconsequential to the ongoing like mechanisms of the universe or something. People just like in Twin Peaks, Josie like merges with the fucking doorknob.
Don't spoil anything. I'm about to watch that.
No, Zach, we're not playing the spoiler thing now. That's season 2 of Twin Peaks, and you've had 20 years to watch.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't think that spoils anything
is
either.
irrelevant.
Yeah, that does not spoil anything.
It does not spoil anything. There's
No,
no
it's
such thing as
speaking
a
of
spoiler.
Twin Peaks, though, I hate to bring this back up, but during that whole spat on Facebook, our old friend William Ramsey, who Jeremy doesn't stand behind, but I still continue to stand behind, says that he has been told through various sources, and he's trying to get it completely directly verified, that Thomas Ligotti, who actually influenced the people who made Twin Peaks a lot, like not just David Lynch, I think, like a couple other people. But apparently through that, he was able to find out that Ligotti was an OTO member. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's pretty crazy.
Which means what? I mean,
that means everything if he's an OTO member.
So we can't.
I have my doubts. Ligotti doesn't strike me as anyone who'd want to join anything.
So what? Does that mean we can't watch David Lynch movies anymore? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
Are you sure you're talking about David Lynch movies, or are you talking about True Detective?
Yeah.
Yeah, because True
Twin
Detective.
Peaks.
Yeah, Ligotti, the guy who wrote True Detective brings him up a lot for season 1.
Yeah.
Maybe it was.
Yeah.
I think
I
that's what
think
you're
it was
talking
True
about.
Detective. I don't think Lynch is inspired by Ligotti.
Yeah, because Lynch was doing stuff like in the 70s before. I don't know how long Ligotti's been around, but
It's probably more like
Lynch has had his
Ligotti.
aesthetic and his style way before. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
He's been
I must be
establishing
getting
it,
mixed
though.
up because of the T. I do that a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, if you kind of dig through it, Lynch's aesthetic, like despite how disquieting it can be, he's a lot more ultimately optimistic than Ligotti is.
Yeah.
In some ways, he still kind of believes in that small town American mentality in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I was going to say everything is Americana with him. There's always that whole Midwest America thing, and then I watched The Straight Story, his Disney movie, the one about the guy on the tractor who goes and he's trying to get to his brother. There is absolutely nothing Lynch about. The only Lynchian thing about that movie is the scene in the store where he's trying to buy some rake or something with a handle, some broom or something, and it's really weird because the back and forth is like, what the fuck are they talking about? But then the rest of the movie is literally, the title is completely accurate. It's very straightforward. A dude gets on a tractor, goes to see his brother. What happens? That's it.
Right.
Nothing weird. He doesn't. there's no one stranded on the road who like, is wearing a cowboy hat and there's like weird fucking synth music playing in the background, but it sounds like ambient noise. No, there's none of that. And even the music is goddamn happy music. It's like banjo music and shit. I like that he did that, because he probably detracted a lot of his hardcore fans, because they're like, what the fuck is this? This is not Lynch. But he was just like, fuck, I can make a regular movie too, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I like that movie.
Yeah,
actually.
it's a good movie. There's nothing amazing about it. It doesn't stick with you. It's a good movie.
Yeah. I still need to watch that one.
It's good.
Well, first of all, Mike, I think we were getting closer to you talking about night films.
Yes.
This anthology. But what would your overall pitch be on that story for someone who's gets this anthology?
I would say that, so everything I've just been talking about for the last 5-10 minutes about Lynch, I was trying to capture that feeling that Lynch is known for, I guess. That, anyone who describes Lynch, they always have a different example. They always weird and all that, but then once you get in the specifics of it, there is no global definition for the feeling that you get from his films. And so the title of Three Things, it comes from that movie with Eisenberg, obviously, just because of the title. But
then comes from the title of the Eisenberg song comes from the Bob Seger song. I mean, movie comes from Bob Seger song.
No, I don't know.
Night Moves.
Yeah.
Probably. But yes,
go on.
No, I'm sorry. No, so the other two things were just that I wanted to capture the feeling of watching a David Lynch film, especially those weird moments I was talking about. That was the second thing, and I think with my short story, I think that I got that. I don't know. There was a lot of. I spent a long time trying to get that right, but I think I did. And the third thing, obviously, is I was trying to think. Okay, if there was no David Lynch, what else? Where else could you go to try to capture a mood like that? And I just thought, and again, maybe this goes back to your whole vaporwave aesthetic that you were talking about, Ben. Just the idea of watching TV at 3 a.m. on those late night TV programs where it's not necessarily those ads where they're trying to sell you the shaker weights and those the bullets or whatever, but it's just weird TV where it looks like it's something foreign that you've never seen, and it's badly dubbed and it looks like crap. And it's only on at that time because maybe it was a mistake, and you'll never see it again. And it's just this idea of these fleeting moments that you're like, was that real? Was I dreaming about that? Because I'm sure we've all had that. I've had those when I was a kid, before digital, TV or whatever, where you could press menu on the TV, where you literally had to flip through channels. You would see this thing that looks like it's half decoded. Or you're like, what the fuck is this? And you can't really see it, but you can hear it, or vice versa. And you sit there and you're kind of entranced by it because you're like, this isn't supposed to be happening. But it's always at a late hour. It's never during the daytime. And then when it's done, the next day you think about it, and then it always sticks with you. But then at one point you start going, well, maybe that wasn't real. So then the title kind of has to do with that. I didn't want to call it night shows or night TV or whatever, because that's stupid, I think. But I wanted to call
it doesn't have a very good ring to it.
No, it doesn't. So I think night films has more of that mystique to it. So those are the three criteria for why I came up with that title, I guess.
So who put out that anthology? It seems like it's an anthology I hear about every day.
You'll be surprised. Well, take a guess.
Oh,
take a guess.
You're
very familiar with them.
Eraserhead?
Yes.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding.
All right.
I've got to know, because I've never get the same answer when I convene with other people who have watched Mulholland Drive. What do you think was going on?
Oh, that's a great one to ask about. I think the whole
tension
that was one of the films I saw that deeply disturbed me, because I watched it alone at 2 a.m.
Oh, the bum, the hobo out back.
Oh, that part scared the shit out of me.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think that visually that's his most quotable movie, and what I mean by that is that's the one that where you can literally, there are clips you can just take from it and put it on YouTube, and you go, holy shit, this is weird. So I was wondering for the longest time what the fuck the whole movie was about, because there was some Reddit Reddit thing about I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, or maybe 5 years ago, about something with keys, and how he had mentioned in an interview that he was going to release an extra or a bonus feature in some far away Blu-ray or DVD version that would explain what you're supposed to look for in different scenes. And if you can grab all those different keys, as he called them, it would unlock the mystery, as he called it, to Mulholland Drive. But I think that was part of him just being a troll to people because he's gone on record a million times when they ask him, what are your movies about? How do you come up with your ideas? Where he literally says that he just sits there and it's kind of like he's fishing, where he has no idea what he's going to do, and then those ideas just come to him. And he also deliberately always refuses to explain what any of the what's going on in any of the movies. And I think that
I remember that one famous picture. It's just like is saying, "Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual movie," and the person says, "Explain that," and he just says, "No."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't think he's being arrogant or he's being an ass. He just literally has no explanation. I don't think he's not, because he actually has a school here in Iowa. I forget what it's called, but it's one of they have to meditate for an hour every day.
Transcendental meditation.
Oh yeah, that's
Yep. I know someone who actually goes to that school, or I guess you can do online classes, but I know someone, but yeah, they got to meditate for a couple minutes between every class. He actually goes there every now and then, which I thought was interesting. When he says no, he doesn't want to explain things. He literally, I think, is saying that is his style. He just does things because they look pleasing to him or they seem great at the time. And then I think he's gotten to the point where he has proven himself so many times that literally he could just release shit for the next 10, 20 years and people would still say this is amazing, because he's you have to get to a point where you establish yourself before you can start just doing whatever the hell you want. So he has not just been doing whatever the hell he wants. It's just that he thinks in such a way that by him doing whatever the hell he wants, it's worked out for him. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. A lot of people try to do whatever the hell they want and people see through it and say that's stupid. That makes no sense. I don't have time for that. Move on. I'm going to the next person. But with him, he's been around for so long. He's been doing it for so he's been so consistent with it, and he has created a style that people can come back to, because like it or not, when you do things like books or music or movies or games, if you have to have some type of brand, like if you think of any famous artist, they have one thing that people remember them for. Like for example, Lynch, he has his weird Eraserhead, the Elephant Man. He has his weird. He's just a weird dude. I don't know. If you think about,
he's his own brand, right? He's not,
right, exactly. You have to have a brand. You have to have something that, if someone wants to describe you in one or two words, what can they use? And that's
his own genre is more of what I'm thinking.
Right? Yeah, like Primus, genre. The band Primus. What's the genre for Primus? It's Primus. There's no other genre. They do their own thing. Right.
I saw them live 2 years ago, and it ruled.
It's always great. I mean, Les Claypool knows what he's doing. But the thing is, a lot of people who, like, nowadays anyone can create anything. But even if you look at these YouTube personalities, as they call them, which I hate to use that term, they all have something that keeps people coming back. And it's not just because they consistently release things, but it's this whole unfortunate, it's branding. You have to brand yourself as something, and if you don't, people don't know what they want to come back to you for.
Watch out! You're saying the brand word. It seems like somebody on this. On the show likes to go crazy when you mention brand.
I hate the idea. I don't like the idea of people making themselves brands, because then you're beholden to making yourself presentable. Like, and there's never any downtime from it. You got to watch your words around the clock, and then you end up tied up with all these communities that tattle on each other, and it's horrible. Branding is the worst thing that could have happened to us, I think.
Yeah, that's why I try to switch gears from saying Lynch is his own brand to his own genre, right?
No, say what you
know.
Yeah, well, because I mean, the thing is, so let's talk about authors. You look at the author, this is how you know right away. You look at their author bio, and if within the first two sentences or lines, if they mention their race or their heritage, you're like, okay, I see what's going on here. You're the black writer who represents this community, so that's all you're going to write about. And if you don't, you're going to be destroyed. And it's one of those things where you decide: do you want to go mainstream or semi-mainstream, and then become this puzzle or this cog in the machine that you have to be all the time, or do you just do your own thing and then nobody ever reads anything you ever write because they don't know what they're looking for? There is no in between, and that's why print on demand is great, because anyone can start a publishing company these days. But then the problem is if you start your own publishing company, as they call it, and then you do things like not pay your authors, or you do a bunch of shady things, you're going to get destroyed within 5 years. That's just going to happen, because everything is transparent these days, and everyone thinks they can do whatever they want, but you can't. But then at the same time, if you start releasing your own books, because I don't know how it works for you all, but if you go into a local bookstore and you say, hey, would you guys be interested in selling my books? They say, yeah, what do you have? the moment anyone mentions the word self-published, they literally spit in your eyes and say, "Yeah, never mind." The definition for that, or synonym in the book, and the thesaurus for that is bullshit crap. No one wants to read that because anyone can self-publish. So there's like a stigma around print on demand, I think, as well, because when someone says, "Oh, this was printed digitally," well, that's bullshit. Anyone can do that, and people just dismiss it right away. But at the same time, you could argue that those people who say those things are the people you don't want reading your stuff.
Right, because I've read plenty of good, like, self-published fiction. I've read stuff that's, complete crap, and I mean, that's just kind of the nature of it. It's just like anyone can just type up whatever bullshit and put it up on Amazon, but there's people who really do put a lot of work into it. Gregor Zane is self-published, and he's very clearly put tons of work into his books.
You've never read them.
Well, I haven't read them yet, but I can. But
I think
okay, never mind. They're shit.
I think Ben posted 3. Was it Gregor's books? You posted 3 pictures where I think they all have like some existence looking thing on the cover, and they all have the same word cover. It's like like colored thing.
The Hanover Block series. They all have weird sculptures on the front.
Yeah. No, so Ben is like putting your name out there. He may not read anything, but he certainly advertises for other people.
Well, he bought them, so he gets to he can
do whatever. I mean, if he paid you money for, he can do whatever he wants with it.
Right, exactly.
On his bookshelf
I'll
forever.
pee on them.
Right.
Yeah, you can pee on them if you want. If you want to make a video out of it, it'd be even better.
But as far as the self-published thing, I've found that even bookstores look down on small presses.
Yeah,
that
they do.
publish digitally, and it's like I'm like, these books are published, and it's just like it doesn't compute in their mind.
Yeah, but who are those people that own the stores as well? They're usually these middle-aged men who are like in their 50s or 60s, and they have this idea of what it means to be published that's changed.
Yeah, they kind of I think a lot of them, like, I've been kind of lucky because most of the bookstores around here, they are pretty open to self-published and small press books and so forth. But yeah, there probably is a lot of like those types who still think of you still need the traditional publishing, that you need to have the print runs, that you need to be published by one of those New York publishers or something like that.
Right. Or you have to have a publicist. Like, who's your publicist? You don't have someone who does the publicity for you. And it's also the same bookstores where they're like, "Oh, you can't find this book. Well, let me order it for you, and I'll charge you $13 extra for however much it costs because I'll find it." Right.
Yes. That's so freaking true. Who does that? Does anyone actually take
They still do that. They still do that.
I just don't get who actually says, "Yeah, I'll pay for it." Like, I've literally been in bookstores and had them look up something for me to see if I was just missing it. And they say, "No, we don't have it in stock, but we can order it for you." And I'll be like, "No, I'm getting it off Amazon."
I said yes to that in like the 90s, right?
Right.
Yeah, you didn't have a choice.
Right, but now I just go, okay, I'll look on Amazon. See ya.
Well, it was just like records, because the record store says, "I don't have this record, but I can order it for you." Well, now you can literally go on eBay and get 5 copies of it for the same price as one new copy.
Yep. Right. And our next guest, S.C. Burke, has joined us.
Speaking of print on demand, I guess, Burke of Nihilism Revised. Are you familiar with that press, Mike?
I am not. I mean, if you name, are there how many? Who are the authors? If you name some authors,
Zach,
I'm one of.
Yeah, one of my books is published through it too.
Well, then I guess I am familiar. Okay, I am familiar with the Nihilism Revived. Okay, should I get off now, or what do I do?
You can hang
around if you want to.
Whichever.
I'll hang around. Why not?
Just let us.
I don't need to go. If I don't like it, I'll get off.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Burke. So you're fairly acquainted with most of the people here. What are your plans for the next few months, publishing wise?
Yeah, I am familiar with several people here. Good to see you guys, hear you guys, however you want to put it.
Welcome.
Next few months is actually a pretty stable slate for Nihilism Revised. We're going to start picking up again. It's been a quiet a month after, maybe 2 months. But we're going to start picking up again here end of May, moving into June and July. As Zachary said, he'll have his book coming out through us, coming out in the summertime. So Yeah, the next few months is busy. It's always been busy for the last 3 years. It's been a heavy slate. This is the first year. It's going to be like I have a break between book releases. It's always been 2 to 3 book releases a month for the last two years. So I think it'll pick up again in the fall, and I'll probably do two books a month in the fall, but we'll see.
Cool. Yeah, are you familiar with what's happened with Zach the last week or so with his books getting pulled? Like hundreds of books at Kensington Gore getting pulled, including his. It's kind of bullshit, man.
Yeah, that and then the whole cosmic horror Illuminati on my case and creeping on my wall and commenting.
See, he has this issue with Ligotti, or Ligotti's friends more than Ligotti, because we all know Ligotti is like a recluse, you know, even more reclusive than me. But his friends, he has this dispute with his friends. Who was the ringleader? John Paget or Nathan Carson? Anyway,
yeah, John Paget, then Nathan Carson and Scott Dwyer, and probably a ton that I don't even know.
Next thing I'll bet Ross Larkhart was in there.
He blocked me back when I had my old Facebook.
Okay. Well, anyway, so he has this dispute with all of them, and all of a sudden, his books come down because there was a content or copyright problem with Kensington Core book from 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, that's awfully suspicious. I think that he has been kind of blacklisted in a very.
I think it's a coincidence.
Well, the more I think about it, I did think it was a coincidence too, but I'm kind of taking into account now that the people who were kind of mad at me, some of them did have good connections. However, if I'm remembering correctly, the thing with Kensington Gore may have actually started before my spat with them, because if I understand correctly, my books actually may have been pulled for a couple days and I didn't know it.
Kind of like I didn't know my phone was disconnected till you told me.
Yeah. I can actually verify now because they sent out an email.
So I just wanted, Zachary, I just wanted to ask. So, like, I was listening early before I got on, and you were talking. You were giving them the update about the whole what was going on back and forth and the whole online thing. Yeah. My question is, I mean, I've heard you talk in the previous episodes, and just hearing you, everything you talk about, you sound like an intelligent person who knows what's going on. Why do you get involved in these online feuds? Because as we all know,
question.
There's nothing will come of this. And you can say whatever you want. You're never going to get the last word, and you're never going to let them get the last word. So this is never going to end. And I wonder why people like you, who I would not think would do that. Why do you do that?
Well, the thing about this one is I didn't actually start it. I was kind of dragged into it. I actually haven't gotten in online fights in forever because I axed my Twitter, and before that I had axed my old Facebook. So I've actually been very vacant on social media. And because, I mean, way back when, I was maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, I would get into it pretty heavily, but I just kind of got away from it. And now that I come back to Facebook, and like I've only been on Facebook now for like 3 weeks, and this one really was just like an organic thing I was pulled into. I don't envision myself getting in many more spats like that, but that one just kind of happened, and they sort of came on my own wall attacking me, so I just kind of didn't back down from it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So there's no answer as to why he just got
Have I influenced you negatively, Zach? You're not doing it to impress me, are you?
I think he's doing it to impress you, Jeremy.
That's weird.
Okay. I mean, because you are a Quiet Place listener for a long time, and I used to pursue that stuff, and I know how miserable it made me and how anxiety-ridden it made me, and I just can't help but wonder, are you feeling some of that now? And you can wear the whole, so-and-so blocked me as a badge, but after a while it does get kind of tiresome, and you can be totally in the right, and it still doesn't matter, I think
tiresome is the right word for it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of confused.
No, I'm not against you. I'm not against you. I'm not I'm just saying, after a while, man, you get tired of swinging at these people because they just,
Oh, you're talking about like just how when it does happen, I'll go
Yeah.
for it.
yeah,
That's honestly simply for my own entertainment because it is fun, and
Mm.
nothing really bad can happen to me from it. So it's like I can just if
Well,
someone's being stupid online, I can just kind of
what?
go after them.
I
Go
would
ahead.
have to disagree with that. I've seen a lot of authors take that stand as a publisher and a writer myself who's had a lot of friends to say that it can't hurt you, that you can turn off the computer at the end of the day. And I personally, I've got to say that I've got like a pinky's worth in this. I don't really know what's going on. I live in my basement and I live in my hole, so I don't know too much of what's going on. I'm just hanging in for the conversation at the moment. But having seen a lot of people politicking and for small reasons, you really got to pick your battles because you may think that the push of the button on the computer is the end of it all, but these things follow you. For people who know me, they may know a lot of infamous areas of nihilism revised from Zach A. Ferguson and the things that he used to do. He used to I don't know where he's at now. We've parted ways mostly because of this, because he thought at the end of the day you can push the button on the computer off and all these people go away, but they don't. And that's the thing. If you're a writer and you're out there worrying about yourself as an artist as well as a person, this shit follows you and it'll come back because you'll get you'll become known for this sort of stuff. And that was like Zach A. Ferguson. When he parted ways with Nihilism Revised, I imagine he had a lot of work and amending to do because he was so careless in the battles that he went out there. He died on a lot of weird crosses, on a lot of weird hills. And I never understood that because he thought that too, it'll all go away. None of this shit matters because these people go away. And
The thing about him that I always kind of thought, it seemed like he was, okay, I'm a very like predictable person. Like I'm literally saying the same stuff. Like people know I'm going to have this stance on certain things. And so in this case, I kind of wonder why I get attacked because they know exactly what my arguments are going to be.
You're making your stands.
Yeah. In his
Right.
case, it seemed like it was this kind of bipolar, all over the place. Everyone's an enemy type thing. Whereas I'm a person, although I've gotten on fights online, I kind of get into fights. I've gotten into fights with the people you expect that I would. Whereas it seemed like he was just going after people for random freaking issues. Like I've talked to a couple people that said that.
He did it a lot for effect. No, I was really close to him, and there is a bipolar essence to it, and he puts and chalks a lot of that up to it. But then there was just that background pettiness of being a 22, 23-year-old kid who just thought it was, like, as you said, it was fun, thought it was funny. And that my only thing here is putting forth the word that you make sure that, when you're out there, that you make sure you do know that it does follow you back somehow or stick with you. And as long as you're okay with that, because I've had to go out there and put my feet in the dirt too and make my stands. And the thing is, I made sure I was 200% that I was, like you said, I'm making the same exact statements. I'm standing for the same exact things and I'm not budging. And that's one thing, if that's who you are and what you're about, then you can't let people budge you, because at the end of the day, these people, they're artists too. And it's kind of, they all come and go. Certain, groups of people who tend to get a little elitist, when you have groups of people that go after other people.
You see, that's what I was dealing with. That's why I call them the Cosmic Horror Illuminati, because it was the same type of people where I had made, like as Gregor said, because I didn't go anywhere looking for a fight. I was commenting on my friend's post, who's, put up a ton of my articles.
I mean, it was an offhanded, snide remark is really all it was.
And then all these people just freaking start piling on me. So
it sounds like you had just something personal that blew up and became something that everybody else reached in on. If I'm not, is that kind of what it is?
No, that's exactly what it was, because it was all over after the
You're
first
not
thing.
allowed to criticize Legati, but anybody else is fair game, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, I wasn't even criticizing him in like a mean way, like a snide way. But the whole thing started after, like I said, hours go by. And
Right.
at 11 p.m., these people, these two guys, start tag teaming me at the exact same time. So you could say that I shouldn't have made the original comment. I'm kind of even going back on that now because these people were 100% provoking me. They had
Yeah.
to talk to each other and be like, okay, let's go to this dude's Facebook wall and just freaking provoke it. It's like poking the bear because maybe they were familiar with me, maybe they're not. But they were poking me in the way they knew I would react in a certain way, and I did
Right.
react in a certain way.
And
So,
the thing SC's been saying is exactly what I was going to say. Like if you want to be known for that, that's fine. But I would say, we're saying you should have made that comment about him. I think you can say whatever you want on the internet. If someone's going to react to it, it's your decision to respond to that or leave that alone, because you always have the option to just ignore that comment. You don't have to respond to it because others might make comments and you can respond to those. But yeah, I think that as an author or any type of artist, as SC said, you have to be really careful because this will never go away. It could go away for a month or two or a year or 5 years, but it can come back. Long down the road, you will have forgotten about it. And the other thing is, things like this happen. People don't do their research. If they see some article or some topic or some thread about this, they're just going to read the first two posts and say, oh, this guy just likes to argue and he has no idea what he's talking about. That's what I'm going to think of him as. So then anytime they see your name, whether it's an interview or a new book or a post somewhere, they see your name, your first and last name. That's all that's going to come to mind for them. This guy likes to argue and he's an idiot. And, that works against you and that works against the publisher and everything. And it's just, that's how, people's attention spans, they're not going to sit there and write a paper on you and say, did he actually, was he in the wrong or were they in the wrong? Who's actually right about this? People don't care about that. All they're going to see is this guy gets in fights on the internet and he just does it over and over for no reason. I'm not going to read his books. Done. And that's unfortunately what happens a lot of the times.
Yeah.
But you think that if you go around walking on eggshells too often, I mean, I know from experience you can almost lose your own identity. I mean, like I legitimately muted parts.
Yeah,
of
but the thing is that like Thomas Ligotti himself doesn't even want to be on the internet, right? I mean, you don't even have to play, right? You don't even have to be part of the game, know?
Yeah. That's a good point. Is like that's where I try after a situation that set at least the Bizarro community on fire with Facebook, and I have no problem dropping the name, and it's a name Will Bernadara. That almost burned my whole
psycho.
That almost burned my whole fucking publishing venture down. And
I'm not really in that category. Like, I may do something.
Yeah.
He's like,
you haven't. You haven't said.
You could be in that category. That's what we're saying. You could get there eventually. Who knows?
Zach has not sent a video of him cutting himself to me.
Oh, that guy? That's who you're talking about? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to compare you to him, but I'm just saying there's that's the extreme case right there.
Well, let me put this to you, and this has actually kind of formed my thoughts for it. One of the guys who was arguing against me told me that I was burning my writing career down simply by making, this kind of, it all came from that one comment that I make it, they attack me, and I reply, and pretty much for the most part, a dignified way. It may have been a kind of, amped up dignified way, but for the person, like he's pretending to be my judge, basically. This guy who I don't know, who runs around with people in, I guess, the cosmic horror circles, is going to tell me that I'm burning my writing career down. It's like, who is this guy? He doesn't have any power over me. And the fact that they want to pretend, like right there, pretend that they have power over me, that makes me just kind of, like Jeremy said, want to go at it a little harder, because it's not like this something where it's going to follow me. I'm not saying that it won't, but it's like he's right out of the gate saying, I've got this power with you, boy. You better not mess with me. I don't like that because I don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah, and that's your right. That's exactly where like I said, you got to pick your battles and make sure you know what you're standing for. And to me, I would have stood my position. And going back to the Will Bernadar thing, that was what I was kind of getting at. Is like it drew me out of my hole, my corner, and I had to sort of make my stand, my statements, and stand my ground to make sure that this individual wasn't going to ruin me based off of his ideologies. And granted, you're not a publisher, you're an artist and a writer. You're facing that same thing where in your eyes maybe somebody's oppressing you or threatening what you're against to the point you feel you have to say something. But I always feel that there's also the options, as I've always said to most people, if you want to talk to me and have that serious conversation, then that's where we have personal messaging, personal conversations. With Will Bernadara, I even got on the phone with him, because those things didn't need to be on social media. They didn't need to be seen or involving other people, because it came down to just me and him. And it wasn't a thing. I mean, he did threaten my family. He did threaten other things while on the phone, but it wasn't that we didn't get on the phone for that matter. We got on the phone to discuss what the issue was at hand, without the bullshit of social media being involved, because there are so many voices within social media that are going to get in there and be involved whether they belong there or not. And it's more of an issue between you and an individual, or just between you and an ideology that's trying to tell you that yours is wrong. Because I don't feel that you should ever have to walk on eggshells or feel oppressed or challenge your own identity to sort of, play into these people. But you do have to have it in your mind that there is, when you play it out in public or in the eye of so many other people, that's when it can be twisted, it can be contorted, it can be seen as so many different other things. Maybe, as some others have said, maybe somebody doesn't want it. We'll see that. And that's, they just see that as too much stress for them. And you would have never had to put that out there if it was just between you and this individual, and that's kind of like, what I had to do is I had to think of more savvy ways to be able to have these conversations with the individuals that I had problems with, that did involve all these other people, because you will never win a war against everybody on the internet.
But Zach, if you ever do want to take any of those wars onto this show and they're willing to come on, I will. That's totally okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, people want to have a conversation, right? I mean, that's nothing wrong with that.
Right. I was going to say, there's platforms, and as Jeremy said, there's, come on this show. It's a perfect place to do it, and you are able to air it out in a place that the platform is greeted for it, and it's not necessarily open for you to have to fight back with other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to fight with a chorus, right? I mean, the thing is that you said exactly. Something, this guy's buddy, right? This guy's like longtime protege, like it was like Robin defending Batman's honor, right? That's what happened, right? So he could have, you could have said, hey, you could have sidelined it if he really wanted to,
So SC, you're saying you're motivated by concern for Zach, right?
Yeah. I think everybody that's piping up about this advice related to fighting on the internet that's the motivation behind it.
Yeah. I same with wanting to look out for Zach and him as a person and an artist. I did that with Zach A. Ferguson. I tried to stick to that guy's side, and again, this is a different case. Zachary Magaha, not Zach A. Ferguson at all. You're out there you got your own prerogative, your own thing. But I defended, my friend for a long time, and it got to a point where I just couldn't. He was in the wrong, and that's something you definitely don't want to find yourself in, where you've had so many people, take your side for so long that maybe you've gone too far.
So this what is the guy's name? Will Bernardino, is that his name?
Bernardaro.
Will Bernardaro.
Now is he one of these guys that Tenderwolves? Is that the Tenderwolves guy?
Yeah, Tenderwolf Society. Yeah.
It's
basically just him.
Yeah, but it's like but the idea is that it's allegedly a society of felons, like violent felons that
individuals who don't just simply write about crime, but they had to do the crimes that they write about.
Right.
Yeah, right. It's corny as shit. Well, I mean, he has done crimes. He was in jail for beating the shit out of his girlfriend, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I believe that was the whole case that people found out about him is he was a felon that had beaten his girlfriend, broken into her house. The police arrested him on her front yard with her son, and that was in the past. Not saying it made it better for my situation.
Well, I mean, the guy went to jail and he got out of jail, right? I mean, he served his time, right?
Yeah. And when I met this guy, he was very nice, very cordial. His writing was dangerous, and anytime I receive a piece of writing that's dangerous, as an author who myself writes dangerous material, I have no problem with it. But there are certain things that start to raise red flags when you read a piece that kind of shows that a person carries beliefs of hatred and oppression.
Well, are we talking like Peter Sotos type shit that he was? Is that what he was doing, or what?
Yeah, kind of a little bit. I would say Peter Sotos has more of an artistic integrity to him, whereas Will Bernardara just wanted to hurt people with his writing. He didn't want to educate anybody, and there was some value to it when I was reading it. But before even agreeing to publish the book, I would just I talked with him and talked to him about dangerous people versus dangerous writing. And tried to get a feel for this guy, and everything was great. And then one day it just started. The hatred started, and then he started posting pro-rape stuff under the guise that he was trying to educate people. Oppenheimer, Schopenhauer. Excuse me. Yes, excuse. There you go. Thank you so much. Schopenhauer, under the guise of that sort of stuff. Peter Sotos. He was using these names as sort of an umbrella to climb under for his artistic integrity of why he was doing things. But when I talked to him, like I said, I got on the phone with this guy. It was just pure hatred. He wanted to make people hurt with his writing. I'm
looking at the Facebook page for the Tinderwolves, and it's like a cry for help. I mean,
and the guy, and that was the thing is. At the time, Zach A. Ferguson was partnering with me, and he was talking to him, and they had formed a relationship around some more personal stuff where the guy had opened up, and we did kind of see that this person was kind of calling for help, and that was where we were trying to bridge the gap in a way and understand this individual. But way before we even had a chance to to get into his book, this guy had just. It's like it was just he couldn't help but throw it all up in your face like a drunk individual. It was just waiting for him to just show you how much hatred he had. And once that happened, it all fell apart within just minutes to days, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And to the point where it wasn't even with me. I'd cut and severed all ties with him, as well as Zach A. Ferguson at the time. And he had just went off on his own and continued to do this stuff to the point where I was receiving messages as if he was a friend of mine, saying you need to stop this guy. And I had to tell people, man, I don't know who this individual is. I'm on your end. In fact, he's threatened to come, murder my family, murder me, all this other stuff. Like I'm in the hole with you. So that was like a big part of that year for us was dealing with the drama that was Will Bernardara and him just trying to shock people.
This here is a real corpse, I believe.
Yes. And that was one of the big things that gave him away was his use of images, promoting images in a positive manner that were serial killer victims, or he was dating a female who had a problem where she liked to be cut. And he had sort of exploited that for some pictures to put on the internet where she was cutting her wrists and she was basically attempting suicide, and he was taking pictures during the act and posting on Facebook, and then got her help.
So I'm not that. I'm like literally the goody two shoes. Like,
if anybody's tuning in, there's not a comparison, right? We're not doing
morality.
We're not saying that Zach is a protege. Right?
Yeah. Anything. I'm on the good side. I might be like annoying people.
Yeah. I've had conversations with Zachary, and I don't believe he's nothing near anything near that. he's such a positive person in the conversations we have had. I'm pretty good at judging people since that situation. I've had my awareness is at its highest when I do publish. So I make sure I talk to people and see what they're about. I've looked at his work, read some of his previous works. And I don't believe Zachary's in that class anywhere near that. No. So it's clear.
He said, I like this author's work, but I think he's a misanthrope, right? That's what he said, right? That's a big deal.
Yeah, I had one conversation with Will Bernadara. It was like right after he first friended me on Facebook. It was just like, it started off as a pretty casual conversation. It was just like, oh, hey, we're both going to have books coming out, the Nihilism Revised. So I'll check yours out. I'll check yours out. It's just a friendly conversation like that. And then out of fucking nowhere, he sends me a video of him cutting his arms and legs.
Yeah, that was the guy in a nutshell. Yeah,
it was actually a video of himself.
Yes, him in a mask cutting his arms and legs with a scalpel.
I saw it, so I can.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'll send you a picture or a video of me praying of it.
But I can't masturbate to that.
You can.
But this just goes to show that you got to be careful, like what Facebook group you join or who you add on Twitter or whatever other platform. Of course, I don't know, Ben, you're familiar with Fluland, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that whole thing.
Yeah, Fluland is very. I was just thinking that when I was listening to the whole story here, because it's one of those things where it's like it's once again this whole shroud of mystery behind who runs this and who's doing this, but that kind of draws you to it. And then months later, after you have submitted something to there, because I did submit something there, you realize that this person is actually the one running it is actually hated by like hundreds of people, and you had no idea. And then you immediately get clumped into this group, and you're like, and everyone starts asking, why did you do anything with this person? And you had no idea. So it's a cautionary tale. You also got to do your research. Fluland was one of the literary magazines come up every single day. There's like 20 of them per hour. It was. I don't know what it followed. There was something else before that it had gone down. Basically, it was one, as far as I understood it, it was one of the last remaining group of alt-lit writers or whatever you want to call them. And they said, all these other places that we had for alt-lit are no longer available. Here's this new magazine. And I forget how I found out about it. Someone sent me a link. I read, the first 10 things that were published, and oddly enough, they were all good. I really liked what was on the website. And then the person running it actually messaged me on Twitter and said, I'd love you if you could send me something, please send me something if you have anything. And I actually wrote something specifically for Fluland, which they liked. They published it. And then it was, I think, Ben, you had submitted something there, correct? And then you said it had been rejected for some reason?
No, I actually had it published on there, and then when the whole controversy came out, they pulled it down.
Right.
And I guess they tried to throw me under the bus by saying, "Oh no, we pulled his piece down because it was especially ugly."
Right.
And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, and they did that to you and like 20 other people, and that was the issue. And then that's when I started seeing all the Twitter stuff, and I was like, what is going on? And because I usually, so we were talking about walking on eggshells. I don't do that, but I don't necessarily ever voice my opinion about anything because I just keep it neutral. Because I don't feel that there's, as SC said, there's no argument you can win on the internet ever. And I do believe that. So I don't really involve myself. But this was the first time that, people like Ben were getting thrown under the bus. And I was like, holy shit, I recognize Ben's name right there. I know who that is. Why is he being mentioned in this? And that's when I looked into it. And I was like, holy crap, are more people going to get thrown on? And I mean, Ben, you might have to explain this because I don't think, does anyone else here know what we're talking about right now?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the piece I had published was it's in the Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye. It was practically a transcript of a dream I had. It's basically about a psychotic cross-dresser, and about the only thing I can think of that people could say is that, oh, it's transphobic, even though the character isn't even actually trans, they're just a lunatic. That's the only thing I can think of that they tried to pin on me.
And I clearly didn't get that at all.
Right.
I clearly didn't pick that up.
So the issue is that people took issue to several pieces, and yours was one of them. And the website had to take it down to appease those people, correct?
It wasn't just that. Apparently, the person who ran it used to be either used to or still was like an outright alt-right figure who was talking about how they wanted It was originally called Casper Mag, I think. How they wanted it to be a an alt-right outlet. I guess the person who ran it, I don't know what they were going under the name, like Alice Zoo or something like that for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But then they originally used to go under the screen name Poswald Spengler to give you an idea of the kind of way they leaned, and that all came out. So the person who ran it, they just folded.
So basically, my whole point is, Zachary, just be careful. There's a lot going on out there, and things like this that I'd never expected, because I try to stay out of any type of political or any type of conversation. I don't want to be involved in it because I don't feel like it's necessary. But when that happened, it was something that I was indirectly involved with, and it kind of opened my eyes. And that's part of the reason why I don't really submit any short stories to any online mag or whatever, because you think the background, but you don't know what's going to happen in the next couple months. And things like what happened to Ben happened, and I was in there. Thankfully, I was not mentioned for any reason. But if you look in there, I think the website's down. You can't actually look at anything anymore. But you look at people's names, and that does show up in the Google search history. So it's just you got to be careful, man.
Yeah, I am to an extent. Like I said, I used to be a lot worse at it back when I was on Facebook before. After I deleted that, I've been pretty much away from social media for a while, but I came back like maybe 3 weeks ago. Nothing really happened until that one kind of innocent comment led to the whole thing that did happen. So in my defense, I will say I wasn't going out looking for a fight, but the way that they were provoking me, like,
yeah. I believe in freedom of speech. You should be allowed to say whatever you want. Your comment about the author, I have no problem with. It's just once people respond, that you just gotta figure out what's worthy of your time and what's not. That's all. But yeah, you can say whatever you want. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I do have to get better at it, because I guess it's just my mentality where it's like, if someone's coming after me, I just feel the need to defend myself instead of just. On certain cases, if it would have been something on the other wall, I may have ignored it. But they came to my personal one, and they weren't my friends, so it was kind of.
It made it personal, like a personal attack.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's really what it was, and the fact that it was obviously coordinated, which is just kind of weird.
Something that needed to be shut down one way or another.
Right.
That's how they work. Yeah, that's how they work. They're always carrying messages back and forth and saying, well, this person, they're trying to gatekeep and all this. It's really, really despicable behavior, because they think that their whatever community they have is like some sacred thing, and it's really just a loose gathering of people who will all hate each other in about 6 months.
So many
and
of
the
those.
thing is, I guess you can just boil it down to the beginning of the whole thing. They're just going after me for saying that a certain philosophy involving antinatalism and suicide as, like, I guess, the best option for humanity is evil. Like, I would hate to be on their side having to argue against me, because I think you can objectively see that I'm in the right. But it's like, if I'm putting myself in their perspective and I was going to be arguing against me, then what I would do, not what I would do, but about the only thing they can do is this kind of, this coordination mixed with extreme, really, actually poorly done gaslighting. And it's like, I will say, I guess, to make it concise, they didn't have good intentions.
Well, and it was also to say they know Thomas.
Yeah.
Well, I think John does. I don't know about the others.
Yeah, John does. I don't know about these other guys.
Yeah.
I know someone who knows Thomas.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know what these other guys were. I've never heard of those guys before, but I definitely had heard of John Paget, or however you pronounce his last name, and I've read a book by him. Know a little bit about him. I really liked the book that I read by him. I can understand kind of why, in a way, why you would want to defend, but I don't really understand it, because Thomas Legotti's not online. He doesn't care about what's going on online, right? So I don't see what the point was to come out of the blue and just say, oh, actually, he's a really nice man.
Just for reference, Zach, between two religious people here, on the screen. Just
What
something.
you got?
Is it showing up? Is
You
it
got a
not?
Bible verse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I'm
What are
aware.
you implicating me in?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I'm aware that there are some here who are not religious, but I mean that's more like reassurance to Zach, that because he has taken this position against antinatalism, then he can probably expect to be persecuted for speaking um, to life having an answer and more, you get what I'm saying. But anyway, so SC, what is your aim with Nihilism Revised? Is it just to tell great stories, or why'd you choose that name?
The name, the name was actually kind of a bigger deal than I think I want to admit, but it had to mean something for sure. I wanted it to embody something, and a lot of people, funny enough, don't really take it for what it is. And nihilism, the belief in nothing, and I believe creativity, the act of creation, is the belief in something. The belief in something. Even if it's not a god, it's a belief in something. So nihilism revised is to take nothing and make it into something. Turn your nothings into something. So originally that was the goal. It was a personal goal, just me in my basement, being a writer, making my own books. And eventually, I started working with other friends, and I just wanted to sort of make it this thing where it could be the same thing that it was to me, to other people, which is just a place where you can create completely unbound, because so many publishers that are looking for a certain thing or genre, or there's some sort of control involved, and I wanted to be someone who could offer other writers the opposite of that control, just unbound freedom. And I didn't want any certain type of genre weighing me down. I didn't want anything like that. And so that idea of towards just good storytelling is absolutely an important thing to me. And the passion behind the writers, I'm looking for those writers who have those works that they've submitted around, and it's getting turned down for various reasons because they want it changed, or they don't see what it's about, and I want to check those things out. And I've even had stuff that I don't fully understand or even stand behind, that I still see the beauty in the artwork of what the person is doing, whether, when I'm talking to them. And so it's all about that. With Nihilism Revised, I just want to promote that freedom to create and to write without any hesitation or fear of what someone else is going to think when it comes to the time of publishing. Because I've talked to so many writers that cater their work a little bit towards publishers. I need to do this because of this publisher is looking for this, or I can't go as hard as I want because publishers don't like that. And earlier I talked about the distinction of dangerous writing, dangerous artwork between dangerous people. I'm very much a person that as an artist, I'm a dangerous writer. I put I don't post on my Facebook, or I'm not very vocal about much. I put it all in. I'll put it all in the artwork, put it all in the book So I wanted to also work with transgressive and sort of mean writers that had something to say, raw and as realistic as possible. But as I've been proven, there can be artwork that is too dangerous when when the person becomes too dangerous. But that's another thing, is I would like to work with those individuals that are considered the misfits of literature, that don't get to have the voice out there that they want. I want to give them that. I want to give them the opportunity to just do whatever they want, however they want, and have control, even though I'm building the books and putting them out there. I think Ben might be able to attest to it, but I tried to work with him, the way he wanted it to be, not the way I wanted it to be, but I wanted his vision to come together. And I don't see a lot of publishers offer that. It's still just me in my basement building books, doing everything behind the books. And there's very much a reason for that. My closest friends and partners, have had disagreements because they want it to be catered to be, just transgressive, or to be a little bit more esoteric and limited in what I do, or certain things. That was a big thing with Zach Ferguson and I. A lot of disagreements between where we wanted to take the press. He wanted it to be more elite, more focused on writers that had a style and a certain vision that was closer to his and even mine at certain times. Yeah. A little bit more closed off. He didn't want as many writers coming through the door. And I'm the opposite. I wanted to see more writers coming through the door. The more writers that came through the door with promising works, the more excited I got, and then that would make him mad. So we had a disagreement, and I had to part ways, because that's what I want. I'm looking to do more with that, even though I'm also looking to focus on being a writer. It's sort of, you can't live that you can't live as a publisher and a writer. And so I know there's a lot of people that support me as a writer and tell me to back off as a publisher, but to me, right now, I need to be a publisher. I got this opportunity, and I got Nihilism Revised, which is giving other people opportunity. There's no reason why I shouldn't collaborate with individuals to continue to make it bigger and better, and put just as many books out there as I possibly can.
Yeah, it does seem like Nihilism Revised does have a wide variety. It has the experimental works that you yourself did, that Zach Ferguson did, but you also had straightforward narratives like Ben Fitz's book. Mine is probably somewhere in between. I have a few, some of my stuff in there is in the Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye. It is straight narratives, while those are more experimental pieces.
Yeah. Experimentalism was a big thing for me. I didn't see a lot of people. There's a lot of experimentalist writers out there, but they're just kind of in their bubble, not doing much, because there's not, experimentalism. They think that you have to show something for it. You have to turn it into something, and that's not true, because sometimes experimentalism itself is a perfect art form, the perfect platform for the art. So. That was another genre that I wanted to focus on, was experimentalism at the very beginning.
That's actually one I'm reading right now, Kegger. It's actually pretty hilarious, and it doesn't seem too surreal. It almost reminds me. It almost comes across to me a little like a more like lazy Big Lebowski. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And that's Kyle Rader, man. He's great. He's great at the comedic writing. His latest, My Best Friend Satan, has the same sort of cadence and that same comedy, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. It was this sort of embodied that heavy metal mentality, that like 40-year-old guy that's still going to concerts.
Who are some other authors that you're proud of at Nihilism Revised?
I'm proud of all of them, but there's some standouts that I know a lot of people love. Danny Brown, 56 Seconds, was a big book for us. A lot of people have liked that one, as well as Ben Fitz that Ben brought up earlier. Ben Fitz's book, My Birth and Other Regrets. That one was a pretty big book amongst readers. I know it's an array of just kind of bizarro-esque type stories, and as Ben said, it's very straightforward. Well, I don't want to say just purely straightforward, but more straightforward than some of the stuff that I put out there. Austin James's The Drip Drop Prophet went up for Wonderland Book of a Collection, was nominated, as well as Ben's book, which was fucking awesome to see two Nihilism Revised books put up for an award. The year before we did Strange Behaviors, the anthology.
The art in that is killer, from what I can see.
Yeah, that anthology, a lot of people were upset. I guess I got a lot of messages saying that we should have at least gotten a nomination for anthology of the year. It wasn't really anything I thought of. So when Ben Arze and Austin James were put up, it was phenomenal. It was really surprising to see that these great pieces are actually getting the recognition they deserve. I feel there should be so much more books out there that Nihilism Revised put out that should be recognized. But that's just me personally. I work with these guys. I know how much hard work is put in there. So,
do you edit as well, or do you have a professional editor?
No, I edit, but I try to make it pretty clear with the writers that it's a collaborative effort. That I would like them to send me their most perfect edit as possible, so that way we can get it done a little bit faster and easier, because I don't have professional editors. And that same goes with for the most part all the cover art, the interior artwork. I do a lot myself. I have had some collaborations involved, but I do most of them. And so yeah, I have a penchant. I love book design. I love building these really beautiful books that have artwork to go with it. And I feel like the graphic design needs to be top notch, just as much as these writers are putting 110% in. And I shouldn't be putting in anything less. So yeah, Zach A. Ferguson, he really took advantage of the artwork aspect. So anything he's done is just batshit crazy. But yeah, there's even Inner Mind Musclebound was a really weird book that I did early on, by Justin A. Mink, and I feel like that one doesn't get enough promotion or enough recognition, as well as some of the other stuff. I Will Fuck Your Heart Until It Bleeds, Paul Schwartz. These are some pretty cool transgressive books that I really feel that a lot of people would enjoy, but it's those are more cult readings, I guess. I could go on I think we have like 37 books, so I could probably sit here and spout all 37 books off, but I'll save time and not.
Well, as far as transgression goes, what do you think? I mean, if transgression is constantly changing and acclimating to society, what do you think is transgression now that so many taboo things are considered normal? What do you think transgression means now? Would it be being like a traditional conservative who goes to church every Sunday? I mean, would that be?
Sure. I mean, it's all very personal, so yeah, it could very much be that. It comes through the work, it comes through how it's written, how it translates, the methods behind the words. If you were to take something like religion and make your statement on it, it could be very transgressive depending on what way you're approaching it, and how you're executing the words. There's some Zachary Maga. I feel there's some great transgressions within his book that he submitted, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants, that maybe I don't know if he considers them transgressive, but reading them, they feel that way. So I absolutely do think that something something like the conservative churchgoer can be transgressive, but so can I still think the school shooter is just as transgressive as that. It's just the feeling behind it.
How I don't think anyone has really written the go-to book about school shooters to date. I think most people are afraid to handle that. So yeah, that would be transgression.
Blackheart Boys Choir. Don't forget that one.
Okay, I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, Blackheart Boys Choir is pretty good.
Okay.
The Columbine Pilgrim by Andy Nowicki might be a good candidate, but I guess the shooter in that is technically an adult, so I don't know if that counts.
What'd you call the Columbine Pilgrim?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a really good one.
And anybody that reads Jordan Crowell knows that the topic of that in society is very important to him. He's written on it. I wouldn't say the definitive book, but he's written on it really well.
Oh, what is it? Humanity is the Devil?
Yeah. And yeah, Humanity is the Devil.
Yeah, that's one where I think he had a hardcover that came out for it. It's like 900 pages.
Yeah, beautiful
Yeah.
hardcover.
Yeah, I think I have that.
Yeah.
What is it? An essay or is it what is that?
It's a one of his I guess cut up inspired fictions about
Yeah.
a group of Gnostic terrorists.
Okay.
You want to talk about transgressive? What was his press called? The one that he ran, or that
Fox Ministries.
Yes, that's anything on there. If you want transgressive fiction, that's on like 120%. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the problem I had with Dynatox was the length of the books. They felt like microfictions, and I need something.
Chapbooks.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I can, have fun with some of those books, but I need something that something that feels like a real book, and the fact that you have to call it a chat book just seems like it's less bookish than an actual.
I've noticed there's an incline of the chat book being a thing where it's almost like SoundCloud rappers. You get a minute song and it is what it is. Fortunately, with Jordan's press, the chat books he puts out, they're pretty hefty in their own right, just because of the format and style of some of those books being heavily experimental in some cases. But I've noticed there's a rise, and I think that's because there's a lot of people who put together they put together a chat book with the intention of building something bigger, only to realize that chat books are a thing and maybe I can pass this off. I've got a lot of submissions that even have that message that, I've written this and I don't know what maybe you can do with something with it. And some cases, I have put together some chat books that I agree with. But to me, I feel that if the ones that have been done right are sitting with Jordan Crowell. And so, that's where they're at. They're hard to come by, and he sort of specializes in that format and does a great job at selecting which ones he does. But I totally get where it's just not enough in some cases. They're cool on the fly, maybe when you're traveling or you just want something to on a quick read, something to get through in like an hour or two. They're really rad, and if you can find a great one, sure. But I feel that too many nowadays are coming up short, where you feel like this should have been something more thought out. It should have had more time put into it, and I think that just comes with also the movement. I've noticed that a lot of writers now are always time is not a thing. They're not patient. They're trying to get shit done as fast as possible, as many books in a year as possible, which I totally get if you got a backlog of things you're working on. But I've also seen a lot of people who are just shoving shit out there, especially me, shoving stuff in front of my face, just 3-4 books a time, a year, and I don't feel that their writing really warrants 3 or 4 books a year.
When someone does that, does that diminish their quality for you or how you see them?
Artistically, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel it diminishes it, especially because most of the ones I do read, they're putting out a lot of work that feels the same, and I feel like I did that after The Weird. I had Sarenberger because I had this residual stuff that I felt that I wanted to publish, and I felt redundant myself in doing that. So I know people have got to feel that redundancy in their own writing when they're putting out 4 chat books of a continued sort of narrative, and you can kind of see where they're trying to build a bigger story through the chat books, or they're just redundant in the sense that they're not fully exploring their ideas in bigger books. So those chat books sort of do become redundant in another way. So to me, it does diminish, a whole lot of value for certain writers.
Yeah, that seems like a very almost kind of old-fashioned way of doing it, because I recall Carlton Mellick apparently put Jesus Electric Corpse, the original version of that, was a series of chapbooks. So I guess it's like the idea of publishing something in installments like that. It maybe like in a chapbook format that seems a little a little redundant. Like I can see doing it like, I don't know, like online or through like ebooks or something like that. But doing
Yeah.
it through chat books does seem like a very like
It would have to have a
outdated way of
strong,
doing it.
yeah, it would have to have a strong concept behind that, I feel, to pull that project off.
Yeah, you just don't want it to come off as a slight or a trifle, right? Because it's already
Right, yes.
there's already a length issue, right? So
Right.
you got to have some real meat behind the concept, you
Yeah.
know?
Right.
Yeah,
To be
there's
honest, a lot of Bizarros kind of hit me the same way, and that's kind of why I stopped buying a lot of Eraserhead books, because it just felt like everyone was just kind of a stupid high concept idea, stretch out to meet like the minimum length to get a Matthew Revere cover.
I've been in that position myself, so yeah, definitely.
Every book, talking animals, find some kind of pop culture reference, you know, and wedge it in there.
Mhm.
I mean, the thing is, if you go on the Wikipedia page, I think they actually have like different waves of it. They go wave 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and then they started doing the was it the new? What was the title for it? The new Bizarro author series or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Where it was that static template in the back, where it was that brown rust, and then they'd have like an MS Paint JPEG in the middle of it, which I despise that design. It's disgusting. But anyway, there were some good stories there. But yeah, I think that the original 8 authors, and that includes Jordan. Or no, I think he was wave 1. He came after. But anyway, the first 1 or 2 waves, you could tell, or the first 0, 1, and 2, you can tell that there was actual, like, you know, they needed to write these stories. But then once it started becoming it was never in mainstream, but it became popular enough that all these young people were like, holy shit, I want to write Bizarro. And then they sort of, you know, commodified it and said, okay, we're going to start this series where every year you submit and you can get accepted, and your book is going to cost $10 no matter what the length. And yeah, like Zachary said, it just felt like these literally could have been short stories that were 10 pages or less. They did not need to be 100 pages or more. And it's like you get the point after the first 10 pages, and then it's like, okay, I get it, and then it just kind of drags on and on and on and on, and there's nobody, you know, giving these shitty reviews. Everyone who's reviewing them, either they got a free copy or they're friends of that person, and it's just like no one's actually saying what needs to be said about these books. But I mean, Zachary said he stopped buying them and reading them. I mean, that's part of the reason why I deviated from it. I was like, okay, now it's just become some type of contest. It's no longer an actual, you know, I don't want to use the word brand, but it's not something to go to anymore. It's just become another fad, just like the whole alt-lit crap, you know?
Yeah, I gotta say, just so I'm not called a hypocrite, I did submit to it a couple times, and the first time I got like quasi accepted by the editor, Spike Marlowe, but she ended up like deciding that it was too. The book didn't have enough like Bizarro checkpoints, which, to be honest, I still don't know what those are.
Yeah, see that right there. No.
Yeah, and then I sent another one that, in a way, got quasi accepted by Kevin Donahue because he loved it, and the book just happened to be have a shark in it, and the shark was in the title. And he said we had published like 2 shark books recently. Like I think one was from Lazy Fascist, and another one was another one. But so yeah, it's like I got quasi accepted 2 times, but it like never worked out.
I mean, the thing is, when there's a checklist where it basically says we're going to sideline the actual story, and whether it's good or not, if you don't meet these 9 criteria, you know, these points, we're not going to accept this. And that's where I have a problem. You know, I never vocalize this, but I just, you know, when things like that happen, I just stop. I don't follow it anymore. The what is it? The magazine of Bizarro Central. They had a magazine of Bizarro fiction. I love that.
Right.
When it came out, I was like, holy shit, I'm subscribing to this. And it was consistent for a while. I even submitted an essay that got accepted. I think it's in the 4th or the 5th one. I don't know. It's when Sam Pink started coming in as well in that. And I loved it. But then after that, it stopped being consistent. There was more focus on the new Bizarro author series. And I was like, I like that idea because, you know, it was touted as these people that could never get published. It's giving them this platform. But then for all the reasons you mentioned, Zachary, when I found out about, you know, it's these checkpoints, and it's like, you know, Even I think the
It
actual
became calcified, right? I mean,
Yes.
I mean that's
Yeah.
the problem.
yeah,
It
even the
became like punk rock, where it started off as like, just this kind of crazy rock, but then it really did become a style that people
right, yeah,
adopted.
because even the guidelines, yeah, I think is that the one I'm in? I don't know. I
That's
think
what it says. I mean, you're
Yeah.
listed, yeah.
So it was, I am right there. Yeah. So it was actually an essay that I wrote while I was in college about, it was a gender women's studies class, and I used Carlton Mellick's The Lollipop Man one. I think it's one of his stories, and I used that to like talk about gender. And I think it's a great essay, but it's in there. But it was after issue 10 that I started going, wow, this is not what I expected anymore. It just sort of turned into something else. And I mean, it's unfortunate, the whole Bizarro thing. I'm glad it happened, because it was always described as like the cult section of the video shop, and I was like, yep, that's exactly how it was for the first 3 waves. But then after that, it started attracted, and with anything that's, I guess, cool or becomes cool, and too many people start liking it, it started, it kind of loses its way, and I have no idea what's going to happen with that. I mean, SC, would you describe your press as Bizarro or influenced by Bizarro, or even in the same category? What would you say for that?
When I started my press, Bizarro, the term Bizarro was still kind of new to me about 10 years ago. So, I mean, it was what it was. I didn't aspire to be anything. The press has had Bizarro books within it. I wouldn't call it a Bizarro press. In fact, I've actually, when we first started to come up, podcasts or conversations I had interviews, I was very anti Bizarro for many of the reasons that were just said. It's very by the numbers. It's very there's a checklist, and in fact, Austin James was taking a lot of Bizarro workshop classes when we were writing, so he was very pro Bizarro. And I remember we had not a lot of arguments or anything, but a lot of discussions of how much I didn't really care for Bizarro. It didn't mean anything to me because he had just discovered it. Just to him, it was like horror to a teenager who had just found horror. It was the most coolest thing ever. And to me, I had sort of been fed up with just the books I had been reading, to the point that when things started to come through with the by the numbers feel to it, those were the books I decided against. However, there are certain elements of Bizarro that are interesting, of course, that I gravitate towards and very much support. So there's an essence that I put out Bizarro books and books with Bizarro elements, but I would definitely not call Nihilism Revised Bizarro in any sense, just because I've put so much effort into trying to publish other things.
See, the one kind of label, in my opinion, that can be like an umbrella for all this stuff we like, even Bizarro, and this is how I describe myself, is let's just call it literary, because it's not
Right.
It's not like paint by the numbers genre fiction. And I can kind of see how there can be a distinction between genre and literary, and I really get it. But I really do feel like the best Bizarro doesn't need the Bizarro label. Like, for instance, Donna He's Shall We Gather at the Garden. That's just a weird, freaking cool book, and it does have kind of a literary vibe to it.
I like that. I like that you said that, because that's how I feel. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. That genres, without genres and it just being considered a piece of literature or literary, that's gives it so much more value, because there's probably 1,000 books I haven't read that because they're considered Bizarro, and I'm just sort of bored with it.
I mean, you could kind of call Nihilism Revised like underground literary, right? I mean, that would be a fair assessment, right?
Yeah, I've always considered Nihilism Revised underground literature. I've even considered it somewhat of a cult type of publisher. But more than anything, I call it a collective. It came from the underground, literally. As I said, I started this thing in my basement, building books by myself, and now I'm still in my basement building books through POD. But
have you ever thought about actually going back to the literally physically building books? Because honestly, I've thought about this after the whole thing that happened with me with two of my books just being gone now. And Jeremy, going back to a thing you had asked if you thought there was a correlation, I said that there wasn't because it had been before. I actually just checked the dates while you all were talking, and it is the exact same date, which I did not recall, but that kind of makes me think about it a little differently.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they said, dude, your dreams of
Going up in smoke?
something like that.
There's something like it. I can't remember. But
Yeah, I mean, but if it's the same date, right? I mean, what they're gonna? I mean, I don't think that Amazon moves that fast, right?
No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
it probably doesn't.
Someone
But,
alerting Amazon to some kind of content or copyright snafu, though. I mean,
Yeah.
In
I
terms
don't
of
know.
that, in terms of that stuff, Nihilism Revised has faced so much flack. I've fought with Amazon. I'm literally, I feel like I'm at war with Amazon when it comes to content and copyright or mostly content. They've tried to censor Nihilism Revised titles so much, whether it be a cover image, something like Piecemeal, or the content within it. And that's something I've never lost a battle to Amazon yet.
So what kind of
getting a book out.
interior content are they having issues with, right? That's what I don't understand. Like, it's
I've-
text, right? I mean, text.
Right, exactly, and that's what makes me wonder. Who's reading this stuff, because it's I've had stuff that's pretty vile get through. Piecemeal is a pretty heavy book. It's very not for the weak or faint of heart, weak of stomach, faint of heart.
Mhm.
It's and how that book made it through with such ease, I have no idea, because on the other end, I published a book called Lords of Eden by M.R. Tapia, and the cover and the interior has very much to do with religious matter and somewhat, a lot of sexual material as well. And so I felt that book I had some of the hardest time with.
So how do you have a hard time with it? What's the
it
what are
gets
they objecting
rejected.
to?
They reject it, and they'll give you, some half-assed fucking reason of why they would have done it. So with Lords of Eden, the original, they turned down the cover and the interior for its content and being too much. I don't know where. So the cover was a very similar image. It was a biblical image, and the interior had some stuff that was kind of biblical, and maybe they considered it sacrilegious. I don't know. Maybe the individual who read it was very religious and considered it sacrilegious. But this one, I changed the cover and I changed some of the things, and in the end, it's a meaner book for it. So what I did is I sort of surpassed and tricked them by changing some images around. And so the overall content of the book is actually a little bit meaner and has more bite to it, and somehow passed through. But the original one is, and I think many times it may come down to an individual reviewer on the other end with Amazon that
Right.
you have to work through. You have to get past them or get to
It's
another
like the
one.
luck of the draw. You'd happen to just have the type of theme that person gets their hackles up about.
Right. And the other one was The Weird, my own book. I had to put that off for almost 6 to 8 months because of everything. There's a lot of artwork within The Weird, a lot of subject matter within The Weird that is very heavy. And so that one, I almost didn't think I was going to get through with that one. And inside of The Weird is some images that might be considered, I don't know. I don't consider it that bad, but it could be considered needing of censorship. I don't know. But overall, I do feel with The Weird, it is a heavy book. If a reviewer were to read some passages and put it all together, I understood why I was fighting that war with somebody who was, on the side of censorship. But again, it was just a matter of sticking to my guns and pushing through.
So I have a question. So, Zachary, you mentioned Amazon, or you mentioned putting books together, and I'd imagine that if SC were to put books together, you'd have to find some alternative platform to sell these books. And my question is, I always see all these posts on Twitter specifically about, anti-Amazon this, anti-Amazon that. I don't want to give them money. I will support presses in any other way. How does everyone here feel about?
Well, actually, what I was thinking about specifically is a guy named Cameron Rubik. He does like this thing. He still sells on Amazon. See, that's the thing. A lot of the trouble is, and specifically my publisher, it's not that they're banned from Amazon per se. It's that they're banned from using Amazon's Kindle Direct program, which is where it's like the Kindle and the paperback's all tied, and you're basically using Kindle's printer. But you can still go through these other printers like Lightning Source and Lulu. I think Nihilism Revives.
I use Lulu as an alternative.
Yeah. Well, there's this one dude, or that Cameron Rubik dude. He basically, like, I don't know if he does it anymore. I think he stopped because the demand was too high, like people buying it, and he had to keep making them. He found a way where he could just bind the books himself, and it actually worked out. They looked freaking awesome, and he had it down to the freaking price and everything, where he was selling them at like $9.99 and still making a profit. So it is doable. I've thought, that's a freaking amazing idea for self-publishing, because it's literally the most DIY you can get.
It is. Yeah. Because I guess my main point was, does everyone agree with the idea of boycotting Amazon, or am I the only one who will? Yeah, because I think it's a convenience thing. I have an account on Amazon. I will buy detergent or whatever the hell I'm buying, and then it's like, holy shit, I can add this book for $8. I'll do that as well. As opposed to going to Store Envy or whatever the hell else is available, and then I have to create an account, link my PayPal, and then pay for shipping on that, and hope that it gets to me somehow.
Yeah, I definitely will not be ceasing my Amazon, shopping, because something that will go on regardless of whether I do or not.
Right.
It's not my responsibility, basically, to patrol their workplace. Yes, Jeff Bezos probably is not being the most exemplary,
Yeah, he's probably a reptilian as well, right? But he runs a good store, you know what I mean? So, I think that as authors generally, right? I mean, especially you're a self-published writer or whatever, you should probably be diversifying, and that you shouldn't publish at other different on-site venues, right? Like Kobo and Barnes and Noble or wherever, you know what I mean? You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. But I don't really, and I think that maybe you should, sell your own signed books on a different site and everything, but I don't see a reason necessarily to boycott Amazon. It's such a huge beast, right? That, I don't see how anybody could possibly live in the world and be able to morally police all of the products and the companies that produce those products to feel good about themselves. I don't see how that's even humanly possible, right?
And something else is that I've ran out of room for physical copies of books, so I have to resort. I've had to resort to Kindle for a long time now. I
will say this, going on to that, it does annoy me that literally Kindle is the only ebook option. I know there are others, but let's be honest.
But in the U.S., U.S. it's dominant, right? But Kobo's got a market share outside of the U.S. Yeah.
So is Kobo an ebook store / ebook reader or something?
Yeah, it's a brand of ebook reader, and it's also an online store to buy the books.
See, the one thing about Amazon that really, what I was getting to that I don't like, is that they do have all that control. It's like everyone's eggs do have to be in that one basket. Now, I'm not going to say I want to boycott them. I won't. I still use them very frequently. I wish there was some kind of way to democratize all this to where they don't just own ebooks. Like
if you have to go to the grocery store, are you going to go to Aldi's? Where it's like second-rate products, or are you going to go to Walmart where you can find, everything from a generator to, a new weed eater to, Cocoa Puffs and nasal spray, and it's just all there, loaf of bread. You could buy all this stuff. Whereas with all these, you can only get food. I'm
Right.
gonna pick Walmart every time. I mean,
It's the convenience. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the convenience, but
Right.
I wish.
I mean,
was
I hear
like
what you're
some kind
saying,
of
Zach, and the
internet
thing is
version
that
of
if
the
another
which, I mean, there
ebook,
is with movies. But,
go ahead.
well, what I'm advocating for is just like, other than them owning it, if there could just be like some kind of worldwide ebook reader that can't really be messed with, and it could be just as popular. Like,
Well, I mean that whoever would be devising such a thing, right? Like I don't know that Kobo, right, has the ability, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody could tell me. I don't think that they have like automatic delivery to your device. I think you have to sideload everything with Kobo. I could be wrong, right? So I mean, that's where I think that's where Amazon really has the advantage. I mean, in the Nook world, does anybody ever actually have a Nook? Did it actually
I had one. Yeah.
Did it
yeah.
auto deliver?
There was a delay, but it wasn't like, I needed to read something right on the spot. It usually was within, half an hour I'd get it, but it was not automatic.
Okay, but it actually did auto deliver to your device. You didn't have to side load it.
No, yeah, it did. It did.
Okay. Yeah,
at least for me it did back then. I don't have one anymore.
Because I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, it's technologically possible, right, to have some sort of a service that you could theoretically just go to a website that's a collective of authors, right, that they sell their ebooks on, and that you could say, okay, I'd like to deliver this book by this author to my Kindle or my Kobo or my Sony e-reader or whatever, right? I mean, that's technologically possible. It's just not. Nobody's going to allow that to happen because they want to control their own ecosystem, right? You know what I mean? So that would be the ideal, right? If you could just go to a centralized place and say, I want to read this book on any device, and I could choose it, and it automatically deliver it to it. Yeah. But I don't see that happening just because everybody wants to, like Apple and Amazon, they want to have their own closed garden or walled garden type of situation. So, yeah, and Amazon and Apple's got the two best walled gardens. I think Amazon's probably better as far as book reading goes, as far as their walled garden.
I know that said that he wasn't gonna be doing any Amazon shopping for a while.
Well,
Who said that?
I still am using Amazon, especially for Kindle books, because, like I said before,
Who's not Amazon shopping?
Me, but I'm not. But that's not entirely true. I still.
Yeah, lies.
I didn't say I was. I said I was minimizing my use.
That could mean anything.
Well, yeah, I've only gotten a few Kindle books. I've been doing most of my book shopping on bookshop.org. But yeah, I don't like the way they've been treating their workers, especially in the whole New York thing. So I've been trying to, pull away from spending as much money on there as I did before.
Well, so Jeremy, you said that you stopped buying physical books because you've run out of space. Is that right?
Yep.
When are you going to start selling books to make more space?
God, I can't let them go.
So the ones that are in your collection right now are for life. This is it.
I mean, you've already thrown one away and peed on one, so.
Oh. You got space for two right there.
Every time that most of the times that I've gotten rid of them, I've kind of regretted it later. So I don't know, man. I kind of like having, the idea of having my own like personal library,
Right. Yeah. I mean, physical books. How many physical books do you think you have?
I'm sure it's in it's probably in the thousands. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's overflow into, from room to room.
And I bet that collection, you got to have I would love to see it, because my guess is that it's so many titles that I've never even heard of. You know what I mean? It's just, and it's such a strangely curated piece of work, I'm sure, right? I mean,
there's no rhyme or reason to how it's all, it's just kind of like a John Grisham on top of the Sea Priestess.
Well, there you go. See all your John Grisham books.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are the kind of books like you read once, you don't need to read them again.
Like Pennsylvania Worlds of Power, The Innocent Man by John Grisham, The Sea Priestess, Corporations Are Not People, and a fun we've had by Michael Seidlinger, and it's like they're all just kind of clumped together. Yeah.
Hey, I'll take that one off your hands. I've been wanting to read that.
That's a good book.
So do you actually enjoy reading on an e-device?
I do.
Yeah. I think
I would if it wasn't heavy.
If it's only if it's
You're
an
weak
e-ink,
like baby.
only the e-ink versions. I don't like the tablet type e-readers. I
No
like
PDFs?
Yeah, no, I don't like. I hate PDFs.
PDF.
He's a boomer and doesn't know how to open a
That's the best
PDF.
one.
No, I just hate them.
Yeah, I hate them too because a Mobi is so freaking convenient and
Yeah.
beautiful.
I-
how it works. And
Yeah,
a PDF's just it doesn't move right when you want to move. scroll
right,
down it.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
just-
I tried to
Yeah.
download Oswald because I was listening to you fucks and
I'm a paperback
it was
person
like
myself, so
yeah, I try to read
I've
paperback.
just barely took Nihilism Revised to the digital realm.
Yeah, and there are a few things you have that I don't think you could put on digital, like the weird. I don't think you could put that on a digital one unless you made like a PDF.
right.
But yeah, it's just like because I tried to download Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West on a Mobi from Archive because I listened to you fucks and it was just like, oh, Mobi is better. But when you download a Mobi from archive.org, it looks like shit. So you have to download the PDF for it to look halfway decent.
what?
Well, I mean, it's not like there's not people that are incapable of formatting a book. I mean, these are all volunteers, right? I mean,
Right.
a Moby book that somebody knows what they're doing is a beautiful thing. It's all this reflowable text. It's nice,
Yeah.
Mobies
are hard.
Mobies aren't good for poetry, right?
No.
Or House of Leaves is never going to be on a Moby file. You know what I mean? Like, but for your average book where it's just pure storytelling, it's the best format. So.
Yeah, speaking of House of Leaves, it's actually because I had a class, actual freaking transhumanist class, where House of Leaves was one of the required books, and I got about halfway through it, but it was such like a fast-moving class that I had to toss it aside to go on to the next book we were reading. I'm actually going back to that one next after I finish the vampire novel I was telling you about.
House of Leaves actually had one of the few books that actually scared me. When it gets to the part of the house when they're starting to, or the basement, or like the hole, or whatever, when they're starting to go in there and there's a light and a rope and all that, I actually got scared. It scared me.
I remember.
It scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
There's some
What is
pretty.
House
There's
of
some
Leaves.
pretty.
I know
There's
it's on
some-
Leaves, but what happens?
It's basically it's a vacant house. I'm gonna fuck this up. There's like 3 stories going on at once. It's one of those things where there's footnotes and there's text happening all on the periphery of all the pages. And if you got to follow all those if you want to get the story. Personally, for me, it's one of those things where I just read one section and finish it, and then go back and read the second section. But it's a house that you think it's a certain dimension, and then it just keeps shifting all the time. There's different rooms. And then the people that move in, they say, oh, this room wasn't here before, so they got to try to go inside of it. And there's a sequence where there's a staircase, and it turns into an expedition where they start going down the staircases, and it ends up taking hours and hours and hours, and they forget they don't even remember how long it takes.
Whoa.
And then there's a part with like lights, and it's basically, it just starts turning into something you didn't expect, and it's kind of this idea that it scares you because you live in a house and you start wondering, are there hidden rooms or walls that I can't see that are that could one day, I guess, I don't know, swallow me up or something like that. It's something that you're familiar with that turns into the unfamiliar, which isn't done very often, I don't think.
Right. It's like a loss of control. It sounds like
Right.
a loss of control type of. They're tapping into that, and then also just the idea of getting lost is what it sounds like. It's really
Into something
tapping
that
into.
something that you
Yeah.
shouldn't be getting lost into. It should be
Yeah.
your familiar. You should know what your home is like, but then the home does whatever the hell it wants, and then you have no idea what it is. And then there's also this side story about some videotapes where there's these previous people try to explore the house, and then they start getting lost. And like one guy goes, and it takes him 40 days to come back, but to them it felt like 3 minutes or some shit like that.
Yeah,
An
and the way
interstellar timeline.
the
I
book
remember-
is built to slip you into these fissures
Yeah,
and of these times, and it's built phenomenally.
it is.
I
It's
remember-
amazing.
I
I
remember
don't think
there
the
was
book would work half as well without the way it was built.
Right.
I remember
Yeah.
one section of it where I think it's a videotape of them opening a door, and the door goes into a long hallway, and a person like points the camera out a window to show that it's like flat against the wall. It should not be extending like it does, and then the person starts moving towards this hallway, and like someone off screen says, "I wouldn't do that."
Right.
I remember that was being circulated on like 4chan as like an independent creepypasta for a long time.
Yeah, it's just shit like that that scares you. And I think the main character is like some tattoo artist, so there's also some tattoo stuff that happens. And then just the idea of this guy losing his mind, which I found kind of tropey, but it's the house stuff. Like the thing with the format, like this is one of those books where it literally it's the physical object of it. You could never do it any other way, and even reprints have to be the exact same. It has to look the exact same, which is something that he does. I have a couple of his other books which aren't as great, but they're still pretty good. But yeah, the thing with that is it was one of its first to do that, one of the first books to do that, and since then, so many other people have tried to do that. But I think it's just it should be considered a pioneer work because of what it has allowed other people to realize they could do. Because before that, as far as I understand it, is there was really nothing else like it, and people were just doing the whole paragraph, even for the scary books. But then this guy just said, "Fuck that! I'm going to use different color ink. I'm going to use backwards text. I'm going to use text that you have to go in the mirror to read." Notes. I think in the original version, there's actual like pages that you can pull out that you can store on the side. So it kind of just it's one of those combo breaker books, if you will, that kind of changes everything.
Oh, we lost SC. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know if he just had a bad connection or what.
Yeah.
But with House of Leaves, despite the structure of it, the stories for the most part are pretty straightforward and pretty accessible. And there's even some pretty funny parts in there. I recall one part where the guy who moved into the house, his wife takes one of the videos of the impossible geometry in the house and shows it to a bunch of people, including like Stephen King, Camille Paglia, Jacques Derrida, Hunter S. Thompson. That's a pretty funny part.
Yeah. So I mean, unfortunately, Zachary, this is one of those books where I don't think it's one of those. It'd be a waste to teach that because no one is going to be able to fully digest that book for a class or even just for a 2-week period to talk about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go back and read it now.
Yeah, it really
it didn't really work out. I don't really think anyone.
I don't think they did. No one read it. No one actually read it. No, I mean for his class. No one actually read it.
Oh, for his class.
Yeah, no one actually fucking read the whole thing.
Which is kind of a shame because it is a good book. It did seem like I'm not going to try to pronounce the author's name, but it did seem like he, based on like that satirical section he had about like academic literary theory, he wasn't really in favor of it being taught like that.
Yeah.
We lost SC for a minute. Now he's back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks, guys. Thanks for come back.
But have you ever? What point was it that you just wrote your heart onto the page? Can you point to one work of yours that like you wrote your entire heart into it?
Me personally?
Yeah. Or maybe when you helped edit, publish, I don't know.
The weird is absolutely. I mean, it's kind of a 1-2 between Id Cancer and the weird because when I sat down to write Id Cancer, that was 10 years of thought and philosophy that I tried to put at work there in terms of what I thought about creationism, creating as an artist, so many things. And so when it finally came together, that book has quite a lot in there. But then I was sort of also setting up. It was sort of this thing where I was setting up how I was going to write after that. How I was going to give myself the freedom to create an experimental book as heavily as in experimentalism as I wanted it to be, and dealing with everything that was bothering me in society, in personal life, and just be my utter and complete transgression. And that's the weird. That book has so much of me trying to navigate just a lot of things that bother me in society, a lot of things that bother me personally. It has a lot of things about me. I'm terminally ill, and so I've had a kidney transplant. I've had two heart attacks, and so there's a lot of I've been pronounced dead. So there's a lot of exploration of the body as a vessel within that book. So the weird really is everything, to the point that I felt comfortable enough that I haven't written anything since. I mean, I have in this. I'm working on things, but I haven't published anything since. I haven't put out my next effort, and so yeah, the book really it allowed me to transgress in every way I needed to. It allowed me to emote every way I needed to. You know, there's tears that were born, or pages that were born from tears and pain, and so I know anybody that's read that book can, at one point in time, has felt the weight of what I've put through the words. Doesn't, you know, so it could be, you know, exhibit 1 through the very last part. I've had people share with me that you know, there are some powerful things, and I don't think it's something, the way I wrote it as a mystery, I don't think it'll fully ever be understood the way I think it needs to be. I think I've hidden everything in there well enough that it'll be a timeless book for me. So I definitely have to say the weird.
Okay. How old is that Piecemeal book you mentioned? I found it on here, but
Id Cancer?
no, Piecemeal. I know that wasn't.
Oh, Piecemeal, yes. Piecemeal, that was a book that came out last year.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. He said he'd been working on it for a couple of years, but I came out last year.
Hmm. And you said that one you had some trouble with Amazon. Is that right?
Yeah, that one. He had written, the book itself is pretty hard hitting. I don't know what you would consider it genre wise. It's got a lot of filth in there. You know, a lot of stuff that I would consider offensive. And then with the cover and the imagery I gave it, I really don't know how that book made it through. I mean, you're looking at the cover right now, so I mean,
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's and the book inside is just as hard hitting, and without giving anything away, it's very sexual and perverse and angry.
What a shock!
Yeah, it's probably, it was one of the releases I had to sit down and make sure that I was working. It was almost like a Will Bernardara thing, except for this piece was much better. But it was a piece where I had to sit down because it was a dangerous piece of artwork. I had to make sure the person I was working with wasn't going to be a dangerous individual that ended up, you know, sort of living out his words like dreams.
You know, that's actually the same feeling, and other people have said this, and that may have influenced my thoughts about it. But reading Wrath James White, his extreme horror, I'm typically one of those people. I'm like, you know, I grew up with horror and everything, and even extreme horror. But it's like, his stuff gives me the feeling that he's literally writing down his like violent sexual fantasies. Like,
you know what? He also knows MMA, so you know, think about that.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
Yeah, so don't talk shit or he'll come punch your head off.
Yeah, extreme horror is one of those weird genres that it kind of gets like that. Like, it's entertaining, but then at some point you're like, the person honestly seems to be advocating it in a roundabout way. I know it's probably not true for most of them.
I do know Wrath James White actually is into BDSM. He's pretty open about that. So there's that aspect to it. But the thing with extreme horror for me is it's very hit or miss.
Yeah.
Like I like some of Edward Lee's novels, but some of his short stories I've read are horrible.
I guess they never miss, huh?
That's a dead meme.
I know.
You should
But
feel
it
bad.
worked. I never feel bad.
The thing about extreme horror, though, is that it can be draining, and like you said, some people, it's a little more serious. They take it a little bit more serious, But I mean, I've always looked at extreme horror as like vicariously experiencing torment through the victim characters. I don't know, but
It's just like those extreme haunted house things where they like faux torture you or whatever. It's like
kind of release before you go in. Yeah.
Those just seem stupid. It's just like hire a dominatrix.
So what is the closest release coming? Is it Dinosaurs and Potted Plants for Nihilism Revised?
It's actually that one I believe is
July
one more-
31st.
yeah. One more before that. And that is Tom Over from the UK.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, working with Tom Over. I don't know if he wants me to squill the words on it, but
Well, I mean, I know that name.
I've seen the cover and the title for it. I just can't remember it.
yeah, it's a wonderful cover. The title was I can't remember what we ended up going with. He had a really good genius title that he ended up going with. I think I want to say it's like the comfort zone, and all of his stories have the theme is uncomfort. It's very discomfortable. So the comfort zone and other safe spaces, I believe, is what he called it. And then we got artwork from a fantastic Russian artist that I can't say his name, so I won't even attempt it. But it's one of the first times I actually. I don't want to say one of the first. It's not often that I go out and pay people exorbitant amounts of money to get a cover, but this was a case where I had to do that just simply because the image fit and it was everything we were looking for, and so we kind of had to work with the artist to get it done. But so that's the next release, and then we have Zachary's book, and then a poetry collection or another release from Craig Podmore, who's a poetry writer for the most part, transgressive kind of. I kind of discovered him through Philip Lopresti, actually.
Oh, Phil, huh?
Yeah, Phil's a wonderful person. I love Phil Lopresti.
He released a book for you. What was it? The Things We Bury.
Yeah, just in February on Valentine's Day, which was I got to admit a dream come true for the most part, because I'd been a huge fan of Jordan Crow and Phil Lopresti before I had ever entered publishing. So to be able to look up to an individual and then be able to work with them is really cool. That same thing happened with Flipcoon, Caracalla Flipcoon. His name just fell out of my head.
You all right?
Tom, only because I said Tom Over, so now I got Tom Over stuck in my head. But Tom Bradley, who's
it's cool.
I was gonna say, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with him. He's been around for quite a while.
Lemur, Elmer Crowley.
Yep, and Fissures and Fissures and all sorts of crazy weird books. And oddly enough, he comes straight from Salt Lake City, Utah, way back when. So,
Cool.
Which is my hometown. That's the relevance there. Sorry.
So yeah, you do have ties to a lot of people in Crawl Circle. After all, yeah.
Yeah, and that's something I kind of realized afterwards. I've never been shy about saying that Crowell has had an inspiration on Nihilism Revised. I've never been shy about that. And so the fact that I've been able to work with a lot of those writers that I was reading beforehand was really cool. You know, I think I read Ben Arzate. Did you release through Crow or?
No.
What was the Sky?
The Sky is Black and Blue Like a Battered Child. I self-published that.
You self-published that? Yeah, okay. I don't know how I found that through Crow, but I did. But I that's how I discovered Ben Arzate was that book. But congratulations on self-publishing it.
Thanks. It's pronounced Arzate.
Sorry about that, man.
No, it's okay. Nobody gets it right.
I think it's pronounced crawl too, but you know.
Yeah.
How do you spell it? Crawl.
Krall. Oh, you know, whatever.
I've always said Jordan Crowell, and I thought it was Ben Arzate as well. And I was like, holy shit, I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
No, Arzate is right. Nobody pronounces it correctly. It's better than pronouncing it something like Azerati. It's like, where the fuck did you get the U?
Maserati sounds cooler.
Maserati.
I was born in I grew up in the desert, so everything's just, you know, as American as possible.
Interesting side bit. I just thought of this about Jordan Crowell. I remember reading his story, his short story, "The Pistol Burps." I think it was in the Bizarro magazine 1 or 2, and I actually ended up designing the cover for the Kindle version of that when he published it. I don't think it's around anymore, but yeah, he actually approached me about that. I remember that now. That was weird.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's still one of my top 5 authors. I really think that he's on a different level when it comes to writing.
Absolutely.
Jordan Crowell. Like, I don't know how he produces the content he does so consistently, and it's all amazing.
Yeah,
I don't know, the False Magic Kingdom series, I had a problem with a few volumes of that. I never really got a sense of what was going on, but not in a good way, you know. I was not confused in a good way, although Your Cities, Your Tombs was interesting enough that I could kind of follow along. I don't know. I think that he tries to be too purposefully evasive with some things, but
with those books, that's when he was actually going for a whole different aspect of his writing. He even mentioned that he was trying something different, and he wasn't sure if it was going to work, but he just wanted to do his own thing. So I would agree. With that trilogy, he was doing something different that was not what you would expect from him, and I kind of applauded him for doing something that we wouldn't expect. Yeah, it's. I think he'd even agree with you that those 3 books are the ones that are the hardest to get into as far as just understanding what's going on.
Well, what did you take away from it?
What's that?
What did you take away from that series?
I mean, I remember when he was releasing it. He would post like the covers, and I was following it day by day. And I'm trying to remember now what the content was like.
Something about a giraffe and 3 FBI agents looking through a telescope. I mean, I don't know.
Which one was that in?
Your Cities, Your Tombs.
Is that the one where it's got Jesus on a cross flying across the sky, or is that a different one?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the okay. So I am thinking about the right one. You know, the thing is that what you're describing and how I'm not able to recall anything. I think that for whatever reason I like that because I'd have to look back into it, but I don't remember. I don't even remember the giraffes you're talking about right now. All I remember is when I read it, I literally thought to myself, I have no clue what the fuck just happened, but I enjoyed every second of it. And then I just put it down. I don't know. My takeaway from that was that I like that he was going in a whole new. I don't know. The whole thing was just weird for me because I had been following him before he had his own presses. I knew of his 7 books that he had. I was one of the first people to review Tentacle Death Trip. I loved that. I think I wrote like an 8-page review.
That's my favorite book of his.
Yeah,
but he almost feels like it. He almost acts like it's a burden to have written it.
Yeah. He does not. I don't know why he doesn't like that book. Because I remember he had. It was back in the days when books would come out, and then at the end it would tell you forthcoming. And he'd always have four titles that are forthcoming. And I was always like, "What? When the fuck is this Tentacle Death Trip coming?" Because I've been looking forward to this shit for like 8 years, and then it finally came out. But yeah, in the aftermath, he didn't really like it. I don't know. I felt like it was something that he ended up releasing before he was ready, and I think that a lot of people just wanted to read it. I thought it was amazing. I think if you scroll down, is my review up on there? I think when it shows you the
It felt like apprehensive Bizarro.
apprehensive Bizarro.
In
what way?
Very apprehensive about
Oh,
it.
there we
Like,
go.
it was almost like he was finished with his Bizarro arc a little bit and was trying to move on. And kind of just did that. And what I liked about the titles that followed were that he's had like a touch of Bizarro, like the giraffe, a touch of Bizarro to it, but he was really playing in the datist realm that I thought that felt really cool. That's what I really appreciate about those series of books. When he hit that point, he was sort of doing the datist thing, and I love Dadaism. To me, it was really appealing.
You're right. Now that I think back on it, because I had no idea that he was about to basically branch off from Eraserhead Press and start doing his own thing. And looking back on even what was his Western one?
Pistol of Feet.
No, Pistol Burps was just one story. What was it called?
That was just one part.
Fistful of Feet.
What's that?
Yeah,
A Fistful of Feet. Yes, I fucking love that one as well. And that was more classic Crawl. I think I wrote like a 10-page review for that as well. Like literally, I think I've written, out of all the authors that exist in the world, I've written the most reviews for his books. And I think it's his first 10 books. I've written a review for all of them. I even ordered the limited edition of this, which is basically just the same book, but then he sent a lollipop with it and like a handwritten postcard or something, which I still have.
So cool.
And it was, I don't know, I thought it was amazing because I love Westerns and I love his writing. And I was like, how the fuck is he going to take this, the piecemeal June type of writing with this? And the thing with him is kind of like, he has that, the story style of Pulp Fiction where it's 7 stories happening at once. He always is able to do that so well, where it's that, meanwhile at the ranch thing where one thing's happening with these characters and all of a sudden, boom, it jumps back to the other characters and it goes back. And then eventually sometimes they all meet. And it's like, how is he just has a very nice stream to it. And I kind of miss that with his newer stuff. But I also like that he's developed it where he isn't writing to, as we said before, hit the checklist, the checkpoints for Bizarro, where he basically saw that happening and said, fuck that, I'm going to do my own thing. And I do applaud him for doing his own thing to this day. And also, being so, I guess, what's the word? He's established himself as well in such a way that he's had people follow him into that. And I mean, I think it's amazing that he's able to find authors that basically fit the exact same realm as far as what he's writing. And you've been talking about your press, SC, and it sounds like you are also as involved and as meticulous as he is. And I think that that's what we should all be looking for when it comes to presses and who's running them. Because I'm tired of this whole let's just we're just going to take whoever's published 2 books before, that means they're credible, we're just going to publish it and get it out there. I hate that. And unfortunately don't find out about those things until after you've spent the time to read that book or talk to other people. So I like it when you focus on the artwork like that and you actually invest yourself. Where I mean, literally, you've been naming off all the last 17 books off the top of your head, and that just shows how into this you are. And I think that's we need more of that. Is what I'm saying. Starting a press, yes, anyone can do it now. Just not because they can, because it's available to them, but not everyone should.
Right, I agree with that 100%. I've seen a lot of presses that pop up and they're just very quick. It almost looks like they're making covers on their paint program on their phone. And that's where I'm like, we need more presses that are just like you said, like Jordan Crow, who's putting the love that they deserve. And even if they are the chat books, it's still putting a lot of love and effort into these things. And Fistful of Feet, I feel like Jordan Crow, that was, as opposed to Tentacle Death Trip, I feel like Fistful of Feet was one he had fun writing in that Bizarro realm. So I feel like that's the difference is between him and those writing things. But to go back to the press, I appreciate you saying those kind words, because it is a lot of work to make sure that each artist is getting what they deserve, and you're really going out there and doing what is the best possible thing for the book. Sometimes even if the artist doesn't know it, you want to go out and try different things and bring it back. And I know from my own standpoint, I never want to stale out or become redundant that way that some of the other presses have.
Right on.
I see that quote right there from Kevin Strange.
Yeah, I was wondering who was gonna.
I don't know what that means.
A tentacle is saying tentacle.
Who's comedy? I don't know who
Tentacle.
comedy.
I think committee.
Who's committee?
Nice spelling there, Strange. You call yourself a fucking writer?
Yeah, go back to school.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that it was, it was a major group effort that a lot of people were kind of filling suggestions, I guess.
Oh, I see.
Like a bunch of people were saying change this,
Oh,
and so he probably felt like he was like not in control of his own book because
Yeah, we got compromised.
it was
Yeah.
by- but it was a really good book. It's I mean, I'm sorry if he feels that way, but I mean, it was whatever it was a really good result.
Mm. Well, I mean, honestly, the only other book I can think of, because SC, you said that, yeah, he seemed like he had a lot of fun writing the Western book. If you Jeremy, if you go up on Goodreads and pull it up, the Apocalypse Donkeys, Valley of the Apocalypse Donkeys, that was on Copeland. That one, to me, was his best book ever, even more so than Fistful of Feet. But it has that same
Great
vibe
book.
where you can tell that he just literally did what he wanted and got what he wanted.
Yeah, but I don't think that he goes to places like that book anymore. To be honest,
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. That was
No.
honestly, I would say this was probably his very last.
what an awesome cover too.
Yeah, amazing
Sorry.
cover. It was his very last, like, original OG Crow, like what we all know him for, and it's got like 17 forwards and like 5 afterwards. I was like, this is great. This is amazing. It's exactly what I want. And yeah, this book rules. Like, if I had to take one of his books with me, this would be the one. Even though I don't necessarily agree with that press, they're not around anymore. But this was the one that I would have taken with me. I don't even know if you can find this anymore.
Yeah, that's what Strange meant. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah,
what
I,
a shame.
I can imagine that would be pretty, dispiriting.
Yeah.
It's a good book. Whatever the backstory, back off the page was, it was still a good result. I mean,
That's just a testament of the talent that he has as a writer. That even
Right.
something that he doesn't like and could be chopped up by others is still an interesting read.
hey
'Cause
Ben,
I myself enjoyed it as well.
I had a question. Did you say that you looked and the limit for people in a StreamYard room was 6?
Yeah, it's 6. It says that it's 6 when you come in.
Okay. Oh, it says that even now. That couldn't be outdated or anything?
No, it says it when
Should I jump off?
Well,
Huh? Well, if you want it, it's up to you if you want to hang around for longer or not.
I mean, if you're trying to put someone in, I can get off. It's fine.
well, I was going to. This is usually the time that Strange comes in. I mean, ideally, we could just have 7, but I don't know. Give it a shot, Strange. If you're off work, I don't know, but
I mean, you're paying for this service, right?
yeah, I'm fine with how it is. I mean,
But you're not doing the free thing, right?
no.
Yeah, so you might be able to get 7 in.
Yeah, we'll let him try and see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want anybody. We got a good vibe going. But yeah, I probably do need to check in with get what Strange to check in before we do wrap up. But until then, and maybe it'll even let him in without anybody dropping out. But what do you have for the future, Mike? I don't know if you said or not.
Yeah, I recall you saying on Twitter that you were preparing another manuscript. I can't remember who you said it was for.
It does
Yeah.
limit to 6. Yeah.
It does. Okay, I can jump off if you need me to jump off.
Go ahead and tell us what you want to plug or what you got coming up before you do go, Mike.
All right. So the I guess what's going to come out the soonest, I think it's in June of this year. It's going to be coming out with 1111 Press. I think that's how you pronounce it, or 11:11 Press. I don't know what the title is. It's they released the cover a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. It's got a bunch of skulls on it. I think it's like the unexplored voices of future. I have no idea, but essentially it's a bunch of authors that are going to be writing short pieces that are all linked together, where they all start the same way. and then they end differently, obviously. But then the following chapter, each author gets their own chapter, and it can be, a certain length of pages. And then once they're done, the following chapter starts the same way, but then it goes on however they want. And yeah, I posted a picture on Twitter, as Ben said, and I've been editing that this weekend. It was due, I think, last week, but because of this COVID-19 thing, I was also in the midst of moving right as it started. So I had anticipated getting everything done before the move, but a lot of different things happened. My internet, I shut it off because I was moving, so I didn't really have access to a computer to do any of that. So I had to get an extension. But yeah, I think everyone else is done with their part, but I'm one of the last people that's getting to that. But yeah, it should be interesting. And now, as far as actual, full-length books go, I have no idea. I'm kind of like David Lynch. I just sit there and fish come to me, and I kind of reel them in. If some of them I let go, and just go with the ideas. So
Waiting for that big one.
exactly, waiting for that big one. Or small ones are good too. You just got to go with the flow, literally.
Yep.
But yeah, that's going to be the next thing coming out in June. So that's not too far off. I guess a month and a half from now, unless there's any delays. And as far as the music stuff goes, just keep checking back on Twitter. Is there anyone here who has an aversion to Twitter? Because I'm sorry if I've been mentioning Twitter and you're getting headaches and forehead veins because of that.
I mean, I don't like it. I don't like Twitter, but I'm on it, right? And I use it.
I jettisoned my Facebook, my Twitter. The only social media that I still use is Goodreads.
Yeah, because that's the only place you messaged me on. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Why doesn't he use Twitter or anything else like Ben is? Because I don't know how it is for you all, but when I load Goodreads, it's not. There are two things have changed since 2008 or whenever the fuck it was I joined it. The first thing is whenever you do giveaways now, you have to pay for that shit. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's
fuck that.
bullshit.
Yeah, that is some huge bullshit. And the second thing is now it literally takes it's like I'm back in the fucking dial-up days. It takes like a good 8 seconds to load a page. Is that just me?
Yeah, really.
Well, see that too, yeah.
I've had that problem once in a while, but it's actually when I initially loaded is when it's usually slow.
Yeah.
But it's just fine.
Yeah. Once I get on there, it's fine. But yeah, it's that initial load. It's like if someone needs something right away on Goodreads, which will never happen in real life. But if they were like, dude, what's that book? Blah, blah, blah. It takes like 10 seconds, and I don't like that.
That's what I was going to say. It only happens when I'm looking for something that I need to find fast.
By the way, look at what Mike did on Twitter just to plug that it disappeared. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I made that like an hour before it started. I was like, I'll just put some I guess you could say a pastime of mine is I like to just make posters for stuff, and it's really easy. I just look up images until something strikes me, kind of like that fish theory. Just reel it in and then just put that together. Yeah, I noticed that you changed the title now. No,
I'm going to change it back after I see that.
It's up to you, but yeah, so I just put that together, and I think it has 6 likes on Twitter. I mean, Twitter is a hellscape, but I like it more than Facebook because you can kind of just do your own thing, whereas Facebook, it literally shoves other people's shit down your throat, and I don't want that. But on Twitter, you can block stuff if you really want to. But yeah, that's it. I did want to say, thanks for having me on the show. It's actually, I think this is the most fun I've had in 18 months. It sounds sad.
What happened 18 months ago?
I know, right? Let me write about that. No, but it's been great. And like you said, Jeremy, I think there was a great vibe with this. I do like it. I didn't know what to expect. I was a little apprehensive, as I usually am with everything. But everything vibed. I like this very much. I'm sad to have to go now, but let's get Strange on.
Yeah, it's a blast. And if you ever want to drop in anytime, you're more than welcome. We would like to have people who want to come back instead of run, with aversion the other way, like some of our guests.
Well, if I don't know. I don't like to invite myself to stuff, so just let me know if you feel like there's something you want me to be on. I can come and be the comedic relief, whatever the hell trope or persona you want me to, embody. I will do it. That's fine.
I feel like I'm going to read your work a little differently now that I know what your voice is like. Before, it's like I can't figure out, I can't match this up with this literary voice up with this guy. I couldn't make sense of it. Now maybe I can understand a little bit more.
You know, that's
what's your Twitter handle, Mike?
It is the fancy Mike, I believe. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yep, the fancy Mike. Yeah. Jeremy, that's a funny thing. You bring that up because even in real life, when I go to my readings, people always say that. And this is always the end result. They always say you're nicer than I thought you would be, or you're funnier than I thought you would be. They always thought they usually think I'm gonna be some monotone, boring. I think I'm better than everyone, and I'm not going to see very much type of person, which I totally get. I'm not against that, but yeah, I like talking. So I would say that I'm an introvert, but if I'm in the right setting with the right type of people, I can certainly go with it, and I'm not going to sit there and say nothing. But also, I always try to keep myself in check because I don't want to hijack a conversation, such as, for example, this is your show. I'm a guest on here. I don't want to be someone that I'm not, and try to just take over. But I genuinely had a good time, and I don't say that very often. And if I didn't like this, I wouldn't be saying this. I would just said thanks, goodbye, and left an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago, whenever the hell it was. So, no, absolutely, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, let me know if any of you want me to join at any point. Let me know, and we can see how that goes. And if it sucks, I'll never come back. You'll never invite me. But yeah, and also SC, thank you for. Just like what Jeremy said, for me, I had heard of your press and I was familiar with your name, but I didn't know what you sounded like. I love your philosophy. I love that you're going to, two people on here are on your press, and, you started this in your basement. You're sticking to it. You're not, subscribing to anyone's agenda. You're just doing your own thing, and all these other people are gravitating toward it. And, part of the reason I listen to things like this and get involved in situations like this is so I can discover, presses like yours, because honestly, if I had not heard you speaking tonight, I would never have ventured in actually reading any of the books on your press, because there's just so much out there. And if I don't know what your actual agenda is, I don't want to, waste my time. But you have basically changed my mind. Not that I had a bad opinion of you. You were not on my radar, but now I will certainly be looking into all of this and reading the books.
Bravo. Thank you so much. I really look forward to mixing the creative juices.
Yes, and thank you all. I will be leaving now to make room for the other.
Yeah, thanks.
The other is
coming
right.
On.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Mike. And if you're ever in Des Moines again, once this whole COVID-19 thing ends, just let me know and we'll hang out.
Absolutely. Everyone have a good Sunday.
You too. Talk to you later, man.
Wow. Yeah, he really surprised me. All right, let's get Strange in here for the swan song of the last, I don't know, two, maybe 3 hours on
maybe 5.
Today, gentlemen,
yeah.
Today is the anniversary of the Waco, Texas Branch Davidian massacre. And I ask you fellas, what if David Koresh really was the Messiah? And what if the 7 seals were really opened upon his death?
We wouldn't be sitting in COVID-19.
After he was murdered by the globalist New World Order, satanic pedophile, goblin, interdimensional pedophile ring known as the ATF and the FBI.
It would explain a whole fucking lot.
Yeah. Why I'm stuck.
They put that Waco show up. They put that Waco show up on Netflix this week. Obviously, coinciding with the anniversary. And I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's got.
I did. I watched that. Yeah.
You did watch that? Yeah, it's really high quality. It's got John Leguizamo, Taylor Kitsch, I think is how you pronounce his last name. He plays David Koresh. There's also Michael. What is the negotiator's name? Michael Shannon, who's badass.
Shea Wiggum.
Yeah,
was the FBI agent.
And who's the little blonde girl that's now? She's like won an Emmy on Ozark.
Oh, the Ozarks girl. What is her name?
Yeah, she's in it too. So it's a. If you guys haven't watched it, it's a. I don't know what Netflix is doing. Netflix is run by.
I watched it live on TV, man.
I did too. I was in school. Were you in school when that happened?
I don't know. When did it? What was it now? What year?
It was 1993. So I was 13.
93.
It was 93 or 94. Let me look at it.
Yeah, I was in either. I was probably pretending to go to college at that time.
College?
Yeah.
I was in 7th grade.
I was 5 years old.
April 19th, 1993, fellas.
Yeah, I was 5 years old.
I was 8, 9, something like that.
Yeah, they had this thing in grade schools at the time called Channel 1, which was like a news broadcast. You remember that?
Nap time.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I was
I
0
remember-
when all this happened.
I remember Channel 1.
You were swimming in your dad's balls.
Yep, I was -5.
So they would do, and it was kind of serious, but they knew that they were broadcasting for children, like middle grade and high school children. So it was kind of touched on serious topics, but they didn't go crazy with it. And then one day we walked in and on Channel 1, fucking Branch Davidian compound was on fire, and all those women and children were dead and burnt to death. And that was kind of like the Challenger explosion. It was just one of those defining moments in
school.
Child of the Gen X, or the childhood of the Gen X person. That's just like,
I think I was in 4th grade because they at the time, because they had pulled the TV in to while they were broadcasting it. How did they justify the whole dead children thing?
they said they did it to themselves. You got to look
Mass
into
suicide.
it. It's
Yeah.
horrific.
They said it was mass suicide.
Yeah, mass suicide by burning.
Did you guys?
I
you guys
remember
know that
one.
they played like loud, recordings of slaughtering rabbits to try to drive them out.
Psychological torture. Yeah.
It was was it a 4-day siege or a month-long siege? How long did
It
that?
was.
50,
It was a
51,
while. It seemed like
51
yeah.
days.
I remember.
Did you say
I can't-
51 days?
51 days.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I can't remember when it was, but it was a couple of years ago where like the ATF official Twitter put up the pictures of the ATF agents who died during that, and they were like, "Today we honor these people who died during the Waco incident or something like that." And they were just getting fucking roasted in the replies.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
It's like, oh, I feel fucking sad.
There've been
You
so
killed a
many
bunch of women and
documentaries.
kids. Fuck you.
There've been so many documentaries and books written about it, interviews with survivors, and it's just the ATF fucking smashed into that place with tanks and set it on fire. They just did. You can watch it happen. Watch it in real time. They smash into the buildings and set them on fucking fire.
Yeah, you just look at that and you think, well, I wish more of you fucking pigs would have died. Fuck off.
Yeah, the holes they put in the house were essentially ventilator holes to turn it into a tinderbox. So when it did go up in flames, it would burn down faster.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my lighthearted discussion topic for this.
Remember when Alex Jones was confronting him and saying, "I'm an American and I'm on to you." You remember that?
Yeah, he was big on police state shit back in the 90s.
Yeah, back at that time, you could go if you were in a major city, they would have pamphlets that people would hand out to give you alternate, underground coverage of what was going on there, right? It was kind of like the internet in a certain way. You know what I mean? You could go get these pamphlets. Some were written by people that were obviously schizophrenics. Some were written by people that were, actually underground journalists. So there was a lot of paranoia in the early 90s.
Didn't Timothy McVeigh get down on that?
Yeah, Timothy McVeigh used Waco and Ruby Ridge as the justification for the Oklahoma City bombings.
Right. Okay.
Wasn't Bill Cooper still around? Didn't Bill Cooper cover this?
Yeah. Bill Cooper died in 2000 something.
And ironically, he died the same fucking way. They came in and sieged his property and shot him to death too.
Yeah.
Man, Behold the Pale Horse is a book I have to read this year.
I've not read that.
Stopped and started that book 3 times.
He predicted that there was going to be an attack, and then 9/11 happened.
So did Alex Jones.
And it's like Bill Cooper said, some guy with a camera crew can go track down Osama bin Laden, but the U.S. government with their infinite resources can't. That I always wondered about that myself.
When did that happen?
Well, they went and interviewed Osama bin Laden.
In 2002? It was right after the 9/11 attacks. I
thought that was recorded by Al Qaeda themselves.
I think.
Yeah, so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there was actually ABC went to go and interview. Osama bin Laden,
I'm pretty sure that an American.
I mean, that might be the case, but I find it hard to believe. But it could be true. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past
Bill Cooper
the reptiles.
Why else would Bill Cooper have said some jack off with a camera crew waltzes right in and finds Osama bin Laden, but the U.S. government can't find him.
Well, I mean, he could say anything he wants. He could still be misinformed. I mean,
yeah,
he's
but
just a
William
human being.
wasn't the type to just shoot off his mouth. You know, he was like a Navy SEAL or something. I mean, we're talking about a disciplined, you know, like.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but
The
I mean,
one thing about that,
possible.
though, from what I did read in the book, he spends a lot of time trying to impress you with his credentials, and that in itself kind of makes me think it's a little fishy.
Bill
Yeah.
Cooper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but listen to his radio show. He was legit. He was the Alex Jones before Alex Jones, and he didn't have
radio show.
He didn't have all the crazy. I mean, obviously he was a conspiracy theorist and anti-government guy, but he didn't have the theatrics of Alex Jones.
Yes, he did have a radio show, Hour of the Time, and most of them are on YouTube, like an hour long.
Yeah, he's legit. He was a great voice for Liberty.
One time he had Skinhead on. Skinhead was calling in, kind of picking on this guy. He was kind of grooming to be his replacement if anything happened to him on the radio, and then Bill wasn't even on the air, but he came in after he heard this, and he said, "Well, Bozo, what are you going to say now?" You know, and for the next 55 minutes, he's sitting there knocking down every argument the Skinhead has, and eventually,
I saw some of that.
The Skinhead just kind of snaps out of it and says, "You know what? I never thought about that." And by the end of the call, the guy's saying, "You know, I've hurt some people," and he says, "Well, it's not too late to make a change." You know, he actually talked the Skinhead out of, you know, his deepest convictions. It was amazing radio.
Huh.
And it wasn't in a preachy way. It wasn't in a holier than thou preachy way like some people on the left try.
No, the guy he was walking him through it, right? You know, yeah. So, have you read Beyond a Pale Horse, or is that what it's called?
Yeah, I did. It was a long time ago. He actually said that they were going to get us. They were going to round us up and pull us out of our homes during a holiday after we had all eaten or something. I think he was a bit old fashioned.
It's Behold a Pale Horse, right? That's what. Yeah.
He says a lot of stuff. You know, as the years went on, he kind of got away from the focus on aliens and whatnot. And he thinks that he also held like a 6-hour conference on the JFK assassination, and you know, he shows some frames from a video that he purports, you know, to say that the driver turned around and shot.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know that I can take that away from the video he showed. There's something going on with his hand, but I think he's hearing something and just, you know, kind of looks over his shoulder. I don't think he has a gun in his hand, you know.
Yeah, I've been meaning to read Behold a Pale Horse for a long time. I actually first heard about it because there are actually a lot of rappers who mention the book in their songs.
Huh.
I think the Wu-Tang Jedi Mind Tricks mentions him a lot.
In what context? Like fuck the government context?
So in sort of like the you know, who really controls the world, Illuminati kind of thing. Like Jedi Mind Tricks was really into that. The Wu-Tang Clan mentions him a few times. I can't remember anymore off the top of my head, but yeah, he was pretty popular among that crowd.
Has anybody read a book by David Icke?
I've read a lot of one giant freaking book he wrote. I think it was one of the main ones. The Biggest Secret, I believe.
Okay.
And it's been
Was it about Hollow Earth or reptilians?
About what?
Was it about Hollow Earth or reptilians?
Reptilians, from what I remember. I'm going to go back.
The reptilians are from Hollow Earth. That's where they hang.
Yeah, that's where they live, man. Come on. Yeah. So, was it any good?
It was very friggin' entertaining, and he certainly had a lot of sources and was very convincing.
It flows. It's not. You know, it actually is entertaining. It drives you through it.
Yes, it was very, very friggin' entertaining.
Okay, well that's good. So I'd like to try one of his books. Yeah. Because I mean, I don't care if it's just a bunch of bullshit, as long as it's entertaining and has a lot of interesting ideas. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about that. Like those Montauk Project books are great.
Oh yeah.
I
told you about Stuart Swerdlow when I had him on.
Yeah.
I mean, he was claiming that he was born from a woman who had no birth canal. Okay, that's the extent of his whoppers and yarn, tall yarn, big yarn.
Who had no what now?
Birth canal.
He said his
What,
mother
is it-
had no birth canal.
What was it? Just like blank flesh down there, like a Barbie doll?
Yeah, she was just born without one, I guess, right?
He said that he was a descendant of Stalin, I think, or a guy who shared a cell with Stalin.
He's also in constant communication with the lizard people from the fifth dimension.
And the way I got in contact with Stalin was that he wrote a Montauk Chronicles book called, let's see, the Alien Montauk, the Alien Connection, and in it he purports that there's everything from like butterfly aliens to like praying mantis people, and even like a living like siphoning energy that's in the shape of an ankh, and like that's its embodiment is the ape,
It's just like a floating ankh that flies around and sucks your juice out.
something like that.
Yeah.
But
I've not read that one. There's like 5 or 6 in that series.
and they
And I
get
think he's the last. He co-authors the last book in it, doesn't he?
no, that's Peter Moon.
Peter Moon's like the co-author of, I think, all of them, isn't he?
Well, his start to get progressively worse around Montauk Book of Life, Montauk Book of Death. And the thing is that, but if you watch that Montauk Chronicles documentary, that's actually pretty interesting if you kind of take Stuart Swerdlow's claims with a grain of salt, because he's in it. But Preston Nichols, I actually believed some of the stuff he said. I don't know. But.
Yeah, I mean, I've read like 4 or 5 of those, and they're all very entertaining. Yeah.
Where do you weigh in all this stuff? Do you like, flirt with it as entertainment or anything?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
He didn't want to weigh in on this shit. I think
Yeah, sorry.
God.
Cut out right there. Yeah, it is what it is. I was interested in it a little bit more in my youth, but now I've since I've sort of become my own kind of crazy and get high off my own sort of fucking smell. You know what I mean? So yeah, I dabble in it with a little bit, but I haven't been reading any of that stuff for a long time. I haven't read anything that you guys have brought up, so I can't really throw in my 2 cents. So
I bet Strange could give you some advice from his time spent publishing, right? I bet we could get something going there.
What do you want to talk about publishing?
Yes, he runs Nihilism Revised.
Yeah.
And I know
I doubt he wants to hear a fucking goddamn thing I have to say. I'm a pariah of the. If I give you advice, just do the opposite of it, and you won't end up like me.
Well, are you?
Although we did sell 48,000 books in our first year in business, so maybe I know a little something.
I was turned on to you early on once I met Zach A. Ferguson. I don't know if you are aware of him. You've talked to him or not, but he was a big fan of you. But then sort of joined, I guess, the boat of everybody. I don't know what it was, whatever you had done to piss some people off, and was telling me not to publish like Strange. And so I am curious to hear what is that.
Ferguson would do that because he, in a way, does the same, not the same type of thing Kevin does. But Kevin's not that bad. Kevin has like an actual mission where it seemed like
Ferguson wavered. It would be a lot. He would support Kevin Strange, and then it would be anti-Kevin Strange.
Yeah,
and that was the way
now I know exactly who you're talking about. Now the name sounded familiar, but now I know. There are several guys that run around in the indie horror / bizarro fiction community that would come in my DMs and show me support, and then pop into threads that were bashing me, and they would be persuaded by whatever gossip and innuendo and rumor was going around about me at the time, and there have been many. And then they would disavow me, and then they would come back, and I guess somebody in the anti-Kevin Strange circles would piss them off, and so they'd come running back into my DMs and say, "I'm so sorry, and we're all good, right? We're still friends and whatever." And I never paid a whole lot of attention to those people because I typically don't consider Facebook DM people my friends to begin with. So He's obviously the fiction community is very cliquish, and it's a Mean Girls table, and you're either invited to the table or you're not. And it's way more about perception of and clout than it is about the merit and talent. So I don't really pay those people too much of a mind. But yeah, that's one of the dudes. There's many dudes that do that, but he's one of the dudes that would jump into my DMs and try to be a cheerleader for me. And I typically never responded much, and that might also add to them disavowing me, is because I didn't immediately suck all over their dicks. Like, I think they thought they were coming to my rescue and white knighting me, and I didn't show ultimate gratitude for their nonsense, and so they would turn their back to me immediately. So yeah, he's just one of those dudes. Whatever, I don't take it personally. It is what it is. Right. I understand what being part of a writing community means, and so I don't take much of that shit personally.
Yeah. Earlier we were talking about him, and I had partnered with him in my press for a little bit, and we had a sort of falling out for something. But I am curious. You yourself said, do the opposite. What in your eyes was the thing that fucked you up or put you in the wrong?
I talk about this. I talk about this a lot. I don't want to beat a dead horse with it, but basically, I had a partner in Strange House, and when it became clear that I had way taller aspirations for what I wanted the company to be, and he wanted to be a lazy slacker and not really do much. It became clear that he was going to either get separated from the press by my hand or by his own hand, and he decided to leave on his own terms, but his ego is such that he couldn't just leave. He had to try to burn the ground and salt the earth, and so he started whisper campaigns behind the scenes and sort of sowed the seeds of discontent in the entire community, and basically came up with every nasty rumor and innuendo and nonsensical thing about me that he could to try to make me into some super villainous bad guy. And I kind of weathered the storm for a while, and then I just started seeing all, again, it's all a Mean Girls table. And once you're the target of the gossip, and once you're once you're the one picked to be ostracized, tarred and feathered and excommunicated, there's really little you can do. You can't really stop it from happening.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to bring up, because we were having a conversation about everything going on with my drama earlier, and I forgot to bring up your point and I brought it up a little bit, that it seemed like, these two guys going after me were doing it in this kind of targeted, I've already forgot the word for it. It's freaking late. But they tag team. Yeah, they were just freaking tag teaming me at the same time. It's almost like, because of that one comment, I was picked to be the ostracized person. And so there wasn't anything I could really do. Like, ignoring it wouldn't even help.
Right.
Yeah. So in the end, the biggest mistake I made was going into business with a guy whose ego was so big that he was never going to let us separate that partnership and allow me to continue to have a career. So he kind of he kind of built up a team behind the scenes and ruined my career. And honestly, I never had the kind of fun publishing fiction that I had making movies. I'm also an independent filmmaker, and I made a series of feature films, and I had a lot more fun doing that than I did publishing fiction. Writers have far higher expectations about how they want to be pampered and treated and have smoke blown up their ass than even actors do. And actors are pretty hard to deal with, but writers are even worse to deal with than actors. And so I was pretty miserable, even, as he was starting his whisper campaign and the targeted destruction of my career. So it really didn't take much to kind of push me out, but I decided I was going to do the same thing. Like I knew enough about the people involved that had jumped on his bandwagon, became, team anti-Strange, that I ended up doing a series of podcasts that sort of took down the entire Bizarro community with me. So ironically, in the end, I did the same. I did the same thing. My ego was too big, and I wouldn't separate from Bizarro and small press horror without doing the same thing that was done to me. And so I took the whole thing out with me, which culminated in the cancellation of BizarroCon and Jeff Burke being fired from Eraserhead Press, and all that was sort of I kind of started the march in that direction towards the ultimate collapse of Bizarro fiction. So if I was to tell you to do the opposite of what I did, I would say don't trust anyone with your career. Do it yourself, and
I appreciate that.
Don't create any liabilities within your company. Just and I don't know if you have any partners right now that you deal with, but my advice for anyone is, if you're going to go into business, you're going to do a small business, be your own partner. Like you can do everything that you can either A, do everything yourself, which is what I do, or B, you can outsource the work to people that you can pay. And you'd be surprised. Oftentimes people don't require a whole lot of payment. Even a little bit of payment is enough to get editors to do editorial work, or cover artists to do work, or formatting, or things, or people to help sort of table with you at a convention, or any of the other things that go into running a small press. You can sort of pay people to do that with you, as opposed to trying to partner with people, because I find that that's where the disaster starts.
Right.
I'm sorry. And one more thing. I keep cutting you off. I apologize.
No,
just don't be an asshole. I'm too much of an asshole for writers are too sensitive to deal with my bullshit. So that's my advice.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Especially you said it was sort of like beating a dead horse. So first of all, thank you for going through that. And I had a similar thing with a partner, and severed ways the hard way, but for the better. It's just me. But I don't really adhere or participate in the gossip game. So to me, you're just Kevin Strange. I read one of your anthologies and one of your books.
Wait, what have you read? Which book of mine did you read?
I believe it was Cotton Candy.
Yeah, that's a cool little novella.
Yeah, I dug it. And Strange Sex was the anthology I read before. I put together an anthology called Strange Behaviors, and was just checking out anthologies and trying to educate myself on how they're put together. Came across yours. So to me, you're just the artist Kevin Strange, and a partner I had brought you up a few times. So I was actually curious, what not to do.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to that dude. What's he doing these days?
I'm not sure. I cut ties with him when we had some disagreements towards how to run a press. He wanted to be more exclusive and make the whole thing a little bit more elite. Let fewer in, and so we parted ways. And I don't know what he's up to. I'm assuming he was a guy that liked to spew out a lot of books, so I imagine probably the same stuff.
Yeah, he bought him. He's British, isn't he? Isn't he from the UK?
Yeah, from the UK.
I remember now. He bought some of my stuff, and I had to ship it overseas to him.
And I imagine that was its own dramatics.
Yeah, he was something else. He was what the kids today would call extra.
Yeah.
Were you able to escape that though? Without, I mean, did he try to do the same thing? Did he come after your reputation and whatnot?
Yeah, he did. He tried to slander the press. He tried to say a lot of bad things about me. But at the end of the day, I did, and I gave and did so much for him that I don't think there was any doubt that what he was, and the people around me are pretty familiar with him. So I think a lot of people just knew what it was. I had a few people ask me, but for the most part, he ended up just kind of going his own way. It didn't carry a lot of weight.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same. The guy that I was partners with, Don Noble, he ended up trying to do this disastrous thing. Do you remember? You've been around a long time, and you've been around all this stuff. So, do you remember the ridiculous Riot Forge independent author collective? Yeah. They called it. Yeah, that was he started that as a way to draw my. So we had built up a nice big catalog of authors that were pretty much. Their contracts didn't say they were exclusive to Strange House, but we built a really we built a nice close family of writers that felt comfortable producing everything they did through Strange House, and they would only have to do like a very soft pitch for their next work. Like, what if I wrote this? Here's the title, and this is what I want it to be about. And I would say, go to town. We'll absolutely fucking put that out. That sounds great. That sounds gnarly. Let's do it. And so we were vibing really, really well. Me and my writers, and the entire like impetus of Riot Forge was an attempt to lure away my writers by telling them that they would get 100% royalties for their books. They would have the editing and formatting done for free, and at least initially, that dude was buying the covers of the books from cover artists. And so literally the only thing that the writer had to do was not publish their next book through Strange House, and then it would come out through this Riot Forge company. And that, I don't think that even lasted a couple of years before it kind of imploded on itself, because that is not any kind of business model. Like telling writers you're going to do everything for free and pay for their shit. And there was no quality control. Like, it was anybody and everybody could slap that logo on their book. And there was no, hardly any editing done to the books whatsoever. So they developed a really bad reputation for having really amateur, really poorly edited books really fast. Like, they came out of the gate with a ton of releases, and they all were getting blasted with 1 and 2 star reviews for how amateurishly the books were put together. And so ultimately the thing imploded in on itself just about as fast as he conceived it. So luckily Zach didn't do that to you.
I don't know what he's out there doing. Completely severed ties. That's really unfortunate though, but it sounds like the trash took itself out.
It was a few years of really a lot of stress, caused a lot of health problems in my life, but I've since, like, I'm grateful to be where I am and doing what I'm doing now. I've actually become an independent comic book illustrator now, and I'm doing my own indie comics, and they are extensions of my movie universe that I started 15 years ago. So I kind of feel like I've grown my movie universe, and I've grown artistically, literally as an artist.
Right.
He's got a card game too.
Yeah.
Wow.
I developed a card game set, like a collectible card game set in that same movie universe. And I'm not trying to sell my shit right now. I'm just saying that I am grateful that all that happened. Otherwise, I might still just be writing novels.
Right.
And look at what they're doing now. All they do, they're like the freaking Pennywise for small presses. They're the eaters of small presses. It's like from freaking Rooster Republic to Bizarro Pulp Press and probably others. It's just like insane.
Well,
that's three right there. They are the eaters of small presses.
They prop up they're so weird. The business model that Don and Nick have right now is they take over the namesake of a small press that's going out of business, and then basically do nothing with it. They hardly ever release any books. So what is even the point of keeping the pulse going on these small presses, other than, and I always go back to this, it's for fucking clout, because people will suck their ass for the opportunity to submit fiction to them and treat them in a way that they wouldn't get treated if they didn't own a small press. And again, it goes back to, it's a Mean Girls table and they own one of the tables. Like in the cafeteria, you either control one of the tables that the Mean Girls sit at, or you don't. And for those guys, I don't think that they could handle not having one of the table. I gave Strange House books. I gave it up because I was like, I'm not gonna keep playing this game where people keep running to my table and wanting to hang out with me, and then take what I say and perform what is known to the kids these days as gay ops, and take everything I say and screenshot.
What's it called?
Gay ops. Yeah, gay ops. They screenshot your private messages. They try to get you on the phone and record conversations. Try to get you to say things that you wouldn't say in public. Try to show like a discrepancy between your morals and your actions. And then they either threaten to blackmail you with it, or they use it behind the scenes to ruin your reputation. And I eventually got so tired of that nonsense that I just gave away my table in the Mean Girls cafeteria. I gave away my press, and I was just publishing fiction solo by myself, which was great. That was a lot better than having to deal with all the gossipy nonsense in the small press writing community.
I try to avoid all the politicking as much as possible, and I don't know. My ego says that my press isn't the. I'm not the best, but my press is strong enough to stand up against any press that wants to come after me, and so I just try to put that in my brain and stay away from the politicking, the gossiping, and all that, and let them. They live in a. To me, the most presses live in another dimension than I do.
Yeah, good, good. Yeah, I've never heard anything but good things about your press, and people talk highly about the quality of the books you release. So, from my perspective, you're doing a great job doing what you're doing, and my hats off to you for even being able after going through sounds like something pretty similar to what I did. You kept your cool, and you're able to continue and still find passion and purpose as a publisher, whereas I lost my passion for it.
Well, it sounds like you lost your writers, and I know for me, the point of publishing is the writers that I work with, or and that I get to work with, are what keep me going. So if I lost that, I probably would lose the will to push forward myself.
It was really the biggest bummer because I felt like I had a personal relationship with a lot of them, and we really vibed. And we would go to conventions, and I'd have them come, and I'd buy their weekend pass, and they'd be able to hang out at the table for free.
Yes.
And we'd buy hotel rooms, and the authors could crash on the hotel room floor. And we did a podcast at that time too, so we get to do we'd record podcasts in the hotel room. Afterwards, we'd have them read excerpts from their fiction, do an author interview. We'd bring a whole bunch of their books so they could sign them and sell them to fans at shows. And I felt like we had a really cool relationship because not a lot of small presses are willing to go that extra mile and do that kind of stuff for their authors.
Yeah,
and so it was really
that's a lot.
Yeah, it was really kind of heartbreaking when they were all like, "Oh yeah, well Don says fuck you, so we're going to Riot Forge." I was like, "Oh, well, go ahead and see what happens." And what happened is they achieved nothing. They ruined their reputations, and a lot of those writers never even published anything after the Riot Forge fiasco. They gave up.
It's really a head scratcher because that one guy, Jesse Reed Wheeler, he was really great.
He was who I considered to be my he was like my I don't want to say protege because I wasn't grooming him to be a publisher. I wasn't grooming him to take over as a publisher, but he was, I guess the way I described Jesse is he was my ideal writer when I came up with the concept of Strange House books and the kind of books and the kind of authors that I wanted to push and promote. He was exactly that. He was a punk rock guy, heavy metal dude, super into monsters. His favorite writer was Richard Lehman, and Edward Lee, a close second. And so he wrote really, extreme horror with an 80s monster vibe to it that I really, really enjoyed. And he also did the covers for his own books. And he was a really good digital artist that made really gnarly looking monsters. And and he would come to the shows and he would dress up like a crazed ape person, like an ape man, and he would put a leash around his neck, and I would walk him around the conventions, and he would like dive at girls and pretend to be attacking him, and I'd be like yanking on his chain, trying to keep him from attacking. I'm like, "Stop it, Jesse! Stop it! Stay away from that woman. She didn't do anything to you." And it was so much fun to publish him and to really.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, cool cover.
Collection. I don't know why this guy stopped writing.
And he's done. He's completely done. Strange House took all of his books out of print for whatever reason. So he is no longer even a published author. These are
so personally. Did he cut ties with you?
Yeah, he ended up having a lot of personal issues that he wasn't able to work out, and to this day hasn't been able to work them out. And he pops up every once in a while, and it is not good. When he does, when he comes around and has something to say to me, it's usually very, very bad. And it's clear that he needs psychiatric help, and he's not getting it. And it's kind of, it's not my shit. It's not my place to air that, kind of personal stuff from him, but he does direct it at me. So I guess I'm allowed to say that in good taste. I don't know. Maybe it's bad taste. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything at all, but
it's so weird. I don't have that mentality. Like, as far as like all the creative friends, like in the indie book world, if it even is a world I've made, I've never once cut anyone out unless they have directly sabotaged me or went behind my back. And there are few who've definitely done that, and I've cut ties with them because they're jerks.
Yeah,
But some
way
people will do that to try to like gain social favors in like a bigger table, and it's just
that's how most of those guys were, and it backfired because again, Don was not the Moses to follow into the desert because they all died there with him. He had no, he just wasn't a leader, and he wasn't able to lead anybody into anything. And even the stuff like we were talking about, they kind of the eaters of small presses. That's all Nick Day. He's 100%, behind the press stuff. Don can't do any of that. He doesn't know how to do any of that. If it wasn't for Nick, there would be they wouldn't have any of that stuff. Don wouldn't be anywhere involved with it. Now Kent Hill, on the other hand, he opened his own press, and he's raring to go. But all of his stuff is poorly edited, and he gets really bad reviews for all the stuff he puts out because he rushes stuff out. But Kent's claim to fame is, for whatever reason, he's able to get in contact with old school B movie, like exploitation, sci-fi, and horror authors, and he gets them to do forewords and introductions to all of his books. But then they end up, and he gets cool cover art for his books too. But then he rushes them out and doesn't do any editing with them, and they all get shit reviews. So,
what's the press called? I've not heard of it.
I don't remember. What is it? What did Kent call his press?
Oh, I don't even know.
Here, click on one of those other books on Kent's page down here. Scroll down a little bit. Click on one of those. It should say the press.
Riot.
That was Riot Forge, but he's done. He did a few. He's got his own press now. It's like he's got an anthology series. Click on that other one. The one to the.
No,
not that one. That one's. Yeah, click on one of those. No, not the Last Barbarian. What is that second to last one?
That Zombie Park.
The last one there.
This one?
No, the one to the far right. What is that one?
Straight to video.
Yeah, click on that and see what the press name is on that.
J. Ellington Ashton.
No, that's
an Alex Johnson type press. That's what he did when he had nobody left to go to.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Kent did his own thing. He's got those straight to videos now. Look at that. Look at the synopsis on that straight to video and see who does the forward for that, because it's somebody fucking famous. It's some famous B movie director that he gets to do these forwards for these books, which is really cool. And it would be awesome if he actually had an editor and took his time and actually put some effort into the publishing side of the books.
Gosh, I don't see anything about a forward. What was that? Who was that other guy?
Click on the cover. It should say it right there on the cover.
Oh.
No, I guess not.
E.C. Ferrante, director of Sharknado.
There you go. So he's even able to go get the Sharknado.
Wow.
Sweet.
That's a claim to fame. I got the Sharknado director to write the forward to my book.
I mean, that's not a bad idea, really. I mean,
all those quirky B movie directors to do the forwards for the books.
A lot of good names in here: John Bruni, Chad Lutsky.
Chad Lutsky, he's good.
Is that Chris Kelso in there?
Yeah, Chris Kelso's in there.
I think A. Lee Martinez was on there.
It's kind of weird how I've never heard of this stuff, because I know all those freaking authors.
Oh,
I've seen these.
He doesn't do much anymore. Like this was all post Strange House. This is when we were still all riding the wave that I sort of created. I kind of crested us a wave of popularity, and then when they left, and Kent was one of the authors that Don took from the press. Kent had originally contacted me, said he was a huge fan of my movies and blah blah blah, and sucked my dick trying to get me to gain favor with me. And then as soon as he thought he could have a little bit more clout by taking off with Don, he's never spoken to me again. Kent has never. I put him on, put out his first book that Jeremy brought up there. I forget what is it called, the Western
Time traveling smut peddlers.
Yeah, Smut Peddlers from Outer Space. I championed that book, and nobody at the press wanted to release it. They all thought it was really poorly written, and I was able to convince my editor Sean to do a lot of work. And he basically said it's going to take me about 3 months to edit this.
Oh, that's a great pitch. Cover.
Yeah, that's his newest one.
While we're talking about great covers, that is bitchin'.
That's cool.
I mean, it's just amazing.
Donald Armfield's a really cool guy.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
pretty
anyway, we actually put extra effort into Kent's book to make sure that it read like a coherent novel. So he actually got special treatment from us. We kind of we protected him. We protected him from releasing really amateurish, really poorly written crap, and got a cool cover for him. Obviously, that's a pretty cool cover. And in the end, he just ran off with Don Noble, thinking that it was going to be a the grass was going to be greener, and he's it is what it is. Nobody here's ever fucking heard of him, so that's.
And it's out of print, obviously.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen the direct-to-video anthologies around, but I never read any of them.
Yeah, and it's almost 201. All those authors that left and took off, none of them are in the game anymore. None of them are in the game anymore.
Aren't anthologies the biggest pain in the ass to do?
Yes.
How many?
They are, but at the same time, they're a great platform for brand new authors to get recognized, and they are a great platform for a brand new press to get their hands dirty. Really dealing with them. Do people read them?
That's a good question. If you think about it, I mean,
I know my reading habits.
People do read them, but they rarely review them, right? They'll read a few stories, or they'll read half of them.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever finished a single anthology. Like I
can
finished
tell you
single
right
author collections, but not anthologies with different authors.
I can tell you at conventions, we sold the shit out of anthologies. We sold as many anthologies as we did novels or short collections. People really responded well to. I mean, Strange Sex was our first book that we published, and it caught fire. I mean, we sold hundreds of copies the first month that thing came out.
Yeah, same as Strange Behaviors. It sells still to this day, and then as you said about reviews, they don't get very many reviews. So
yeah,
I think Strange Behaviors got like two reviews or something like that, and it's been out for a handful of years. And
reviews. I was just talking with I think I was talking with Ben about this last night. Reviews have changed. People used to flock to Goodreads when Goodreads was sort of new. People, they were starved for content. People would flock there and review tons of books. And you could just, I always say, look back at Carlton Mellick's first few novels that have literally thousands of reviews compared to his newest books that have maybe between 8 and 10 reviews.
Mm.
It's just a different client. It's just a different atmosphere. There's too many books to review, too many books to read, and even more books to review.
Right.
I've read 73 just this year.
That's a lot of fucking books, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You are a man.
And I want a picture of these books. You've been talking this up.
How do you do that? I thought I was doing good last year, reading 90 books the whole year.
Like I said, I got to get my phone turned back on before I can put pictures on here. So I got to talk to him tomorrow.
Have you read any physical books this year?
Yeah. I don't remember which one, but
you should
this
pose
is how I imagine,
in
this
the
is how I
buff
imagine
with
Jeremy
the
reading
physical
books.
books hiding your manly parts.
This is how I picture Jeremy reading books. I picture he turns his Kindle on, he sets the voice to the text to voice app, and then turns it on 2 times speed, so that they're just barking at him the entire time. He walks around his house just getting barked at by this computer voice, and then says he's the book's finished in half a day, and he's like, "Yep, read a book. On to the next."
He's beating his chest the whole time.
I mean, Jeremy, you said you read 70,
Walking around with his dick in his hand.
you said you read 73 books this year. How many days have there even been in this year?
I don't know, but I've done
It's
it.
only been like 120 days in this entire year, and you've read 73 books already.
I don't know what to tell you.
That's about a book every day and a half. Or
I envy you.
I've only read 16.
I read like 20 or 30 at a time, and I don't know if that's exaggeration or not. I just
what does that even mean? 30 books at a time. What does that even mean?
He just flips back and forth between them.
You're just flipping around your Kindle, like reading a passage in one book and then flip and read it. I've seen your damn big dick Kindle collection. I'm saying, how does the process work?
You've got to show it every show.
Do you read 3 sentences from the Corey Feldman biography, and then you flip over and read 3 sentences from Caligula, and then 3 sentences?
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, can that even be counted as reading? I mean,
Yes. Yes.
is that technically?
Yeah.
Like,
I retain it and I talk about it on the show, and then I get bitched at for spoiling because when I proved what happened. I mean,
Yeah, you couldn't spoil it if he didn't actually read them.
I guess he could be reading the Wikipedia. He turns the Wikipedia entry for each of these books into text to speech ×2.
whatever.
He's doing the clip.
What is that?
Notes.
Click on Dead Jack. What is that? That cover looks cool as shit.
Oh yeah. This
You
guy,
had hospitalized after a pain issue?
yeah, this guy. I don't know about this. He has his little shapeshifter buddy, and they're going through hell. And they meet up with a fair. I don't know. I didn't care for it too much.
It looks a bit
pretty cool.
cutesy.
The cover did pull me in, but I'm tired of zombies, but the cover was cool enough that I gave it a shot. So I would probably read more in that series if it was a series, but it would have to come with more than the cliches of hell and there are shifts in hell and the demons are cranky. You've seen it. I mean, we saw it in 90s MTV cartoons or something. You know what I mean?
Comics, yeah.
But
Well, fuck that guy then. I mean,
So do you read any? Do you do audiobooks or only read books with your
right
eyeballs?
now, I read books. Yeah,
You only eyeball read them.
I did listen to one audio book, and it was that band Necrogoblicon. Speaking of goblins,
yeah. Good
No, I
band.
don't know the name. I don't know that.
The name
You don't know
sounds familiar.
Necrogoblicon? They're fucking
No.
awesome, dude.
they are kind of awesome. Yeah.
Well, I like the name.
The name sounds familiar. They're kind of they have like some weird gimmick, don't they?
I swear, this share screen is
That's
like
what I was wondering.
feature ever. There they are. See, there's
This Legati right there up front.
Or Tommy the Goblin right up front.
so there you go. That's Necrogoblicon. He wrote a quote unquote biography, and it really should only be an audio book. I can't imagine anybody reading it as a regular book. The audio makes that book. So I read, I listened to that one this year. So that's about it. It's the only audio book but I might take up your advisement, Strange, and take on some Philip K. Dick that way.
What?
I
Audio?
listened to the Skinwalker Ranch book on audio, and it was freaking awesome that way.
Yeah.
I actually finished. I talked to Gregor about this privately, but I actually finished. What is it called? 3 Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, the audiobook,
Yeah.
and I was kind of beating it up last week on the show?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of beating it up and saying that it was kind of meandering and it was really kind of boring. It was mostly about like corporate, the nuances of the corporate struggle between two psychedelic drugs. But boy, that last third really kicks in, and the whole setup just really pays off.
I feel the
at the
same
end.
way.
About that particular book.
Yeah, about the Palmer Eldritch.
Yeah, about the time that the main character
I felt it meandered for a while too. I was getting bored with it, and then I felt it really just kind of like kicked in right there. The last.
Yeah, there's
part.
there's a moment where the main character sort of starts to make the realizations of Palmer Eldritch's role in his reality, and it really starts driving home some theological, some philosophical ideas, some theological ideas. Some really humanist ideas, and boy, oh boy, does it stick the landing. I mean, you got to give that weird dude credit. As a writer, he really knew what he was aiming towards, and it took him a while to get there. But once he got there, man, that's a lot of cool stuff to think about. And really, the final the final lesson to be learned from that book is maybe God's out there, and maybe God's trying his best. So maybe you should cut him a little bit of slack, and that's really kind of a big idea to think about.
Yeah, and that's something he explores in his later books too. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You guys have all seen Waking Life, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You
You didn't like Waking Life?
I can't stand to look at that.
Did you think it was a
rotoscope shit.
pretentious piece of shit?
I can't stand to look at the rotoscope stuff.
We know
the rotoscope stuff. Yeah. What did you think of Scanner Darkly? Could you handle that?
I couldn't take the rotoscope shit either. But I like the Alex Jones cameo, and I think
Jones cameo in Waking Life is fucking.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, it's in Waking Life that he's in, right?
Yeah.
That was good. But I mean, actually, Scanner Darkly was a pretty good adaptation of the source material, but I just can't stand to look at that shit.
It's hard. I mean, the way those faces are morphing the whole time, it's like it is. It's like watching an LSD trip. It really is.
Oh yeah, that's what I love about it. I love taking shrooms and watching that movie because it just it all works.
I just think it's ugly.
But it kind of depending on which face you're looking at. But what I did like about it was that it does kind of mentions Philip K. Dick and how he eventually came to the conclusion later in life that time is all happening simultaneously, and you know what I'm talking about, right? You remember, right? Yeah. He quotes "Flow my tears," the policeman said, I think, and that's kind of like a key to what the main character ends up realizing, in that, about letting go and what life and death mean and everything. I liked parts of it, but I just thought that was real. That was like
about Waking Life now, though, right?
Yeah. But I mean, there was that part was profound. I mean, where he's talking about Philip K. Dick and "Flow my tears," the policeman said, and how he thought time was, an illusion, and it was just one thing happening,
Yeah, that's actually that Linklater film. He has those two characters, the guy and the girl, who are in bed together, and they're imagining that the girl imagines that she's actually old and she's dying and she's living out her entire life as a flashback, and so she thinks that she's in a flashback at that moment. And those two characters, he took them. They went on to be the actors. It was what the fuck is his name? Ethan Hawke, and then Julie Delpy. He put them in that movie. That movie series he did that I guess is still ongoing. The before sunrise, before sunset. Yeah. Is it After Midnight? Is that the third one in the series?
Yeah. Is that that's still ongoing?
My guess. Well, I haven't seen the third one, so I don't. Maybe it has a finite conclusion. But my guess is he's going to continue to do that couple's story until they're old.
I was hoping so.
That would be my guess. Well, he did that movie. What is the name of that movie that he did with that kid where he follows him? Oh, Boyhood, where he follows him. Follows him through like 12 years. So I just assume that Linklater has that same plan for those two characters from the Before Sunrise series, where he's going to keep following their lives until they're elderly.
Huh. You guys know about that one movie that they're not going to release in our lifetime?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
What is it?
Some movie, is it like whiskey or winemakers that made some movie and then they're not going to release it?
Robert Rodriguez, I think, directed it.
Yeah.
They locked it in a vault and they won't release it until how long? Hundreds of years? Thousands of years? I don't know.
Something stupid like that. What's the point? How
is the point behind it?
Just a gimmick, just a dumb gimmick, I'm sure you guys all did that in school where you buried like little treasures for
time capsules.
Yeah, little time capsules for another generation to open up later on down the road.
But
guilt.
Any kind of project like that, how could you bear to sequester it from everybody?
Because it's a digital fucking Robert Rodriguez movie that probably took a week to shoot. Who gives a fuck?
I was gonna say it probably sucks.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it probably sucks. Yeah, like you said.
If he was really proud of it, he would want the whole world to see, right?
Unless he wants the gimmick of he's been long dead, and here we're unearthing this movie from a filmmaker long dead, and then his name starts getting circulated again in the future. I mean, that's a huge ego boost.
But he won't be here.
Rodriguez. Yeah.
He won't be here though. I mean,
he's not going to be too fucking remembered that long.
No, I like his movies generally, but no, I mean, he's not, a groundbreaking innovator or something.
Kubrick or something like that.
This is true.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Kubrick, you guys think that there was like an Illuminati hit job there. That's like one of my favorite
Oh yeah.
lores from Hollywood. Is that right there? That's because Eyes Wide Shut was his last movie. That one.
I don't know if he
still
said
need to
this.
see that movie.
I don't know if he said this before, but last week I was watching InfoWars, and Alex Jones brought him up and said, and I think he acted like it was the first time he said it.
I heard
But he
it.
may have said it before. You heard what?
His daughter had told him. He said last week, his daughter. I don't want to get too off the beaten track here, but his daughter told me that he was on the nose with some of this stuff or something.
No. His daughter told him he could see visions of the future.
Okay.
Oh, that Kubrick could?
She said that Alex Jones last week said that Stanley Kubrick's daughter told him that he was a what do you call it? Clairvoyant, yeah. And he said that basically that those movies that he made were visions that he had, and that he didn't actually have like an informant that was telling him about the Illuminati or the New World Order, whatever you want to call it. That it was actually visions that Kubrick had about the sort of secret society that controls the world, and that's where the theme of the stuff that happens in his movies comes from. But Alex Jones is also fucking crazy, so who knows?
Yeah, have you seen how he calls himself the Oracle of Texas now?
Oh, that's great.
I love it.
Yeah, I like that. So do you guys, here's a question for you guys. Do you guys reread books?
No, I'm against it.
I used to. Now I feel like it's crystallized in my mind after I read it now, and it's with me for all time, and I don't need to read it again unless to refer to something.
I reread nonfiction books, especially like biographies of people that inspire me. I'll read those books 3, 4, 5, 6 times because it gives me renewed inspiration each time I read about a person's struggle and how they came up and the obstacles that they overcame and the times that absolute failure was right in front of their face and they refused to accept it. Things like that. That gives me reason to reread a book. But a fiction book, I can't remember the last. Maybe the Harry Potter series and the Lord of the Rings series are the only books that I've reread. Fiction ones.
And Mr. Burke, you do?
I reread quite a bit of books. Like there's a lot of William Burroughs that can be reread and deciphered a different way each time you read it, especially cut up stuff.
Right.
But anything that might challenge me, like House of Leaves we talked about earlier, I read that probably 3 or 4 times. I understood it around the second time, but there was still more to discover.
Right.
If there's not, I won't reread anything. But like Kevin said, I'll definitely reread some nonfiction for certain reasons.
Yeah, I'll reread some nonfiction, but not very often. And I've rarely reread fiction, but I, kind of think about wanting to reread the Philip K. Dick books, but there's so many other books out there that I have yet to read. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems
Greer's got a lot of books to read, so he doesn't know if he can read the books he's already read.
That's a good point.
That's a running joke on the show. Jeremy likes to use the excuse he doesn't do things because he has a lot of books to read.
There are a couple books I reread sections from. Occasionally I'll reread sections from Naked Lunch and from Invisible Cities. But I think the only book that I have a real desire to reread is Joseph Torchia's The Kryptonite Kid, which I have reread like 2 or 3 times.
Why? Why?
It's a very personally important book to me because it was probably the first book I really read that really, showed me what you can do with language.
You talked about that a week or 2 ago. That's where the guy writes letters to the kid writes letters to Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does sound fascinating to me.
I thought you said you didn't like it because it was epistolary. Or you didn't want to read it because of that?
About something else.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember what, but Long Live Crazy. And I didn't dislike Long Live Crazy. It's just I felt like epistolary was not the right choice for that format. Lesko was awesome, by the way. We got to have him back. He's a trip too. But
that kid was cool.
Christopher Lesko?
Real cool.
Yeah. Great guy.
He reminded me a lot of when I met Douglas Hackle in person. He's just a character. He's just fun to hang out with and fun to listen to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Douglas Hackle, or at least his writing. I've never met him.
You guys should have him on if he's willing, if he's not too triggered to hang out with you guys, because he is a really funny dude.
I wonder if he would.
You know, I keep encountering that, trying to get people on, and I do think we've gotten that reputation.
We're so fucking nice.
We are. We're the freaking like laid back, and then everyone's like,
Here's the thing.
We're fucking pickled peaches.
They don't want to pierce. They don't want to get past that outer layers. That's the thing. They're not really ready to work for it, you know?
They want to get to know you, know your heart.
Yes. They've got to be willing to work, and they won't compromise their hyper leftist bullshit. See, to get past that layer. I would probably talk to almost anybody, but it would take a lot of convincing for me to have a civil discussion with Jarrett, because he's the only one that I think I don't know that I could ever forgive. And maybe
Jarrett Cook. Well, go back and watch me struggling my ass off to have a coherent discussion with him. The guy is the most boring, snob that you'll ever talk to. He would be a horrible guest. He just isn't a personable human being.
yeah, that's the recurring theme of all the guests we've had. The worst ones are the ones who are just boring, and it's like they almost feel like they want to be above like regular conversation.
On this show. Shit, I'm over here standing back trying to keep up. How could you be above this show?
No, you're one of the cool ones.
you're doing great. Yeah.
I think Mike Klein was actually one.
I mean, I think an ultra leftist could be fine on this, on this show, right? I mean, I think
Hey, really?
yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's not about like Ben is a crazy lefty, but he's got his fucking feet underneath him. He doesn't get triggered by everything we say. It's fine.
I mean, I think that you can have any kind of political philosophy and get along with folks, right? I
You
mean,
just can't get fucking triggered and so worried about how other people are going to. The problem isn't whether or not they're going to come on and argue with this. The problem is how their peers are going to treat them for associating, giving us a platform to even have a conversation with them, because I'm considered a racist, bigot, sexist, homophobe, even though none of those things are true. It's just what they've decided to call me, and so nobody can even talk to me without having all that radiation spill off on them.
well, you're a COVID-19 denier now.
That's right.
Yeah.
I actually had a female acquaintance who's a writer tell me that she gets flack for associating with me sometimes because she's not being a strong enough quote unquote ally. Her words.
That's what I mean. Like the leftism has all these different rules and categorizations, and they are not even allowed by their ideology to associate with anyone outside the cultish ideology. So if someone wants to come on here and be a flag waving communist, I could give a fuck less, as long as they're willing to hang out, talk, be a person. Who gives a shit what their political beliefs are? I don't care.
Yeah,
when she has to choose allies, like she has to choose who she's going to be an ally of, right? I mean, who's she supposed to be an ally of?
The hard left,
I don't know.
The SJWs, the feminists, the trannies.
The girl zine clique of what is
the CW of Bizarro Fiction, bro. Tiffany Scandal and Michael Kasepis. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah, I really didn't appreciate him trying to tell me what was funny at Bizarro Con. Even after all these years, if I want to laugh at MP Johnson in a dress, I'm going to laugh at MP Johnson in a dress. And I really didn't appreciate him saying,
I took very sexy pictures with MP Johnson in a dress.
Right, and it's really not that funny, is what he said. Well, it's really not up to you, So.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
It's kind of funny.
Tell the story, Jeremy. You just blurted out like the out of context end of the story.
I want to hear what radicalized Ben says. Go ahead.
all I was gonna say is it's just like I realized that Emma Johnson had unfriended me on Facebook, and I honestly have no idea why.
Because of me, right? You're gonna blame me, right?
I don't know. A bunch of other people haven't unfriended me.
I can tell you, me and MP are still. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say we're still friendly, but maybe we're not. Maybe I suck, and I've been. Maybe I should say I've been disowned.
Yeah, you've been hanging out with shirtless Maddox.
Are you wearing a shirt right now, Jeremy?
No.
Tell the
In one of my private conversations with Gregor, he referred to you as the great shirtless one.
Yeah.
I like that.
Tell the Kasepis story, dude.
Wait a minute.
Michael Kasepis from King Shot Press.
Yeah.
Tiffany Scandal and all them.
Is he still on? I thought he gave everything to Tiffany Scandal.
MP Johnson came
Me
in.
too, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
What, did he disappear? Hang on. Did he disappear? Is he gone?
No,
Did he
he's
get
still
thrown out?
around. I don't know if he got thrown out. I just think he got
Who,
tired
me?
of it. No, I'm talking
No,
about
we're
Michael.
catching up on the whereabouts of Kasepis, of Tiffany Scandal's beard.
Yeah, and I will say that I don't have anything against Kazepis. He did the interior for the Story of the Y, and I think he did a good job. But I mean,
he came at me like an idiot. He didn't put up any kind of real argument at all. He just wanted to be bitchy. He just wanted to prove to the mean girls that, hey, I yelled at Kevin Strange too. Look, I said funny things about him.
But I thought he had given everything to Tiffany. I don't know if that's the case, but I don't know. I thought he said that. I don't know if that's the case, but he is still around. He's still posts on Twitter and Facebook fairly regularly, and I think he still has that Rat Police novel coming out.
Is he still Tiffany's beard?
I honestly don't know. Well, for some reason, I got the impression that they broke up, but I don't want to say that that's the case. I don't really know.
As radicalized as she became, I almost 100% would assume she's now a lesbian. There's nowhere else to go other than becoming a tranny, but that's the female to male transgenders are rare in the writing community. It's almost always male to female, because then you can be a feminist.
So what's you laughed at somebody with a dress on? What's going on? What
MP Johnson was promoting his book Dungeons and Drag Queens, and
which is a really cool book, by the way. Very fucking cool.
And he came in a dress. I thought it was a gag because here in Tennessee, men only wear dresses as a joke. Okay. And so naturally, I'm going to think it's that way. So I'll MP Johnson's actually wearing a dress, because, the last time I saw that was my gym coach, playing a prank and saying his twin sister, Garrietta, came to play basketball. I mean, that's my only.
Was this in the locker room?
No, it was at a pep rally in elementary.
So it wasn't a communal shower kind of thing.
No,
no, it wasn't penis inspection day.
No, a pep rally at elementary school. But he would do it every time. His sister Garrietta would come and he would disappear.
Garrietta.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that is
some from a cartoon.
I know. Well, that's the whole point. And then he would get on the court as this clearly a man in a dress with fake everything, and hit on the boys and do play basketball better than a woman is supposed to at that time and all this. And it's funny, that is my only inference. That's my only experience with this kind of cultural thing. And so I'm laughing at it like that. And then Kazepis, deigns to speak with me, for a minute and says, it's really not that funny. At the time, because I can tell that I'm starting to come down with, some kind of sickness, they call convention crud, I guess, is what they call it, the con crud. And I don't want to make any waves, because I'm having too good a time. So I just kind of nod my head, yeah, I got you. But now if I had it to do over again, I swear I would say, well, that's not up to you, pal,
So the guy was promoting, though, a book called Dungeons and Drag Queens. That wasn't part of his promotion, or was he just happened to be a crossdresser at the same time?
MP Johnson used to consider himself a drag queen, and then later came out trans. And so it's a very confusing timeline.
Yeah, because drag queens are kind of supposed to be funny, are they not?
Yeah, at the time it was.
Yeah, but Michael Kazepis is a different person. he was on the sidelines. He saw me laughing, and he felt he had to do something about a free American, mind, just kind of soaking up the atmosphere, laughing.
Reluctantly wearing a shirt.
Well, I was
Where
wearing.
I am in public wearing a shirt.
Yeah, and he's trying to tell me not to laugh. I mean,
Yeah. You had a shirt on in public, and this guy's trying to tell you what you can and cannot do.
I put on a shirt and everything.
Yeah. Put on a shirt, put on pants, left your house, all the way to fucking Portland.
I got dressed and got on a plane for these people. Yeah.
So was this person dressed as a regular woman going about her business, or a drag queen?
It was flamboyant. It was
flamboyant.
flamboyant.
Okay. Well, that's supposed to be funny. Yeah.
It seems like
But
for the time it was meant to be a joke.
So,
yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Blurred these days. Like the difference between a gay man, a drag queen, and a transgender, that line is so blurred that no one knows what's funny, what's supposed to be considered satirical, what's considered, what's a serious life choice that is brave and stunning. There's just no, there's a lot of confusion in that community about what any of that, even truly means anymore.
I do have to cut in for a moment because it is like almost 1 a.m. Does anyone have to get up for work in the morning? Because I don't want to, be the reason for you oversleeping or something. I mean,
I do, but it's not only close to midnight here, and I work from home. So,
Gregor, I know you work from home too, but do you?
Yeah, I work from home, so I should be all right. I might drop out in a little bit, but I'll stay on for a little while longer.
SC,
we're all groovy on this end, man.
Zach,
I never have anything to do.
I never have anything.
Okay, Slender Man.
Is that me?
I guess so.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so we're all good for a little bit longer. Okay, I should be probably wrapping up, but I don't know. I'm kind of enjoying this too much. Kind of cozy, like on your front porch, on a summer night growing up, and you're telling stories, even though it's out of season. It's not Halloween, but you're still, getting dark, and you feel like just telling stories or something. And
you're sucking all your friends' dicks,
taking pot shots at random people who walk by and with your pistol because it's legal in Tennessee.
Oh,
that's a circle jerk.
Do you have a front porch?
Yes,
Jeremy.
What kind of name? What kind of question is that?
What kind of civilized America doesn't have a front porch?
Hey, some people only have like a little cement block that's not truly a porch. You know what I mean?
That's
like
what I
live-
have that and then a back deck.
Yeah, that's
I live in an apartment.
Yeah,
stoop.
yeah. So you got a full-fledged front porch, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Do you have a rocking chair on it?
No, but that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Probably full of books.
Yeah.
Well, they get moldy if you leave them out there.
Oh yeah. You guys actually made me pull House of Leaves down off the shelf. I might add that to the make it 31.
I thought you were going to read it to us.
No.
hard to read.
But I might make this 31. I don't know. I'm reading a lot of stuff about the Roman Empire because that shit's fascinating.
I'm reading a vampire book that doesn't have any freaking vampires in it.
Huh?
Yeah, you said you hated it, Curse of the Vampire?
Yeah, it's Curse of the Vampire, and the Goodreads myth is that it has no vampires in it, and I'm 100-something pages in, and I confirm it. As of now, has no vampires in it.
No vampires confirmed. No sighting.
In a book called Curse of the Vampire.
Yeah, and you should see the cover.
With a vampire,
the cover,
like a stereotypical vampire on the front and center. Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool looking vampire. Very pissed off looking vampire.
Yeah.
It's actually the coolest looking vampire I've ever seen on a book cover. I'm not exaggerating.
Just not in the book.
Yep. Now, it's kind of implied that there's some kind of freaking vampire spirit making this super emotional woman first character do all kinds of crazy stuff, but who knows? It's a horrible book.
Yeah, I'm 100 pages done from finally finishing the William Fullman book, so I'll hopefully finally have that finished in a couple of days. And I did start reading Chuck Palahniuk's Snuff. I'm about 50 pages into that, and I think it's pretty entertaining so far.
I've got two of his that I bought in hardcover when they first came out, and I haven't read them. One is Damnation. It's probably 10 years old now. Is that the name of one of his books?
Damnation is actually, it's pretty entertaining. The ending is stupid, but for the most part, it's good.
And then what is his, not his brand new book, but the newest book he put out?
The one about writing?
Initiation Day.
Adjustment Day.
Adjustment Day. I've got that one. I started it, but I didn't get very far into it.
Adjustment Day is entertaining, but it's got a lot of problems.
I just picked up that one he did, not knowing it was about writing, but it's about writing. So
consider this.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I was trying to think of what it was called. I just kind of picked it up on a whim. I mean, yeah, it's pretty rad if you're into wanting to learn how to write, I guess. I personally don't really need some of the information he's giving across right now, so I'm not finding it too entertaining. But there's some cool stuff, I guess, if I were in a different state of mind.
Right, or different space on the timeline or whatnot.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've heard some people call Snuff Chuck Palahniuk's worst book, and 50 pages in, I am not getting that. I think it's not too different from most of the other things he's put out.
That's actually kind of in and out of my queue right now, and I'm inclined to agree. It's way more readable than, say, Pygmy, you know?
Yeah,
I still don't get Fight Club. Like, I just don't get it.
Fight Club's pretty good.
That's okay. It's for men. It's for men to, you know. So.
Yeah. You have a vagina, Zachary, so you aren't going to get it.
Fight Club is an example I give of a movie that's better than the book, which is very rare.
See, I've never seen the movie. I've only read the book.
The ranty monologues from the book are actually done better, performed by Edward Norton in the context of a film, in my opinion. You guys,
I liked them both. Yeah.
To me, the book's just the dude whining about working and then getting involved with a freaking psychologist dude, or not psychotic dude, just freaking going around fighting people. I just didn't get it. It's boring.
I liked it. One of my favorite stories from the movie is when Tyler Durden and the girl, what's her name again?
Marla Singer.
Yeah, Marla. When they first have sex in the movie, and afterwards, she says, "I haven't been fucked like that since elementary school." Like the original line was, "I want to have your abortion." But they told the director to cut that, and he said he would on the on one condition, that whatever they replaced it with, they would have to keep. And so he replaced it with the "I haven't been fucked like that since elementary school" line. And the person who told him to cut it was like, "Please put the original line back." And he was like, "No."
Oh, I thought you were going to say Hollywood is fine with that.
Of course, Hollywood's fine with that. Are you kidding?
They're just not supposed to say that.
Yeah, you can't say the quiet part loud.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like I said, I finished the Palmer Eldritch book, and I immediately started Dr. Blood Money, the post-apocalyptic Philip K. Dick novel. I started the audiobook of that, and as advertised, it is fucking weird right out of the fucking gate.
Yeah.
It is fucked up. So I'm actually, if it took Palmer Eldritch a long time to get to a really deep, philosophical point, I'm kind of happy to switch gears and read something that I don't know if it's even going to have a point or if it's just weird for the sake of weird, which is fine by me.
No, that's a good book. Yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah. You should, if you ever pick up, there's like a biography of Philip K. Dick, and the back of it's got a list of all of his books and the original titles of his books. And that guy had the worst titles of the book. Like, he could not come up with a title of the book to save his life. They're all terrible. Yeah, so I mean, Doctor Blood Money is also a terrible title for a book. It's just, but
Yeah.
the original title is even worse. What's that?
The Zap Gun, Galactic Pot Healer.
I mean, those are decent, but I can't remember what the original titles were, but they were just terrible. But I mean, they were just, I'm trying to think what the guy's name is, Sutton or something, that wrote the book. But yeah, it's pretty amazing that he just could not come up with a title for his books to save his life.
Anybody read Heinlein?
I've tried.
I've read The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. I enjoyed that.
I finally finished Stranger in a Strange Land in like high school, and like
It's a good Iron Maiden song.
Right. And
Yes.
it took me a long time to get through Stranger in a Strange Land. I think that's the only one I've read. I find Heinlein difficult, but there was one later in his career. I think he had been sick, and it was really weird because it had all these fictional characters he didn't create in it, and they were all like wedged together. It was almost like a fanfic type thing. I mean, he had like characters from The Wizard of Oz in there, and characters from other fellow sci-fi author friends, their universes in there. It was Number of the Beast, I think, and
I tried to read that. I couldn't get through it.
it's very difficult. It's even more difficult than his normal difficult.
I'm glad I stopped based on what you're just telling me, because I can't stand that stuff. Yeah.
I didn't get where he was coming from, and it must have been the cancer or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard Stranger in a Strange Land is very hippie-ish.
Yeah.
I kind of want to read that next. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress is pretty straightforward. It's a straightforward story about moon dwellers declaring independence from Earth and, fighting a revolution to do that. Except there's also, polyamory, which he was very into.
Did he practice it?
I think he did, yeah.
I thought he was married to one woman, though.
I think he had like a couple mistresses or something like that. But I've heard a lot of good things about Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
I've got that in paperback and audiobook, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Anybody here read that?
I read that, and I dug it.
What did you think of it compared to the movie? There's like no comparison, right?
I don't think there's any comparison. The movie and the book felt like two different things.
That's what Verhoeven did the same thing with Total Recall. He just kind of makes them his own.
Right.
Yeah, I was just saying it's like the book is more sci-fi serious for sure, whereas like the movies just like kind of like, well, you know how it's very
it's
comic
satire,
booky,
yeah.
satire,
Hyper-violent satire.
Yeah, the Chapo Trap House guys did a really good lecture on the Starship Troopers movie.
To me, it felt like a real like Marauder-based sci-fi. Had kind of like more actiony and set in the militarization of stuff.
Was Heinlein conservative or liberal?
He was kind of weird. He was technically, I think, a libertarian for most of his life.
Was he running fucking guns for Cubans? That's like that's the line.
I don't know about that, but I do know that he was very libertarian. He also, like I said, he practiced things like polyamory, so he wasn't really into like traditional families and things like that.
He's been kicked out of the sci-fi community since, right? Like, it's like they disown him now.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Somewhat. I think he somewhat just partially because of his politics, because apparently he was also very anti-communist to the point like Starship Troopers. I haven't read it, but people have said that it basically advocates fascism. I don't know if that's the case, but so he kind of went back and forth on that. I think the reason people were uncomfortable with him, it was the sexualized underage girls in some of his books, which maybe but these were written in like the 60s and 70s where that wasn't that unusual.
Yeah, that's not really why. That's not the impression that I get as far as why he's been kind of disowned. It's mainly his politics. the crowd that I'm talking about doesn't care about sexualizing young girls in a book. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. But I don't think he's been disowned to the extent that maybe some out and out like conservative or fascist authors have been.
Yeah, well, read Locust magazine, then you might get a different impression. Yeah, I mean, it seems like I used to subscribe to that, and it seems like all he did was bash Heinlein like he was some kind of evil.
I do think there are like a lot of leftish sci-fi fans who bash him a lot because libertarians like him.
Yeah,
I heard that I heard a while back that Asimov's son was an outed pedophile.
Yeah, he got arrested. He had the largest private child porn collection in history up to that point.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, he got busted in California. I don't know if he's still in jail or he got out, but he went to jail for it.
Yeah,
So, he won't be publishing, even if that was his hope. I mean,
it was the sci-fi couple that it was outed that they were raping their kids like all of the fucking time.
Oh, Marion Zimmer Bradley.
Yeah.
Marion Zimmer Bradley.
Yeah, them.
Yeah, their daughter, or I don't know, what was she? Was she biological or step daughter?
No, she was a biological daughter.
She wrote a book, Moira Gray something. She wrote a book called The Last Closet, and man, if what she's telling is even a fraction of the truth, I mean, she would like make her like. I can't even say it. It's so disgusting. Oh.
Yeah. Have you read that book?
Yeah.
Well, her dad was like the sci-fi fantasy community, like spent years trying to defend that guy, but he actually wrote like articles defending pedophilia and shit. Like he was an open, hardcore pedophile.
Yeah, he was
I
all
actually
about
read
it.
that there were some fanzines that spread around the time that were basically just, maybe we should do something about this guy because he keeps trying to rape little boys. I probably shouldn't laugh at that, but
and they kept tabling him at cons and putting him on panels and celebrating him.
And there would always be kids in the house. There would always be new kids in the house, and he would take them to his study. And God.
And I'm a fan of Samuel Delaney, but to this day he still defends pederasty.
Yeah,
Samuel Delaney. What did he write?
Dahlgren.
Yeah, Dahlgren. Hog.
Hog. Yeah, that's right. Hog.
Through the Valley of the Nest of Spiders.
Hog was what I knew.
Yeah.
The controversy surrounding this book here is that she didn't utter a word to anyone until her mom died, and then once her mom was dead, then this whole side of the story came out. So there's a lot of people that accuse her of just trying to perversely claim some kind of fame and relevance off the backs of her controversial parents by publishing this.
I mean, yeah, maybe by considering there were bulletins being, distributed about, her dad's trying to rape little boys, then it seems somewhat credible to me.
Yeah, but no accusations had ever been made about her mom, and this is all about her mom.
Yeah, and this is
I'm not sure that that's entirely true. I think that there have been accusations from others, not necessarily by this daughter, but by other humans.
Yeah, but this is kind of a little bit off topic, but I was like reading about the whole like Jared Fogle thing. Apparently, like Subway corporate knew what he was doing, because he would apparently like go and visit Subway stores and hit on underage girls there.
What?
And the managers would fucking write to corporate and be like, "Hey, can we do something about this? This guy is hitting on our 14-year-old cashiers," and corporate would just write back and say, "No, don't worry about it. He's getting help."
And didn't it come out that in college he ran a porn site and was like this hypersexual creep, all the way back in college, and like this was anybody in his life knew where this was headed, and Subway just kind of kept it
Yeah, it's just like, why are you protecting Jarrett fucking Fogel? You can easily replace this guy.
Because the world is run by a pedophile network of extra-dimensional goblin vampires.
I mean, that's possible.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't think it's that crazy, but all this stuff
Pizzagate
makes
is
me
real.
believe there is something.
Pizzagate is absolutely real.
Yeah, I believe
Parts of
Pizzagate, to be honest.
Parts of it are real. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the whole like sex dungeon and a DC pizza restaurant. No, that's stupid and retarded. But yeah,
But
there definitely are a lot of
But the individuals involved are part of a vast network.
See Elephantus being
pretty much.
that.
Yeah,
I could see Elephantus being that, but not having the dungeon at the pizzeria.
Yeah, the dungeon at the pizzeria is irrelevant to the facts of the matter. That he's an extremely influential and powerful, DC political figure that just owns a pizza restaurant. It makes no sense for him to be.
That's
he's into other things too. The pizza restaurant
gimmick.
is just one of the things.
So it's a tax gimmick then, the pizza.
I don't know if it's a tax gimmick. I think it's just like something he does because a lot of these rich people are into multiple things.
Well, that's true.
And according to the Pizzagate lore, it's the pizza restaurants. They use the pizza restaurants to lure the kids.
Which
I mean, what they say, yeah.
You know what's weird is that
we kind of know how they do it with how Jeffrey Epstein. We know how Jeffrey Epstein would lure.
And the what is that the recent cult that was
NXIVM
busted up, the NXIVM? Yeah, they had their own child sex trafficking.
Yeah.
There was a reporter who had been talking about them for years, and he was ridiculed for being a conspiracy theorist. And they actually pretty much destroyed his life. He got arrested for I don't remember what, but you could tell that they had NXIVM had their fingerprints all over it. I mean, that they were probably collaborating with the police, but he spent time in jail. And he had spent years, at least since 2016, exposing NXIVM, and only in 2018 did they do something. Actually, it goes back to 2014 when he was talking about this. And I mean, the guy doesn't write about him anymore, obviously, because they probably destroyed his life.
Yeah, NXIVM is pretty amazing, and it's another one of those things where it's one of the most amazing news stories. I don't know, the past 5 years, but it hardly got any coverage along with the Jeffrey Epstein thing, right? I mean, it's just amazing what they choose not to cover.
Now, see, you can take the most outlandish story and it can be 100% real, and you can report on it with the most mundane, almost mediocre treatment of the story. And you see what I'm saying? I mean, the media...
Yeah. I mean, high-level people in that cult believed that there were reincarnated people from Hitler's regime,
and branding their initials into.
That's crazy because that ties into Jim Wilhelmsen's whole thing about.
Don't.
No, it does. I'm not saying there's any truth to it, but it's kind of crazy that he's going on about this whole kind of resurgence of the.
Oh yeah, like the Antichrist consciousness jumping from Hitler to somebody else's body. Or something
well, that too. But he's talking about how the whole Nazi thing is the whole Nephilim who would live in the hollow earth, and these people are. It's like the same freaking hollow earth people, repeating over and over.
Yeah, there's your next movie, Kevin Strain's Nazi pedophiles from outer space.
That's right.
The cosmic Christ is going to come down in a Borg cube in Israel. That's what this guy said.
Jeremy, click that link I just sent you in the private chat.
Oh,
he's coming down in the Borg cube, and he's looking for boy pussy.
What am I clicking? Okay.
I hope it's something awful that gets us banned.
No, it's not.
This isn't. Wait a minute. This isn't Lemon Party, is it?
No, fuck no.
It's a YouTube link.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, it's a YouTube link. It's
going to be Meat Spin.
It's a really well done, brand new documentary.
I've heard about this.
Yeah, and it goes into NXIVM. It goes into
it's pretty much.
Watch
This is
of it.
This is like for people that have never seen a conspiracy video before. So it's like old school.
The information.
Yeah, but
Old news.
it's really well. It's a well produced documentary. It's very concise.
Told you that a car was a car, a tree was a tree,
Yeah, it's okay.
a bird was a bird, the blue stuff above.
But if you fast forward to the point where they interview the news anchor who tried to blow the roof off of Pizzagate and how she had her life completely ruined. It's near the end of the documentary, like the last 10 or 20 minutes. You'll see her.
Liz Corkin.
Yeah,
Her?
I think isn't that her right there?
Yeah.
Never had any issues. I was very well respected. I basically was embraced by the mainstream media until I started reporting on Pizzagate. Now, when Pizzagate came out, the media tried to turn Pizzagate into something that wasn't.
Surprises of the presidential campaign was the explosion of fake news on the internet.
28-year-old Edgar Welch was arrested in Washington Sunday afternoon outside Comet Ping Pong, a popular family pizza parlor. D.C. police say Welch fired at least one round into the restaurant floor with an AR-15 rifle like this one on his Facebook page. No one was injured.
Someone on Twitter, whose name remains unverified but has several thousand followers, posted that new emails found on Anthony Weiner's computer confirmed that Hillary Clinton was involved in a pedophilia ring. The rumor spread, inspiring some newfound internet sleuths to start digging around in John Podesta's hacked emails, searching for proof and location of the so-called sex ring.
His emails are bizarre anyway you...
They're going to go into it. They're going to talk about that.
What about, how much do we need? How much do we want?
Whatever, as much as you want. I'm just saying, it's pretty concise. They boil the whole thing down in like 5 to 7 minutes. They hit it pretty quick and pretty hard.
We are absolutely littered with code words. And many of these code words are food words, such as pizza.
Somebody said to me, "Hey, Dave, search for pizza in Podesta's emails." And once you go down that rabbit hole, you never really emerge.
Would you love to get a pizza for an hour? Like, yeah, the pizza's going to excuse itself after an hour. I mean, that's pretty obvious coded slang for something.
Yeah.
Urge the same person.
It was obvious from the get-go that these words were code words for something else because the context that they were used in did not make sense.
To be clear, not one single email in the Podesta emails.
And that's Ben Swan, the guy who disappeared for a little while after he spoke a little too, he spoke up a little too much, remember? Anyone? Am I alone?
I don't know this guy.
Yeah, I kind of know who you're talking about.
Ben Swan, yeah. He spoke up about some of this stuff, and then he kind of disappeared from the airwaves for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, you and I were kind of talking about that in real time when it was happening. His Twitter, he put out some esoteric messages and then disappeared entirely. Did he ever resurface? Did he ever come back?
Yes, he has a show now, unless he's a clone. Unless it's a clone of him.
That is a fact. But there are dozens
Is SC still here? I hope we're not boring him. Okay. You still with us?
Yeah. Are you okay talking about this?
I don't think he knows we're talking to him.
Hey, SC, can you hear us?
He took off. He said, "Fuck this." They're talking about Pizzagate.
No, he's still here.
Pizza and handkerchiefs.
Maybe he's just having connection problems.
Those words in the emails about pizza and the talk of handkerchiefs is code language used by pedophiles.
There is some kind of code language. They're just not talking about pizza, folks. Who phrases that?
David Seaman.
An hour of time to eat a slice of pizza.
Yeah, you're right.
You can get a service for half an hour.
That was
you
Seaman's
can
voice.
get a massage for half an hour, but you can't get food for half an hour. It just absolutely makes no sense.
There's other ones like, the realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. And another one is, Obama spent $65,000 flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago.
That is so bizarre. I mean, it's a little bit it's alarming to read that and speculate about what it could mean.
So it's clearly code. The question is it code for? Is it pedophile code, or is it some kind of government code that's used by deep state operatives and emails to code to code their language in case their emails get intercepted by some rogue state?
Yeah, SC is saying that he's just having problems with his microphone.
Oh, okay. What else could this be code for?
That's the question. No, that's the question that they won't answer. Like, no one involved in the Podesta.
No, I know he won't.
Podesta won't. Clinton won't. No one on the left will even address it from the angle of, no, this isn't code word for pedophile shit. It's code words for something else. Like, they literally still to this day stick by the fake news narrative that this is fake, that this stuff isn't real, when it's clearly real. I mean, that's what I like about this documentary, is they're literally bringing up the WikiLeaks and doing searches inside the WikiLeaks emails. Those are the emails. There's no question those emails are real John Podesta emails, and these are the actual words in context that are being used, and the left will not address this at all. They won't talk about it, not even a little bit.
Like, this is normal stuff to Gregor, the conspiracy snob.
To me, it's it definitely sounds weird, and it could very easily be code for something. The thing is, like, the reason I have trouble believing,
Jeremy, put Gregor back in.
Yeah, the reason I have trouble believing Podesta is involved in anything is if he's this much of a fucking boomer that his emails could be leaked this easily. I'm pretty sure that what he was actually involved with would have come out by now.
It is out. That's what we're talking about.
No,
who do you think is going to talk about it? Do you really think that that at any point in time, Anderson Cooper on CNN is going to blow the lid off of the Democrat deep state pedophile ring? Like, who do you need to talk about this to believe that it's real?
I mean, we know about that, like Jeffrey Epstein and so forth, and the connections that a lot of important people have
They
to
talk
him.
about Epstein in here too. They have that news anchor on a hidden camera talking about how we had them all. We had Clinton, we had Epstein, we had them all. I had this shit years ago. And they play that clip of her of the undercover video on here. That's what I like about this documentary. They hit all of it.
So I sent a link in the chat.
Yeah, I got it.
That we don't want to watch it because it's kind of hard to watch, but it's about this topic, but it's got some new information in it. So I think people should watch it offline because it's you don't want to watch it on this show. It's not very pleasant in any way. It's quite creepy.
Facebook.
Okay. Well, I put it in there, but I put it on your Facebook too.
Okay, they're just talking about stuff, though, right? I mean, they're not.
No, they show some stuff in there that's pretty darn creepy. I wouldn't do it.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
There is a really good podcast. I cannot remember what it's called. I do know that Matt Christensen from Tapo Trap House and the guy who runs Cumtown were guests on it, and they go into pretty deep detail about Jeffrey Epstein's background and his involvement in child sex trafficking and the weird things that happened, like how the first time he was fucking arrested, they basically gave him a plea deal of, basically you basically serve no real time, and you don't talk about who who else was involved in this.
Well, he only went to jail at night too, right? Like he only went to sleep at jail,
yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean? Like it was just the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Yeah, it was a clear case of you are not you. Yeah, the prosecutor is trying to get him off as easy as possible.
I mean, allegedly, somebody had contacted the prosecutor and said this guy belongs to intelligence. You need to lay off. That's what allegedly is quoted as saying.
Well, the woman in this video here said she had them all by the balls, and her bosses told her to back off. She wasn't allowed to break the Epstein story.
Should we keep watching for a few more minutes?
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Let's watch the video that Gregor put up. He keeps fucking saying it's good. It makes us want to watch us more.
Yeah,
he
don't tell
said
us
that
now.
we. He
You
said we.
can't tell. You're not my fucking dad.
I don't know the way Gregor described it kind of made me apprehensive about.
Well, let's make you more curious. Do it. Stop being a
Made
pussy.
me excited.
But that's such delicate information that I don't know, man. It just makes me nervous.
Are we gonna get
Do it. Stop being a pussy.
No.
Where do you fall on this, Gregor? Do you believe the pedophile network exists
I think that networks of that type certainly exist. It's
in
not.
the deep state of the American government?
I think that there's been pretty damning proof of such things, not only in the United States but in other parts of the world. Yeah, I mean,
But Ben says that Anderson Cooper on CNN would have covered it if it was real.
I mean, no. I think that there is definitely people in the high levels of government involved.
There
in
are
sex
definitely people
trafficking.
in that level.
Yeah.
I mean, the CIA is pretty much common knowledge that they're running drugs. So it's not exactly a leap of logic that they are also involved in child sex trafficking. I just don't believe in a lot of stupid shit like the whole child sex dungeons and pizza restaurants and things like that.
But isn't that a trivial factoid compared to
No, because because it sends people on a wild fucking goose chase, and
well, I mean, that's
results in
probably
psychos.
disinformation to muddy the waters, right?
That's
That
what I mean.
particular piece, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look through all those Instagram posts or whatever they are.
One bullet into the floor and not hurt anybody. That doesn't seem the least bit fishy to you.
Oh,
That
yeah,
they
I mean,
use that
that's
to
really
kill
fishy,
the story. They use that whole situation to kill the whole thing, and now it's never talked about.
I mean, it's possible, but it doesn't seem likely. It doesn't seem unlikely to me that some psycho.
Do you think Oswald was a patsy?
I haven't looked enough
Oswald?
into that. Yeah, he's definitely a patsy, but
So then why would this guy be a patsy? Why would they quit using patsies after Oswald?
Well, because I think that it would be a lot more obvious now.
It is obvious, but nobody cares.
I mean, is there anything hard, like any kind of emails, messages showing that? Because I really don't think the people involved are competent enough to really hide it that well. They weren't able to hide it well.
We're talking
with
about it on a
Epstein.
YouTube show. Millions of people know about this. We talk about it all the time. It's just Anderson Cooper doesn't talk about it on CNN. He's the only guy that pretends it's not real. The people
Fuck Anderson Cooper.
I'm using him as an example of the mainstream media. I'm using him as like the tip of the spear of the mainstream media. Like who? I keep asking you, like who?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like the Franklin cover up and
the New York Times aren't going to break the story either. They're involved and compromised.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that even in spite of that, you really can't just make claims without any kind of real evidence behind it.
Right. I mean, I agree
there's
with
evidence
you,
behind
right.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, Ben.
Okay,
But
and
all I'm saying is that there has
evidence-
been plenty of evidence that such things actually exist and have existed, right? I mean, there's plenty of evidence of that. Now, there's plenty of smoke in this particular type of investigation. I think that there's probably fire there, but to the extent of it, it's hard to say. But if you look at all these people's
Because they
social
kill
media
everybody
posts,
that might sing like canaries.
yeah, I mean, there's
Okay, this
definitely
whole
these guys are a bunch
conversation-
of creeps, right? I mean, these guys are definitely a bunch of creeps. In that video that I sent you, look at that. You're gonna, it's
Okay,
it's
this
pretty
whole
obvious.
conversation's making me think of that meme, and I'm going to put Ben and Gregor or Ben and Kevin in the context of the meme, or just Ben and all of us. Okay, on the one side, it's the virgin denier, and on the other side, it's the Chad conspiracy believer.
I think if you concede that our own government and our own CIA is running sex trafficking rings of underage boys and girls, that what does that say about the entire structure of authority in our country? Like it's
exactly. Corrupt. It's all corrupt. They all need to get the fucking rope, and we need to abolish it.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
That's the anarchist perspective, but then I come along and say,
Well, how's that anarchist, right? I mean, if you're
That
guys,
is anarchist.
that's
Get rid
not
of these fucking
anarchist.
people.
If these people are criminals and they've brought to justice, that's not anarchy.
It's called revolution.
But
and I'm all for it.
There's a
radicalized.
Wait, you're doing it from a
that's radicalized Ben talking. That's just all radicalized Ben.
There's a conspiracy
I am.
There's a conspiracy theory that runs concurrent to all of this, that Trump was given all this information about Epstein, about the pedophile network and the Clintons and the Podestas and all of this shit, Anthony Weiner, the whole 9 yards, before he agreed to run as president. And there's a whole a whole concurrent conspiracy theory that states that the whole reason Trump agreed to become president or run for president, to try to become president, was to take down this pedophile ring.
You could
By the time he's done, these people. By the time he's done, all these
I don't think he has any.
Wait, are you talking
real
about
fucking
Q
integrity to try that?
No, if anything, they would bring him in to hide it.
Yeah, and he was friends with Epstein before he ran for
I was
president.
gonna say these are all his buddies. These are all
And he was
his
friends with the Clintons.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of when you take it out of context.
This is what they say, guys. They say that he's been planning this for years.
Out of his golf course, his Malargo golf course. Epstein was banned from that resort, and so that's kind of people's they claim that happened once Trump realized who this guy was and what he did. That Trump completely severed all ties with him, and that's what sort of started this sort of walk towards the presidency.
Yeah, what Kevin is saying is true in that this is a counter narrative mythology built up around Trump. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't buy that for a second.
I'm just saying it's what they say. So what some people say. They also say that he's got a temporal lens, right? So and
there's that whole QAnon idea that all of these people have already been arrested. It's just they can't make it public because I don't know, fucking reasons.
Yeah. He's the most annoying thing in the world. I don't know who actually buys any of that stuff.
QAnon is like
I have friends that do. I have friends that are hardcore Q heads.
Yeah,
QAnon is fucking weird. It's just it's all this information dumped on 4chan, and yet all the Q people are fucking boomers.
It's not on 4chan, dude.
Yeah, it was.
It's not on 4chan now, buddy.
Well, it started on 4chan.
I know. They moved to 8chan. It was on 8kun.
Or 8chan or whatever. 8chan doesn't have a place to talk about pedophiles because they had the fucking jailbait board for the longest time.
Ugh.
Yeah, but there's a big, huge narrative around this, stuff. So it's interesting. I find it fascinating. Do I believe it?
Is this right here? Is this the chick talking about?
No, that's Elephantis there.
Yeah, I don't care what he has to say.
You get a little bit deeper into it, and it goes into the chick that said she had to kill the Epstein story.
To this day, including John
Yeah, from the Veritas video. Yeah.
in his emails. Hey, John Podesta, can you please explain?
Yeah, I've seen all this stuff.
What if I've heard that position that Epstein may have been intelligence also, and the thing is, some people still believe that they believe he's still alive as Mossad, which is, I guess, Israeli intelligence, right? Or something.
Yeah.
I just don't know about that.
I doubt that he's still alive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had connections to either U.S. or Israeli intelligence, but ultimately, I think he was just a fucking pervert who decided to use his. No,
I don't think that's true. I think that he's definitely intelligence operative, and it was all black.
The argument, and they make the argument in this documentary too, is that Epstein's role was to get high-level, powerful politicians and CEOs,
compromise them,
by putting them on planes and on islands with underage girls, and then take pictures and videos with them, and then have them in their pocket, forever.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this I think
that's
is
the art that he's got in his house.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
this
this
is the
I
kind of
think
stuff
is-
that I'm talking about. There's definitely smoke, right? You know,
That shit
I mean-
scared the shit out of me.
I mean, I think the art thing is like probably the weakest thing. Is just like look at the books all of us have on our shelves. Look at the art that SC
Speak for
SC Burke
yourself.
does.
Yeah.
speak for yourself, Ben.
Yeah, but
you
to
know,
be honest,
right.
man, I really don't like that train of thought because it's like all this stuff is like showing you potentially like how these people live and think, and you're just like, man, so what? Like I just don't get it. There's a lot to dissect.
Well, because you
Well,
don't
there's a
want
lot to
to be.
dissect with his actions. I
Hang
don't
on,
care that he owns a bunch of creepy art.
I got this. What he means though is that if you're not careful, you're going to end up sounding like your grandparents saying, turn down that devil music, and
yeah, I just
maybe
trade
they
one
should turn
extreme
the
for
devil music
another.
down.
This stuff is pretty obvious.
it's eerie. Yeah, and that one picture definitely made me jump back. That right there, that shit. I wish I hadn't seen that this late in the
Make
night.
that be your new freaking avatar. You've had some creepy ones.
But if you're not careful, you can end up looking for things that aren't there in just Iron Maiden album artwork or something. If you're not
Iron
careful,
Maiden are avowed occultists.
dude, it's Iron Maiden though. I mean,
Jeremy, I think
they've
you're
written
doing
books
the same
about
thing.
occultism.
no,
Yes,
Bruce
you are.
Dickinson has written a book about occultism.
so
What do you mean so? That's obvious.
that's their choice.
Jeremy.
I am not going to be the one
See, that's
that
the whole.
turns
You got
down
this
that-
kind of psychological thing.
Jeremy,
You think
Iron
you're
Maiden
gonna
is my
find out
favorite
something
band, but
bad.
I'm not going to pretend that they're not occultists. They're my favorite band, but they're
Yeah,
occultists.
you're doing the
They
same
are.
thing as Ben. Like, this is Ben's favorite holiday. I mean, DC
Yeah, you're in the
Fichtner,
dang virgin
right?
denier category.
Yeah.
Excuse me? The what?
We're gonna. You're in the virgin denier category. We're gonna
What does
be
that mean?
Chad targeted individuals.
What is
Wait a
that?
minute. What does that mean? Because
You've
I've
not
been,
seen the memes. So you
I've
don't
been
know.
inside a vagina. I mean, I didn't.
It's not about that. You're in. You need to
Everybody
look
has
up
been.
Look up the virgin Chad. You'll understand what I'm talking about.
Jeremy, are you not familiar with the Virgin Chad memes?
I've heard of Chad. The Chad.
He's not on social media, so he's not up on his memes.
Look it up right now. Go to Google, bring it up on the screen. Go
We're
to
gonna play it
Google,
now.
Yeah,
type in
please
Virgin
do.
Chad memes.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, please bring up a meme.
I'll just have to.
Well, you didn't like looking at the sculpture inspired by one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims.
I've seen it a million times. Yeah, that stuff's just.
There's the
ugly.
Virgin and there's the Chad. The Virgin is the naive one, and the Chad is the well reasoned one. That's the joke of the meme, and it can be any subject matter.
Those memes are just too wordy. They're not good memes.
I like them.
Too wordy.
Okay, well, you know already that this
Yeah,
isn't me.
yeah,
because-
it's just like you're like on the one end where it's just like words, and Gregor Zane is over here like, haha, such and such goes burr.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
I'll have
How about
These
that
youngsters
hour
and
of
their
Pizzagate
memes.
conspiracy?
I guess I'll have to get into documentaries later because
Yeah, you should take a look at the one I sent you. That's very super creepy.
I've got it queued up.
the way you're building it up, it's making me nervous a little bit.
I think we're all gonna get
It
weirded
should make
off
you
that
nervous. It was hard to watch. It was hard to watch.
Come on,
Dude, I don't
bring it up.
I don't want to watch something that's I mean illegal. What are we talking about?
It's not illegal.
It's fucking illegal.
It's on YouTube.
I don't know. It might not even be there. Anybody try to pull it up
I
yet?
clicked on it. It's still there.
Okay. Yeah. It's something that you can definitely see maybe not being there in a couple days, right?
I mean,
So-
he's making me nervous the way he's building it up, like it's something that I can't unsee or something. I don't know. I mean,
It's pretty creepy. It's like one of those things where this guy says, "Hey, I found out this particular hidden thing," and like you could recreate it yourself, but you're afraid to. Like it's like, oh yeah, I could just type this little phrase in
Oh
and
man,
see.
this sounds
if
like
it's-
Twin
yeah.
Peaks. Let's roll it.
Yeah, it's like, what's that smell? What's that smell? Smells like bitch in here. Come on, pull it up already.
I mean, you can pull it up. Pull it up.
Wait,
I'll tell you where to
share my
fast forward
screen and
to.
pull it up.
Mouthy
up.
Buddha. Mouthy Buddha. That's
Mouthy Buddha, yeah.
That's whose
Pull
word.
it up, and I'll tell you where to fast forward it to. I don't know exact timestamp, but I'll
We're
be
going
able
to take the word of Mouthy Buddha. Okay.
Yeah. He's an investigative independent.
Here it is.
All right, so I think there's like a part 2 or something, maybe middle. Yeah. Keep on scrubbing through there. Scrub through to about maybe the halfway point because this covers a lot of the ground that we.
That's those same. That's that same.
Yeah. This covers a lot of the same ground, but it gets to a point. We're looking for a point where Barack Obama's having dinner with Andrew Bourdain. So keep on.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm showing you. It's weird.
Andrew Bourdain was all part of the whole thing, man.
This is pretty
I
creepy
wonder
stuff,
if
too.
Chris Cornell actually has anything to do with this stuff because it seemed like it was all in that same time period of.
Yeah, I think they covered that in this
and Chris
too.
Cornell and then Chester Bennington.
The allegation is that Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington were getting together and they were going to start something that kind of.
All right.
There's Anthony Bourdain.
That got children out of sex trafficking or whatever, and then they both die of suicide.
So yeah, did you find the Bourdain piece?
That's the Voodoo Donuts guy.
Yeah, that's where.
Palahniuk. That's Chuck Palahniuk.
Yep, that is.
Yeah,
that is
Chuck Palahniuk. That is Chuck Palahniuk. Yeah.
Yep.
Are we
I'm surprised you're not. Jeremy's not saying, "Huh, no, that now I can't read Chuck Palahniuk." No.
There were some people complaining on.
There we
Facebook,
go.
I saw
There we go.
because
That you just were on it where Bourdain and Obama were hanging out. I think.
What does that mean?
That's this part of the video that is where you should start. Is what I'm getting at.
You should have given us a timestamp.
I don't have a timestamp. This is improv. You know what I mean? Like, I think it was forward, not backward.
That will never not be funny.
Yeah.
Those things are tasty too.
There we go.
There.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. There you go.
Press
okay.
fucking
So
play.
Scrub back just a little bit. No, well, yeah, right before that piece. Okay, go ahead and play it.
The Red Word brought very good news to American giant Boeing, which signed an $11 billion order today to deliver 100 jetliners to Vietnam.
The red words behind them are Vietnamese for not smoking. Either way, after finding that out, I decided to type the words into Google.
Uh-oh. Bad idea. Rain Kids.
This video belongs to a massive YouTube channel.
Oh boy,
With almost
I don't
all
like where this
videos
is going.
showing Vietnamese children and a BH Kids logo.
Oh no, Sinister Music. Sinister Music always makes me nervous.
Now, I
the
knew
Virgins on my ball sack are standing on end.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Warning, do not search for the terms. I need my freaking glasses. What this say?
Yeah,
gonna die.
Or elsewhere could.
See what I mean? That's what I'm afraid of with this stuff.
It says, do not search for the terms discussed in this video on Google or elsewhere as you could be committing a crime.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying.
Wait, when have you said that?
That's what I was saying a minute ago.
This is why he was being bitch about pulling it up.
It's got more than 500,000 views.
All right, press play.
He put me in contact with someone who advised me how to legally research this, where to report the findings, and how to ethically present it. So, upon clicking on one of these images,
No.
Come on.
I can't.
I told you. I mean, I wasn't messing around. I mean, I don't, you know.
So that started with a search for the words that were on the wall behind Barack Obama and Anthony Bourdain and led to child porn.
Yeah.
But Obama didn't paint that on the wall. I mean, right?
I mean, yeah, it said no smoking, so
You two virgin Chad deniers. I mean, not Chad deniers, virgin deniers.
I advise watching the whole thing.
Okay, and yeah, it might win me over on some points. However, you know,
but it's interesting. You go into this website that's like a clothing website, right?
No,
and there's a secret level in the website, like breadcrumbs, right? If you know a specific URL, you get to a secret spot on the website that you know shows child models, whereas nowhere else in the site are child models used. It's always
secret.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty incredible. That's where it eventually gets to.
Man, I'm seeing the thread with these shows with Jeremy. The first one starts out with the West Memphis 3 and the Alfred plea, and now we get here, and it's like more and more he's becoming like a conspiracy denier.
No.
Yeah,
no,
you're going to be a full-on debunker soon. I can tell.
I'm more careful than I used to be.
It's good to be skeptical.
I'm not even skeptical. I'm just more careful. I try to sift through the, you know, what's true and untrue.
Hey, Jeremy, guess what? You're an alien prince.
I knew it all along.
That is true.
I knew it all along.
Yeah, that guy, your buddy was telling you the truth.
Yeah, I know. That's
then those reptilians came around.
That's why he can't be around me anymore, because it was too.
Also, I'm Jesus.
I've got some turd-colored scales.
So do I get in? Do I get in or not? Do I get in or not?
Do what?
Do I get in or not? He said he was Jesus.
Oh,
do you get in? There's the secret that there's actually
there's
no heaven. There's no heaven. There's no heaven. It's just hell.
There's no end.
Everyone goes to hell when they die. Everyone, all of you.
You gotta get beat. You gotta get beat in, right? Like a gang.
How do you explain soul cooking, or spirit cooking?
Spirit cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that Microsoft thing? Did we talk about that before? That Microsoft augmented reality thing where they've got that Abramovich as the first augmented reality person feature.
Abramovich is like a famous performance artist, and the soul cooking thing, or the spirit cooking thing, was basically just a dumbed down version of Herman Nitsch.
Yeah, I mean, but there's all kinds of stuff surrounding that individual. It's just not just, you know, the spirit cooking thing. I mean, there's the whole cannibalism type thing that's going on with the.
Again, that documentary that I had you guys bring up goes into her relationship with Lady Gaga, goes into what's her name? The other big pop.
I mean, that lady's like 80 something years old. I mean, she does not look like she's 80 years old.
What is this?
It's crazy.
Seen this?
What is this?
Yeah.
You know, CERN, the particle
accelerator. Is this that ritual that they do?
Yeah, it's a Shiva.
Yeah, I've never.
Yeah.
To this day, they say that they found the perpetrators and they're being dealt with. They were being dealt with, or whatever. How do you let something like this happen on at night on your grounds without being aware of it? I don't understand.
Yeah,
probably
they found the perpetrators and they threw them through the portal.
Yeah,
this is the thing I was thinking of. This could easily just be some little short fiction film. The one I was talking about was CERN actually did a full-on dance routine, ritualistic performance inside the like near the reactor.
I did see that too, and the weird like big-headed people or whatever.
Yeah, this to me comes off as fan fiction.
Have you seen that?
It's at CERN. It is at CERN.
Yeah, it's at CERN, and those guys all put cloaks on and ran out there real quick while this guy filmed through a window. There's nothing mysterious about it.
Have you guys seen that crazy performance at the opening of some tunnel in Sweden? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I thought that's what that was.
It was near CERN. Yeah.
I think Kevin Strange shared that on his Facebook.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I don't think, from what I recall, I don't recall there being anything weird about it. It was just people in worker clothes during dances.
It was it was a very like in-depth.
You didn't think it was weird that they had the all these workers like floating up to heaven, like in honor of all the people that died in the thing, and there's like a Pan type of character running about, and people falling down dead. And then there's like this kind of
Ben is just unfazed by everything.
I mean, reminds me of I've just looked into enough contemporary art to know that that's just what they do.
But Ben, just
maybe all contemporary
just because they
artists
don't believe in it doesn't mean they're not doing it. I mean, that's the whole point. Like, just because a Satanist says, I don't believe in Satan, I'm going to do these rituals in my basement, and I'm going to conjure up the names of demons, and I'm going to use my own blood in this ritual. That just because they turn around and call it performance art, say that they don't believe in Satan, doesn't mean they're not doing satanic rituals.
See, that's the thing with Keith. He kept going on about all this freaking stuff being this kind of elite individualism. And it's just like, once you go down that path, you're not faced by anything, because they can, like Kevin said, they're doing these literal freaking crazy Crowley-out rituals. But to him, Crowley is just a freaking elite individualist into eugenics.
Well, my own view is just like, so what? So you're doing that thing. It's like, I'm not religious. I don't think that's going to do anything. It's just basically an elaborate version of crossing your fingers and yelling jinx.
And then the people say, well, I don't actually believe in luck, so the jinx doesn't work. Like, why do they go to such elaborate lengths to do like blood sacrifice rituals, calling the names of literal demons? You know, going through all. You know, they do this. It's like a lifestyle of check the private chat.
Yeah. I will have you know that I am not a reptilian shapeshifter. I'm just a demon.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. Ben is
You're
what
just
I'm
a
saying.
familiar to one.
You're reducing the activities of deranged people to.
I doubt that they're fucking deranged. I don't care about them doing stupid rituals. I care about them doing things like getting us involved in perpetual war, inflating our money into fucking nothing.
But they're doing that as a ritual sacrifice.
It is believed.
It's like they're only sacrificing us to empire and capital, not to fucking Satan.
But that's their god. Yeah. See, they're worshiping Mammon, or how you say it.
Mammon, I think.
Well, that's my point. Is that you get caught up at this weird, the demon stuff. It ignores like the actual harm that they're doing by one being involved in the drug trafficking while keeping drugs illegal, being involved in child sex trafficking, having the like I said, a perpetual war.
Going on to the cartels, they have their freaking little skeleton demon that they literally bow down and worship to as an idol. Like they have statues in Mexico.
Santa Muerte?
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that there are, but that's, from what I can tell, this is basically just like a pre-Hispaniola thing. This is what they were doing before the Christian and Europeans came over.
And a lot of that stuff, I from what I've read, is predates the crime itself, and then the crime element came in and started using it. And I think I agree with Ben that a lot of the crime elements that we're talking about now are being padded out with theatrics and other bullshit.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, didn't Alex Jones, take his camera into the secret gardens or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Grove.
Yes, thank you. That's what when you bring the videos up, that's what that reminds me of.
Yeah, but
it's just,
you can say it's theatrics, but this is kind of like it's part of a larger, I guess you could say, even historical, like a cult, like a current throughout history. It's like it's all connected, going back to just like the original. I guess where did the original Illuminati come out of?
It was
They were like
Bavaria.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
just
and
like
that's
something that
always
basically
been
existed
tied
in-
down to tied into like this the secret school of occultism. And then I think someone even like Jim Wilhelmsen kind of relates it all back to like the original Tower of Babel, and it's all these like secrets like coming together in like the shadows to like bring about like I guess a new one. It's all crazy. It's hard to get into.
Well, I mean, I obviously I don't believe that the Tower of Babel happened, but yeah, like I said, yeah, it's just
they painted a picture of it.
But yeah, to me, like getting caught up in all the worrying about their theatrics is misses what they're actually doing.
I don't think so. I mean, you can have both, right? You can be concerned about both, right?
I mean, I guess if you want to worry about
it's one thing to say that the people
they
that
jerk
get
off
involved
to.
in like the actual horrible things are always doing the occultic things as well. Like why?
That's the crazy
Which
part.
doesn't-
That's the part that I don't think that you really appreciate, Ben, is that every time we find the world leaders that are bent on war and destruction and tyranny, they always find their way to the occult. And
Yeah,
we're
there's
just
some pretty ample evidence to show like the Thule Society and all that stuff. You know, with the Order of the Black Sun and all that stuff within the Nazi regime. I mean, that's all real.
Yeah.
I mean, there were Nazis who were into occult stuff. I mean, there was a big a big section of Nazism that wanted to, that viewed Christianity as a Jewish influence and wanted to get rid of it. And you still have a lot of neo-Nazi types who believe that.
So I don't understand what your point is.
Well, I'm just pointing out that in that case, there's a reason for the occultism. They don't like Christianity because they think it's Jewish. So they want to get rid of it and have a pre-Christian religion.
Yeah, but it doesn't really discount anything that your man Zach is saying either, right?
That's actually going into a lot
it's
of
disconnected. It's, what
it's
am I supposed
actually
to?
not, because the Christians would connect it, as in the Nazis were wanting to reconnect with, like, I guess what would be the Nephilim, which would have died in the flood of the Bible, but they believe that these giant super race, the Ubermensch, went underground into the hollow earth, and so they're wanting to go back to that. But you see, it all does kind of have a biblical, like it all kind of circles around, even though they're saying it's not biblical. That's still,
I mean,
they're basically being.
I thought the point was that these guys were occultists, right? Not necessarily the minutia of what they believe, right? I mean, I think your argument was that it seems like there's a lot of folks that were all about tyranny, and they all seem to be into the occult, and that was just an example of it, right? I mean,
And to me, that is a sort of so what. I know a lot of anarchists who are into the occult too.
Yeah,
what type of
bad people end up being involved in the occult. That's pretty much the point. The point
bad
is
people
that
are
the
involved in anything. Bad people are involved in Christianity.
bad people are involved in eating Big Macs at McDonald's.
Yeah, as Hitler drank water.
Yeah,
That's fucking bullshit. I'm gonna have to.
Can't prove that. You can't prove that.
Mr. Burke, did you have any idea you were going to fall down this rabbit hole and end up in hours of Pizzagate conspiracy conversations?
No, I kind of feel like I'm underprepared for this, but it's cool because I'm just.
This is what this show turns into.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it, and I didn't really know we were going this way, but it's cool because I'm just kind of taking it as it comes. I don't have any like predetermined thoughts on anything. There's like certain things I hear and like, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, disagree, but no, I'm for the most part just along for the ride, listening to you guys fucking argue back and forth. It's pretty rad, to be honest.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, where it's like none of us get so triggered by, we don't agree with each other about a lot of things, but nobody here like cares.
Yeah,
We're all still friends, no
nobody's
matter what we
screeching.
believe.
Yeah. I'm right now. I feel like I'm just hanging back, watching, listen to a cool conversation.
Yeah, just a bunch of dudes just fucking hanging out, talking about whatever we want.
There's 2 cents I have to throw in, but it seems you guys are on point. So no, it's fantastic. I love listening to it, and you know, there's things that I've you know, because Hunter S. Thompson, you know, I'm sure we all have our opinions on him, but he talked about a lot of this, and I feel like you know, like exposing the Clintons as pedophiles and what they were, and exposing government for being what it is. But he kind of did it in code words that I kind of like.
No, he did it absolutely openly when he talked about Satanists that cut the adrenal glands out of victims, out of underage victims.
Like there's a passage, you know, when he has a meeting with the Clintons where he says, you know, I've never, you know, in my life felt like, you know, at any moment I could be killed as fast as I have sitting next to Bill Clinton. So like, and it was all about the power and the power they were searching for and all that stuff. So listening to you guys, it makes me think about a lot of that stuff that that I used to think about before any of this became out, you know, put out there with Epstein and all, and Pizzagate and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's been in our pop culture consciousness as long as we've been alive.
Right. And it's just cool to see that where this conversation is arrived at for a group of people. You know, I wish I had more pennies to throw into the conversation for sure, but I dig it.
Have you been here the whole time? Are you 7 hours deep into this thing?
No, he came in at like what 8:30 Central, I think.
Yeah.
I just now realized we're 7 hours into it. It's like,
Yeah, he's crazy, but not batshit crazy.
It would have been interesting to have Mike Klein in, you know, for this section because he kind of touches on that sort of thing and things like Arafat Mountain.
Yeah, it was a bummer we could only have 6 people on here.
Yeah, I thought you could have more if you paid for it.
I mean, you
maybe not
can
on the highest tier.
I mean, you can on Google Hangout, but Google Hangout is a piece of shit.
Yeah, but Google Hangouts is a piece of shit.
Don't you have to pay for that too now?
I don't think so. I talk to people on Google Hangout all the time.
Even now?
Yeah.
Somebody said it was going away like forever ago, so I stopped using it.
Yeah, they've got a new thing called something. I can't remember what it's called. They got a new thing though.
Huh. I still chat with people on Google Hangout. So
yeah, I mean, I am with people, and I've never used a video component or voice component really much. But
maybe they're talking about the record part. Is that possible?
Maybe.
I know when I did some stuff with Zach A. Ferguson on it, had some audio issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a new thing. It's like it's more of I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. It's too late for me to be able to remember that.
Yeah, I think our minds are starting to go. Maybe we should gracefully.
Yeah. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Gregor's video just melted our brains.
Yeah.
2 o'clock in the morning for me.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I told you guys not to play it.
You did. Not to play what?
That video.
Yo, you didn't play it.
No.
You said I said to play it.
I said
to play it.
You shouldn't have given us the link thinking we wouldn't play it.
Ben
said no, and we said yes.
I bullied Jeremy into it.
And then said none of it was. And then said none of it's real.
I didn't say none of it is real. Nothing is real. We're all in the fucking Matrix.
Oh.
The reptilian.
Maybe I can still muster enough strength to do an
Well,
outro.
I kind of had to. That reptilian booty is fucking crazy.
Oh yeah.
There's got to be a proper outro, though. You can't close a show without an outro.
You better be made.
My outro is China lied, people died, buy my books, and don't coof on me.
You don't want the coof?
No, don't coof on me.
You're not going to be a bug chaser? Why don't you be a bug chaser?
Look, I already have fucking AIDS. I don't need COVID-19 on top of it.
Oh, well. Just take some pills, man.
SC Burke, do you have anything else to plug before we go?
Man, I could plug a million things. It's pretty late. So I'll say keep an eye out for Zachary Gaha's book coming out, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants.
Hell yeah.
And then, I'll see you guys on the moon.
All right. See you then.
The moon's an awesome place.
All right. Play us out, Jeremy.